Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's my extreme pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of BW Festival of Marketing, an initiative of BW Marketing World and BW Business World Group. BW Marketing World's a Festival of Marketing 2025 aims to understand how our marketeers like yourselves differentiating and also preparing themselves in an age of constant
थक गया यार।
Since 2008, iAvatars has been transforming digital advertising with intelligence and innovation. With AI-driven targeting, your brand connects to the right audience at the right moment across every channel. We go beyond placement and build experiences. From AI-powered creatives to immersive AR, VR, and 3D storytelling, iAvatars makes engagement unforgettable. Our solutions deliver measurable results, scalable platforms, real-time reach, and growth you can count on. iAvatars, redefining digital advertising with AI, trusted since 2008.
One Up Trade introduces One Up Shop, India's first online barter redemption store. With over 10,000 products across categories, it empowers registered businesses to redeem their barter credits online with convenience and choice like never before. One Up Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since 2007, we proudly served over 2,200 clients and crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,250.
You should. Someone's working. How many about? But yeah, you're on the right path to fitness then. Nice. Now let's get down to business. It's my humble request. आज बहुत सारे kind of sessions are going to happen. Interesting topics. If you will try for 10 seconds only and refrain from using your phone on either scrolling on Instagram or something and try and believe you me, you will enjoy it. It took me also 10 events and conferences to come to that. What do you call attention? But it's fun now. Try that. First few, and also to set the context for this mega launch of BW Marketing World's Fest Marketing 2025. Please join me in welcoming to the podium the group at BW Business World, Noor Fatima Warsia.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Aditya and I were saying, I am Noor. Hi, everyone. As you mentioned, I look after the editorial, all goods and also the glitches at BW Business World Group. Just before coming on stage, Aditya and I, what we should refer to me as, I insisted it should be Queen of the Universe. He disagreed and stay with Business World for now. So today, everything that goes good or does not, feel free to find me, have a little conversation about that. Feedback is always welcome. My only job today is to this fantastic forum. This is the third edition of the BW Festival of Marketing. Talk about marketing for 3 to 4 days non-stop, and hence I should just, probably shut up now. But Aditya covered a lot of it when he said what marketing has become. We saw fantastic partners out there who are living that life and who have converted this as something for communication into something that is shaping culture and directing consumer behavior. This is what we will be celebrating, discussing towards the course of the day. All the conversations today are themed around something change maker CMO. I do not like that word CMO too much because there are too many labels these have, but the marketer, the change maker marketer today is already thinking a decade ahead, and that's what on in this AI first world through the course of the day. I'm hopeful, as Aditya mentioned, those discussions and understand some of these perspectives later in the evening. And in that, I have a partner in crime. Mr. Mohit Joshi is my partner in crime in that initiative along with business leaders, which is called the BW Top 100 Marketers. One of our most respected initiatives. It required almost 6 months of to and fro internally, externally, and then we arrived at this list. We probably don't have 100 marketers. We didn't have it last year as well. It's a number, and that's why you put it there. More on that in the evening, but I hope people who now will also be there for that part of the forum. This list this year again has a quarter of women leaders, something that I look at that number a little bit closely. Last year it was a quarter, this year is a little more than a quarter, which is a good idea because it shows that gender parity is happening more or less. I did prepare like 1,000 notes over here. I am unable to look at all. Wrap this up fast. We're running a little late. I do want to take the initiative or this appointment, let you people see what Business World is doing or we have in mind for the next couple of months. Prashant, is it possible for us to see the BW Business World editorial calendar for flagship product and also the next couple of months events calendar? I hate that word too. There's intellectual properties at Business World, but well, whenever that comes on stage, that'll give you going on. As again, my 10-year-old friend Aditya mentioned, there are tent cards outside. You'll get it'll help you in some of your, yeah, that's the IP calendar. That's our editorial calendar for the magazine. This will just give you a sense for some of etc. If you want to take a look at that, Dr. Batra will be there with us. He's our chairman and editor-in-chief later this evening, and he will talk to you about it extensively. So I'm not going to preempt that. All the best to everybody today. I'm looking forward to the conversations and to celebrating, applauding strategy and people who are shaping the very culture and opinion of India. With that, bye and all the best. I'll see you on stage soon.
Thank you. My last and the most important request, speakers who join us on the stage, please be careful of the timer. Right, it's a big screen. They're increasing it event by event क्योंकि कोई देखता नहीं है इसको. A couple of them. Fortunately, unwantingly, unknowingly, I am somehow the designated timekeeper for them as well. If you don't wrap up on time, it'll just make me stand here and just look at you, which is embarrassing for the both of us. Chaliye, for our keynote session, marketing and how it is moving from only visibility to meaningful connections, please join me in welcoming on stage a veteran whom I absolutely love. The CEO of Havas Media Network India, Mr. Mohit Joshi. You come in louder, it's only the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and all of us are having a great time here. So, my session, can I have a mic here? Yeah, hand mic will be better. Hand mic?
Thank you. Check. So.
This makes me more comfortable. Good morning, everybody, and my session, how we are moving from impressions to connections. And while it's a marketing discussion, it's a discussion around brands, a discussion about how advertising and communication is communicating with the and this is something that at Havas we have been researching for the last 15 plus years. I have 10 minutes, I was told 20 minutes, so can there be a... If we go to the next slide, this is a reality that we have in today's marketing, where close to about, can we go to the next slide please? 78% of the brands could disappear tomorrow and consumers would not even care. This is a very, very dangerous number to look at, and this is not something that I am saying. That Havas Meaningful Brands research, which has been happening for the last 15 quotes and has found out across the world. Well, of course, unless you are, the next slide please, Zubin Garg, you know him. Can I have a round of hands please? Yeah? I came to know this brand only 2 days back, and I thought I'll put it over here today. He was a very, very popular Assami singer. He sang a lot of songs for Bollywood, out of which the one which was most successful was Ya Ali. That's what I knew him as. But I think which will tell you why he was a big and very meaningful brand. If you go to the next slide, this is unfortunately he passed away about a week back in an accident in Singapore. And one of his very, very popular songs, it's again an Assami song, was sung by close to about 6 people during his funeral. Something that's happened for the first time in this world. A song that is sung by a person has become the anthem that state, and not just the state, but today everybody in India is singing this, including me. I got introduced to this song 2 days back and it's not leaving me. Over here is because we are talking about brands, and brands are not just brands that we sell to consumers. Brands are also those brands that we create for ourselves. And the good to see that this brand was so big that here this who's the security guard is also crying. Imagine the kind of bigness that brand has. And honestly, I was moved and I thought I'll share it with you while it is not a case study, but in my view, it's bigger than a marketing case study. Right, please. So what does a meaningful brand do? A meaningful brand three parameters: the functional benefits, the personal benefits, and the collective gain. If you go to the next slide, I'll tell you how this brand Zubin Garg, who I did not till about 5 days back, performed on all these three parameters. Function, the king of humming, he was a great singer, like so many others in this industry, so nothing great. On personal, he had a very deep connection with his people, cultural icon, regional icon. He used to come to Bollywood to sing songs and then go back to Assam and work for his own people of becoming a Bollywood singer, right? And most importantly, collective benefits, solidarity. Apparently, he used to stand for the locals over there. That's why they love him. That's why even a security personnel is crying on the day when he was being cremated, and everybody was singing that song, made him the legend, which is Mayabini. It's a beautiful song. You should actually listen. And even if you don't Bangla or Assami, it's very easily translatable. So I have understood deep, beautiful meanings and a beautiful melody as well. So let's find, because all of us are brands, and all of us would love to have a funeral like that. Lakhs and lakhs of people are actually, remembering you. Not everybody is as us. We believe in making meaningful brands. We do, not just to brands, but as well. And the next slide tells you how this research has been going on. So it's not something that, and it captures participate. What is the definition of meaning? Who? Nestle is also there, but number one brand is Google. And believe me, if you imagine that you don't have any Google app in your phone tomorrow, it will be very difficult for you to navigate yourself. That's the power of a meaningful brand. It means. Next slide, please. We can just continue, please, for this. Meaningful brands, they just don't grow. They actually grow well. So it's just market share, but it's also about performing in the market. Next slide will tell you that meaningful give you profit. Meaningful brands grow purpose for you. They hold a value, and they grow the cultural impact. So there is research that tells you that whichever are the top 10 meaningful brands, they have a better performance at the stock exchange, have better marketing KPIs like awareness and consideration, and they have a significant impact on the cultural nuances. So that's what everyone should aspire to become, a meaningful brand. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So how do we build a meaningful brand? While I can take a full day on that, but I just thought I'd introduce another concept over here. And this is a concept of emotional bank account. It is very close to me. And if you go back to the Zubin Garg example, you'll see what is an emotional bank account. The next slide, it's a concept that was actually conceived by Stephen Covey. And you must have in your B schools this book called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. It's a well-known, it's like a Bible, like we read Kotler, we read this as well in school. And it's a metaphor that was introduced by him. It represents the level of trust and positive feelings in a relationship. Now this relationship, a human-to-human relationship, human-to-brand relationship, brand-to-brand relationship, to employee relationship, organization to consumer relationship, any relationship, right? The next slide will tell you how do we create an emotional. Like any account, it has debits and credits. So how do we deposit? We deposit by acts of honesty. You know, if brand is being honest, again, in any environment, if it's a human to human connect, and to human connect, if it's an organization to consumer connect, whatever it is, keeping small gestures, remembering people, remembering your consumers, all those deposits. And what will create withdrawals? Broken promises, expectations. Very logical, but very, very important. Disrespect. If you disrespect consumers, if you disrespect them, if you break your promises, obviously there will be a loss in your EBA. So the concept, always have a positive emotional bank account. The more positive it is, so if it is highly positive, once in a while if you create some problems and issues, you can always withdraw from it, but nothing major will happen. However, if you're already on the negative, any happens will disrupt the relationship that you have with your brand. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I mean, can I continue? Next slide. The media funnel, as we all know it, starts from awareness, content and action, and across that you have various interactions between the brand and consumer, where deposits are created, withdrawals happen, then again deposits happen, withdraw not sequence, but I'm just saying they keep on happening in the various interactions that happen between a brand and a, these deposits, withdrawals keep on happening. What we need to do as marketers, as brand custodians, as communication specialists, is to ensure that deposits are significant withdrawals. Next slide. So I'll share cases, and these are cases from the Havas family only, and we have created meaningful brands, and this one is for Hyundai, and it's an initiative called Hyundai Samarth, and this
समर्थ भाई हांडे का शुक्रिया अदा करती हूं, उन्होंने मेरे पैरालंपिक्स जर्नी में मेरा साथ दिया।
समर्थ हूँ और दूसरों को समर्थ बना रहा हूँ।
मैं समर्थ हूँ किसी भी काम को करने की।
समर्थ! Imagine the kind of bank account that the brand has created with the consumers using this initiative. So that's one thing that and then can we go to the next slide now? There is another one for Tata Trucks. This slide.
Road logistics is a crucial pillar of India's growth. With 70% of freight movement dependent on roadways, the sector stands at how can it become safer, more efficient and environmentally sustainable? To spark meaningful discussions and reimagine the future of logistics in India, Tata Motors, in collaboration with C&, the Thought Leadership Series, Trucking into the Future, Season 1, addressing the challenges and unlocking opportunities in logistics across critical industries. Season 2 elevated the conversation with a renewed focus on innovation. The united stakeholders from across the sector to articulate a collective vision for modern logistics in India. It unfolded over 3 transformative phases. Transporters and fleet operators shared real-world experiences of how technologies improved fuel efficiency and superior service support operations. Phase 2 aligned with India's ambitious goal to lower logistics as a share of GDP from 14% to single digits by 2025. 5 segment, key industry voices provided actionable insights into adopting technologies, embracing digital transformation and driving innovation. 3. Charted an ambitious vision for the trucking industry, emphasizing Tata in revolutionizing manufacturing with smart factory technologies. Over 18 plus channels and social media, the campaign brought together a multitude of perspectives, inspiring industry-wide transformation.
Can I have the slides, please? Yeah. I don't think I have the time. So there are many examples. This is for Swiggy, Instamart, where you had this photochromatic cover where, if it was in not see those mangoes, the moment you went into the sun, you could see the mangoes. So I want to leave with you with is just keep going. Yeah. So a framework for developing meaningful brands, for creating deposits in your media and marketing strategy, understanding the audience, promising and delivering. Consistency across channels. You can't be saying different things across different communication channels. When I say communication channels, I'm talking about the entire funnel. We have to have responsibility. Everybody knows when a problem happens, and a brand has to be very, very. There have to be proper, strong feedback loops into place. Everything that you do has to. The storytelling has to be authentic and absolutely true. Importantly, in spite of whatever you do, you'll always have issues. So you need a repair mechanism. The moment any issue happens, you need to go back to the consumer and recreate that trust. And if you have an emotional bank account which is positive, significantly positive, a bit of trust deficit that happens is easily not a big issue at all. Last slide. So, I would say mistakes that brands make where false happen, mispromises, fake claims, ignoring the consumer feedback. Very important. Today, consumers are giving feedbacks to you across net channels, the channels that are there. Irrelevant content. Havas Meaningful brand study, close to 70% of the content that is there in the domain really irrelevant for the consumers. It's just being created for the sake of being created. And lack of transparency. Everybody wants transparency. Consumer is demanding transparency from the brands, and that a meaningful brand gets created. That's how an emotional bank account gets built. Next slide. Yeah. So, ways in which you do it, but I just wanted to leave the concept, and it's a very logical concept, but it's a very, very important concept which is under-leveraged, the concept emotional bank account. And my suggestion to all of you over here who are aspiring to next slide would be a Zubin Garg and create that moment in your customers' lives. That's very, very important. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I have 5 minutes to take care of those. questions, then you can play this song. It's a beautiful song. Just click on that. Those of you who haven't. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohit sir. Next, it's a panel discussion. I think starting businesses easy, but sustaining them, or rather being relevant in times of today's span, is almost nil, where you want everything new in every. That's a big challenge. The next panel discussion, it will explore on how improve brands thrive by staying agile in fragmented, digital-first world. Creativity, data, and purpose to stay relevant across shifting platforms and times. Winners वही हैं जो adapt जल्दी करते हैं, deeply, and also innovate consistently. To talk on this and more, please join me in welcoming our panelists while they get the stage ready for the discussion. Sheikh Kumar Srivastava, Vice President, Marketing, Piramal Consumer Healthcare. Joining him, Karan Kumar, CMO, Hero Realty. Joining them is Sai Narayan, CMO, Bazaar. Also joining them is Sanchita Roy, Chief Strategy Officer, Hawaii India Network. Also joining them is Suresh Chand, Vice President, Marketing Executive Committee Member, Snacks, Noodles and Pasta, ITC Foods. This session will be chaired by Noor Fatima Warsia, Group Editorial Director. Yes, please welcome them with your applause. Thank you.
Is this working? It is working. Did we follow the order? We are really good people. Hi everyone, I did warn I'll be back on stage soon, and now it's going to be a pleasure being part of this conversation. We have some of our brightest minds, marketers here. We have agency representation, so everybody who is making an ecosystem is here, and we have a very, very simple topic, which is how do you future-proof brands? मतलब इससे ज़्यादा easy क्या हो सकता है? And these gentlemen have, and our lady, pretty much have a very simple task, which is, why do you even have to put your mind to it? But we will narrow this down to a digital-first, fragmented, AI-first world. And my first question is about brand age. I came across this. There are studies almost every year that brand age is shrinking. So come up, we would have 60 years at least a brand could have lived, or a large number of brands could have lived. Now the age is 20. That means a very large number of brands are going off our radar, a gap of 20 years, which is not the best news. Now, how does this impact? Karan and Sai know that. I'm going to really start with them. It's a love-hate relationship. Yes, I can't help it. We are at how or what in an AI first lens, everything going digital, how does it change, or what is the significance of this number? Sai, you only go first.
Thank you, Karan, for putting me on the spot. And Noor, thank you. To be honest, I was not aware of this stat till the time I saw your message.
I am clever.
Which pretty much means Paul is 3 years left. So 2008 is when we started, 17 years. So yeah, 3 years. Now I'm a little scared. But having said that, to be honest, I was not aware. And now when I was thinking about it, it is also because in the last post the digital revolution, there were a lot of startups and organizations which just cropped up post the revolution of digital. If you look at, the heritage organizations, be it Coca-Cola, be it ITC, be it the other organizations which have been there for the longest time, and even that point of time, a lot of organizations would have cropped up and did not exist. So my sense is that, some organizations that cropped up during the digital revolution, a lot of them have purpose, a very clear purpose of solving a consumer and whatever technological revolution will happen in the future. If the core of any business is that, what problem of the consumer that we are trying to solve, and we are super that problem. Like, for example, I can only talk about Policy Bazaar. There, our problem is very simple. Like, if you have heard Yashish talk about what he really wants and what he really intends, the only thing that he says is that the middle class India to have social security, period. That is a very, very lofty and a single-minded objective that Policy Bazaar has. And he also on the interview said that, I don't want to be known for anything else. I just want Policy Bazaar for being able to provide social security in India. So when you have a lofty and a very clear single goal like that, then everything else is building the business around it is not a concern, or it is a concern, it is a challenge. You have dealing with people, you're dealing with regulator, you're dealing with competition. There are so many things, but when you have a purpose like that and you have a team is kind of totally aligned to that kind of a goal, and then technologies come, the innovation will keep happening, but you stick to that goal, then the longevity automatically kind of increases. But what I feel is that because of the digital revolution, a lot of companies would have come up during this period. Some might not have had the kind of purpose that the others would have had and exist. Technology is, I think, and also get killed because of technology, because they did not adapt. But eventually, it back to the overall lofty goal that a business has. So that then you also will adapt to newer technology or newer innovations very easily. That's my take on this.
Excellent. Karan, I think he got the better end of the stick because he took away and he took away brand purpose. And we have to shift this to, if this metric should change and, brand can be building enduring, if we have to move the conversation to that, what would it take? Now, ye 2 points to are gone. What else is left on the table that, marketers can focus on and brands can focus on?
Time do I have? 20 minutes? I can speak 20 minutes. So first of all, and sorry for putting spot of bother. Guys, listen, it's too early in the morning to be on your phone, so I just pay a little while. It'll help because there's an entire rest of the day to get onto your mobile screens, right? So 10-15 minutes should be just about enough. Couple of quick points. I think age of brands come down when the brand stops being relevant. Brand stops being relevant if either the product of the service is no longer relevant, Kodak, remember Kodak?
Absolutely, yeah.
Or the brand a language which is culturally not aligned to the new consumer group. You can deal with a product and service and reinvent product and services which are relevant to consumers as they go along. And if you can change, adapt, call it whatever you like to call, your lingo, your language, your vocabulary, without diluting brands to become outdated or irrelevant or for the ages to come down. The problem, the people who are supposed to be doing this have just become lazy. And I'm sorry, but personal opinion, I think my comment is that people who are supposed to be serious brand custodians are just letting their watch. Both these things are not happening. right? Responsible for that. He made a brilliant point about getting the middle class to feel financially insecure. Essence ever be irrelevant? Apple talks about simplicity. Can that essence ever be relevant? Nike talks about person from inside of you, right? Not actually on. Can that essence ever be relevant? At Hero Reality, we say that we want housing for all middle classes. This good product housing which you don't come. Can that essence ever be relevant? Now, you know how to speak about it. If you don't know how to communicate it, if you don't know how to put your finger on the and package that communication, present your proposition in a manner which with them, then obviously your brand is going to be out of date, right? Or in the other, the product itself is obsolete, which is what happened with Kodak. So I take this with a pinch of salt. I just think that people need to be more conscientious, and by people I'm saying brand custodians. They need to be more conscientious and they need to be more honest to their only, which should be to keep the consumer bang in the middle of what they're doing. Honesty with consumer, making commitments which are relevant to customers in a tone of voice, in a verbiage that matters. You write and you keep updating them as generations go along. Keep updating your cultural, keep updating how you see a certain need changing. I think you should be just fine.
I just want to add, because I take it as a very fundamentally any brand exists from a customer point of view, right? Very good time. Customer has more option. Customer are re-evaluating the option. The way that I see it is very good for all the challenger brands. It need not be seen from saying established brand. Consumer, he has more choices. There is a scope for all individuals, all the organization to help consumer re-evaluate this. Because the consumer is not a constant, that what they stand for earlier, the aspiration, the expectation, throws a challenge to any incumbent. Whoever does well, and like Karan was sharing, it's the best way for the consumer. They can re-evaluate. If you are a challenger brand, to be in. So whether it is 60, 20, it's just like an attention span. There was a, people used to watch only DD National. After that, there is a plethora of things which has come in the form of a cable TV. Now there is OTT. Now to say that, is it bad for DD National? Yes, it could be, because they were not able to change or modify, but from a customer point of view, this is the best phase to be in. That's the way that I see.
Thank you, Suresh. Thank you. I think the fundamentals are laid on, I think the first takeaway is follow the basics. To future-proof your brand, do the things that iconic brands have been doing. Stay relevant, have your purpose, be clear, give the customer more choice, get the customer perspective in, etc. Let's get to the nuts and bolts, so to say, because there's a long tail of brands that might not really be able to deliver on this, or they might be very clear on that purpose or what they're solving, but as Karan said, they're probably not articulating it well, or they really do not know how to get it out there. So let's get in, and I will have to get into the AI first world, yes. Let's talk about the shift in brand strategy. You know, Abhishek, we'll come to you last. We'll go to Sanchita first. Sanchita, you give us a sense on the non-negotiables. Now, the gentlemen have already kind of told us, ye to hai hi. Now, here onwards, when you're looking at the big brand picture, what is it that in this new world is a non-negotiable for you, the shift in brand strategy?
Today, the shift that we see, it's a paradigm shift. Okay. So the shift that we see is shift, right? One is, you know, investing in your first party data. Understanding, you know, where the consumers are, what they are doing, what they want. So investing in first party data, understanding the entire consumer journey in the categories that you're operating on, you know, being able to use that data to predict, you know, what are the future trends, or where do we see what is giving the best ROI, where do you see, you know, the next level of growth coming from, and therefore investing in personalization engines so that, we are able to, do precision at scale. I think that becomes totally non-negotiable. Like today, there's so much of data that is available in the market. How do we harness that data to actually, understand and get deep insights about your consumers, no matter which platform you are in? I mean, earlier, I remember when we started off, you only had a TAM and a BARC data. Apart from TV, today, nothing is measured. But in a digital first world, you can actually understand where the shifts are coming from, how the shift is going to happen. So therefore, how am I able to harness that data to tell better stories for my brands? I think that becomes extremely, extremely important.
Great, thank you, Sanchita. You have a multi-brand perspective. I'm going to pull Abhishek here for, Abhishek, how many brands do you think, sorry about that, how many brands, that's why I kept 9 with me. You look share karenge. How many brands do you think are actually investing or getting their data strategy right? Because I think a lot of that's the foundation. Now that first party data, getting the right partners, just try and give us a sense. You can give us your example or give us an industry sense.
I think in FMCG, on the categories where I come from, and today now I'm managing baby and beauty, personal care. I'm not very sure if you're doing enough on the first party data. Yeah. And typically because you don't have a setup where you connect directly with consumers, right? So you're kind of selling through a chain of distributors and retailers. Consumers are buying it, and there's a lot of investment which you need to do to collect the first party data. And these are all mostly everyday use products, right? So I'm not very sure if you're doing it well in collecting, but for sure digital or digital media is an important aspect of investment today. Yeah, and you're trying to understand where the consumer is. So essentially, follow the consumer is the strategy which we adopt. Find out where the consumers are, what kind of content they are consuming, and then make sure that your content, which finds relevance with that set of consumers, you try and communicate, right? And in that process, one thing which is very critical, and that is the narrative of your brand, right? So you should not let the brand promise or the brand message get diluted in a process of shifting from one platform to another platform. So we have, at least within my team, I'm very clear, define your message and make sure that every platform delivers that message in a way that is most relevant for that platform, right? So that's something what we are doing. But going back to the first party, I'm not very sure if we are that good, especially from an FMCG perspective. I don't know, Suresh, if you want to add.
Yeah, I again have a very different point of view.
Thank you so much. You're sitting right next to me. I'm impressed.
So in terms of the way that we have developed, and I'll take the example of ITC itself and ITC Foods. So our journey of this whole first party data had started almost like 6 years back. Okay, and there's a huge amount of data that we have. Obviously at that point there is a certain set of information that you get from the consumer, but that data is becoming much richer and richer, and hence what is happening, and we have worked with multiple consulting firms in order to do that. There is a tech stack which is from Adobe, the CDP data. So there are things, or the architecture is there in place. Now it is about usage. So fundamental shift in usage is coming. There was a time when it was all about reach. Now it is all about relevance. Okay. So reach is not the only metrics. Now it is about having the right relevance. The second part is that in the reach era, there is always about a one-way communication. But now it is about having conversation with the consumer. And a third part which becomes very critical and going forward, there was a certain point of time where we were looking at saying, you get information from customer and try and use that. But today, all the customer knows that their information is being used. So hence, what kind of policies that you have in order to get that data, utilize that data, and how authentic or transparent you are in doing so. I think it's a under-leveraged point, but will become more critical and critical besides the having relevant message, etc. So as an organization, we believe that while having a large part which is on the offline, but obviously there is a part which you get from the digital in terms of the consumer, but even very small thing like a consumer who's giving you a consumer complaint, that's also a data. You're doing an activation, that's also a data. You're doing some promoters which are doing an activity, that's also in data. It's just that you have to collect it in the right form and the usage has to be correct. That's what I think. So hence FMCG, the way that I see, that could be actually one of the strongest use case for a first party data.
All right, excellent. I did speak to some BFSI marketers as well, and they were not sure that they are A, collecting the right kind of data, B, utilizing it in any useful way. So I think that conversation is still a bit of a loop, but as you mentioned, it's a non-negotiable irrespective of the age. We have to move to storytelling right now, apparently. So from a perspective, and because of this whole AI age again, and generative AI has played its role in this, how do you maintain that spirit without templating it? How do you maintain authenticity? Who wants to take it up? The size jumping, go for it. Yeah.
So, So on this entire AI discussion, I recently had attended a Meta conference where the global CMO of Meta was present and very closely works with Zuckerberg, and there is so much conversation about AI, and the moment you these days open LinkedIn, you see that you suddenly get scared that oh, we are lacking behind because everyone is talking about AI, everyone is working on AI, everyone is championed AI. So suddenly, there's this sense of restlessness that kind of sets in, that, are we lacking behind? Are we not using enough? So all these questions kind of pop up. And I was sitting there just to understand, how well I can use AI. And then the first thing that his entire presentation was about the first principle, which is the fact that the basics of marketing and communications is absolutely the same, and AI is just a means to an end. So that really, really calmed me down, which is the fact that, the basics and the first principle, which I spoke about in the first question as well, is absolutely going to be the same, which is earlier and he gave an example that, earlier if you were supposed to send a postcard, you would have a personalized name, you would have a very clear communication, and you would have the address, and you will send it to that person. Now that entire thing is moving to a newer technology base. You're using WhatsApp, or you're using a different platform to communicate the same thing. So the only thing is that, this entire AI world is that embracing AI very quickly, because 10 years back when someone said that, the mobile is going to take over, all the people who laughed at them don't exist. So if someone is telling you that, AI in the next 10 years or 5 years, AI is going to take over a lot of the things, then you pretty much embrace it, right? And that's going to happen. Now coming to the fact that about generative AI, I just feel that, one should not use AI just for the sake of using it. Like, because, it's very tempting to use it, because we also have a VO3 license and all, and, my team also keep experimenting. Look, we have made a new video. We have done a new content piece. So, but I just, again, going back to the basic first principle that, is it serving the purpose of what you're trying to achieve? The metrics that you have set for, which is your, any metric, whether it's CTR or CPLs or whatever that you set, it should achieve that. Otherwise, it's just a toy in the hand of a kid. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if I can just add to the point, I think the content, the creation part of it, dissemination part of the content, and then possibly having a more efficient way of doing things. I think these are the stuff which a lot of organizations have started doing it. Building content at scale is another thing which used to be a big challenge in past. With the e-com coming in and the kind of content which you need to do, possibly those are the things which are really working as a use case, right? And I think these are a few things which is definitely working. Authenticity remains big challenge, yeah, and I think buzz, right, around AI. Eventually, we'll have to see how authenticity plays and how consumers start reacting to it. Today, a lot of time people are really happy to see even an AI content at tomorrow, right? And so that evolution, and I believe that AI will continue to improve from where it is today to tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's what really is happening, and I think in FMCG again, representing the kind of business we are doing, this is stage one which we have already adopted.
Excellent.
We all know that today AI has democratized content. Like everyone sitting in this room would have created a reel, would have created videos, would have created ads. But no matter what, you can't take away the human element. I mean, and I'll give you an example of our client Swiggy. The Bhogelo Bone campaign that we did last year, which is around the tiger widows of the Sundarbans. Like, it's an ostracized community in West Bengal, not allowed to participate in festivals because they are widows and everything. But so what did the brand do? They got these people. So it was a floating pandal that they did. They took the festival to these people, included them in the festivals, which otherwise they were not part of. So that tapping into that cultural insight or nuance will only be possible when, of course, you use AI to do things at scale, but you cannot take away the human element out of things. You still need that to be there for to create those deeper cultural stories that will resonate with your consumers.
Sure, human in the loop, that makes sense. And we have had this conversation for a while. The problem of AI is not the first step. The problem starts coming when you start templating it just because you can. And marketers themselves have some of the most horrifying deadlines that they give to their agencies, etc. That shortcut just looks nice and tempting. So, how do you kind of get out of that? I see we are on the last 10 minutes somehow. I wanted to do the long-term versus short-term conversation also a little bit. In this, first just, jump to the conversation if you have an answer for this. Has the short-term performance metric or anything else, what you're gauging the short-term on changed because of our fragmented digital-first, AI-first world? Has anything in the short-term changed?
So I have clients reaching out to with questions, and honestly, we are working on 2 projects right now, and the question is exactly that: brand versus performance. What is that balance that we need to follow? And whether it's Swiggy, whether it's a consumer durable brand, the questions are the same. Of course, so somewhere what we think is, and what is working is, you need to find that right balance. And that balance will depend on, the category in which you're operating, the heat in that category, the life stage of the brand that you're operating. So it depends on multiple factors. Theoretically, we all know that 60-40 works best, but the way the interactions has happened today, everything is, your mobile is your first port of contact for any consumer engagement, right? So it need not be that may not hold true. So whether it's a 70-30 or whether it's a 60-40 or whether it's a 55-45, that is a question that I think we all need to answer, and we need to find that balance. So that is something that we are trying to do across the multiple categories today that we are working on. So I think, and I don't know, I'm sure it must be true for in all the categories that you also play. I mean,
No, bang on. I think in FMCG, the percentage of spend across platform is like a joke, right? And when you meet another marketer in any of these conferences, you ask, like, what's the kind of spend you're doing on performance versus digital versus TV, right? And I think everybody's developing their own methodology and model, over a period of time which works for them. So yeah, I mean, I completely agree.
Excellent. The conversation has become the few good men kind of conversation. It'll get you in again. The common traps, when you're trying to do this, what are some of the common traps that can happen, and how do you guard against it? Do you want to just identify the traps first, if you think of any?
See, in terms of so there are multiple discussions that we have had, which is against a performance marketing versus a short-term marketing versus a long-term marketing. The other has been about saying whether AI, what is it, what is it is about authenticity. I just have a takes on both of them. There is one part that I see, first on the AI bit. The way that I see AI is about democratization of the access. There was a time when there was no Instagram. You would see all your celebrities, etc. only in certain movies when they were doing promotion or certain magazines. That was the only access. Now you see them on a daily basis. You can see what they are doing. So they have democratized the access. The second, so what it is, AI is also democratizing a lot of things. There were times when we were using Lotus 123, Karan will know in ITC we used to have that mail system. Now we have Microsoft Office. So it's the tech part which is changing. Yes, it simplifies life. So that's one. The second is that the expectation or the conversation itself are changing. So if we go back, when say mobile was not there, there's something emojis. Whether the conversation, whether it was in the postcard, will they be about emojis? No. But it has changed, the world has changed. And now, to imagine saying that you can have a conversation without emoji looks very different and difficult. Because I use it a lot with my wife conversation, to just say that it's okay. One smiley can do the job rather than a long sentence. Now, in terms of the trap, it's saying, one, the biggest one is that you assume that it is not changing, the world is not changing, or the AI is not changing. And you still say that I will still keep doing the things that I was doing and I got success because of it. So that's the first and the biggest trap. The second are about experimentation. Okay, nobody is looking for a rule of thumb. So there used to be a TV where you used to say that the 50 at 5 plus is the TV frequency that you run, and then you will assume that this is the thumb of the rule, and that's what most of the brand, whether which was the TG, almost everybody was doing it. But this is the time of experiment. Now whether something will work for you or not work for you is something that you will have to experiment. Whether a kind of communication, whether a kind of pack, whether a kind of concept. Now everything is about trying, experimenting, and then confirming it with the consumer. So what it is happening, all these experiments are basically a conversation with the consumer in the right manner. So erstwhile research, which used to be in a forced environment, whether they will be called to some central location or you will go to their home, talk about saying ki how will you eat this, whatever XYZ, a biscuit, which is so untrue in real life. No, nobody will think about a biscuit saying ki isme aisa aata hai, isme aise cookies hai, nuts hai. Nobody will do that. But now, through digital mediums, you can experiment with the consumer in the way that they are interacting with the brand. So these are the two pitfalls that I see, not changing, and second, not learning from the experiment and still trying to use certain thumb rules.
Excellent. Any other, Karan wants to get in?
I think the biggest pitfall is laziness, right? Or inertia, or being condescending. मैं तो ऐसे ही करता हूँ, हमारे यहाँ ऐसे ही होता है. This is how we've done it and this is how we continue to do it, right? I think the biggest pitfall is that AI, and my favorite example, I speak at various conferences and I give this, is like doing maths with a calculator and doing maths without the calculator. When the calculator wasn't there, everybody did mental maths, right? Or did the actual calculation on a piece of paper. A lot of people at that point of time said, calculator, is this a good thing or a bad thing? This should not be allowed. It should not be allowed in exams because it's taking away your ability to think. AI in some kind of ways, I see it in a similar kind of capacity. If both of us are competing and I decide to compete using AI and he decides to compete without using AI, who's going to win? Because there is an advantage of what this system brings to the table. The disadvantage is you become lazy, and which is all the conversations that we are having. You start templating things too often or too frequently. You just don't apply your intelligence anymore, right? Also on the point of authenticity and brand authenticity, don't forget AI, and here we're talking of generative AI because AI otherwise has existed for 10-15 years, right? We started IoT of things 15 years ago. So generative AI, the entire question of brand authenticity is still driven by prompt engineering. That is still up to the brand team. It is still up to the brand custodian. What kind of language, what kind of tone, what kind of values, what kind of communication you want to do is still up to the brand team. Now you want to become lazy about it and template things, that's a problem. Right? So I don't have a problem with authenticity either. The only thing I do want to touch upon, which we haven't as of now, is IP related and ethical related issues with AI. Because often when you are generating content, you don't know where that engine is picking up stimulus from in creating that picture or in writing that book or paragraph. And that has ethical issues on IP and patents that we need to be careful about, and that's a different discussion altogether, and we can have one at some point in time separately. But I'm saying that part of AI is the one that we need to watch out for. Using AI intelligently is what we should have ourselves being responsible for. Not using it indiscriminately and in a lazy manner is something we need to guard against. And I will come back to the point that I said earlier. If you cannot create a cultural operating system for your brand, and you cannot from time to time update that operating system, just like you have software updates on your phones, right? If you can't update your operating system or your cultural operating system, you become irrelevant. Never mind what brand, never mind what product category.
Thank you, Karan. We literally are on the last 17 seconds, so we need to, dial it down now. But I think we covered ground and we did justice to our subject, and our journalists will have a lot to write about from this session. We have a bit of a guideline on how you could extend that 20 years, but I think the starting point is just stay true to the basic, and then after that, keep reinventing yourself. Common traps have been discussed. I think I'd add to that common trap. It's not just you're not changing, but you're imagining you're changing. The AI washing or fake AI, you're thinking you've done it, you've really not done it. That's just like a level up. But beyond that, we have covered everything. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for my great panelists. We didn't fight. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, we have gifts that I would request you to present.
Oh, is it? Because I'm not going to get it. He's so clever. Thank you so much. Yes. I'm going with
This is a right shift goodies back from IT that we spoke of, 40, above 40.
Right shifter, right?
Thank you. I think you have to do a photo right here. You
have to be in center now.
Yeah, because we have to go to the girls also. This is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Noor, for moderating that.
Thank you.
Next panel, it will talk on how brand purpose ये सिर्फ एक buzzword नहीं है, it's the core of meaningful marketing. Consumers like you, like me, we're looking for something more meaningful, something that is much more larger than just profits. And embedded purposes like that, they help in strategy building, also in building trust, loyalty, and long-term impact. We've got some leading change makers who will talk about this and more. Anushree Devan, Head Marketing and Innovation, Godrej Foods. Joining her is Anil, Sales and Marketing Officer, TTK Prestige. Joining them is Shruti, AVP, Tata Realty. Also joining them is Siddharth Butalia, CMO, Express. Also joining them is Simran Bedi, Chief Growth Officer, Digital. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Kamalji, PhD, Scientist and Managing Partner, Chi-Square Consulting. Just please welcome them. Collect applause. Thank you.
Hello.
Right, thanks for waiting in. So we have a panel and purpose. Now, brand purpose has been an area which has been, around and often gets confused with several other areas. So today we have a panel which would try to elicit and show us, what are the different kinds of implications of brand purpose being adopted, not adopted, misrepresented, or anything, which kind of help build a greater organization or a greater connect with the customers, with the consumers. So to begin with, we'll just, ask for a, quick 10-second introduction from everybody. So.
Hello. Sustainability and customer experience for Air India Express.
Hi everyone, I'm Anushri. I'm currently heading marketing and innovation at Godrej Food.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Shruti and I lead the marketing for Tata Realty and Infrastructure.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Anand. I take care of sales, marketing, service, logistics and sourcing for TTK Prestige.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Simran. I manage the growth for IFTARS Digital.
Simran, you'll have to return it this way again. I don't think this one is working. Yeah. All right, so I'm Kamaljeet and I look after data science and brand and marketing oriented analytics. I've been in the space for about 2 decades and I'm with Chi-Square as a chief data scientist. The topic that we have at hand, brand purpose, I'll talk one aspect, that if you look at how consumers look at their brands, there's a lot of neurological studies and tell us that more than is in the brain, 6 fast means is that you relate to your brands and what they stand for, and that if you identify with it, you have a stronger connect or a stronger. On the other hand, cognitive really means that you are looking at it with. So when you have a rational evaluation framework versus a emotional or affective framework, brand changes significantly. And therefore, here is an opportunity most of the brands to at least spell out what they stand for, who they are, and at least purpose, and be able to relate to the consumers, to the customer, good way. So here we have several issues that we would like to thrash out with the panel. So it would be good to have your point of view on what you think brand purpose really. And is there a way to, is there a confusion which is there with, let's say, brand vision and brandization and mission as well, or it's very clearly understood? So it'll be good to know what your point. We could start with you, Siddharth.
So in my mind, the distinction is fairly clear. Why you exist, and the vision is where you want to get to. The necessarily needs to be, it can be, but it doesn't need to be articulated to the consumer. The consumer proposition is the purpose. And if we reflect upon it in the way in which we operate in the world, where as a human being, I may have a purpose, but you don't wear that purpose on. You introduce yourself, for example, I tell you, what I do, not necessarily.
Yeah.
And the purpose is a much loftier, longer term, intrinsic vision that values, that defines who you are, that defines your character. The proposition from that, as long as it's serving the same purpose.
Sure, thanks. Anu?
Sure, just exactly. Purpose is why you exist as a human being or as a brand or even as an organization. there are, I think, three core aspects of it. The first one is your purpose needs to be clear. It needs to be crystal clear. It needs to be simple. Only then you can rally an entire behind it. You can communicate it effectively to your consumers, and they can also perceive you in a certain way. If your purpose is clear, everybody will just end up getting confused. Second is the consistency. You cannot keep on 2 months. It's not a short-term thing. It's built over a long term, right? It's a create over a long term only when you are consistent with it. So once you have found the purpose, you have that clarity, you need to be consistent with it. Third one, and this is the most important, and when I say contribution, it is not just in numbers, it has to be a meaningful contribution. The kind of impact that you're able to create, are you able over a certain period of time, be it a year, 2 years, 3 years, what is the impact that you've created? And in a way that all links back to the products that you're offering or the services that you're way. It cannot just be that you're doing X, your product is X, and it cannot happen that way. And that's why purpose is very different from your strategy, which is, or the vision, like you said, which is where you want to be. Purpose is really spend time finding it, but then make it clear, stay consistent, is to have a meaningful contribution.
The sentiment is the same, the how, what, and why. Most organizations actually know what they're doing, what they're selling. Most organizations also know how they're going ahead, how are they selling, how are they manufacturing operations. But then there are very fewer organizations that know the reason why they exist. And I like to tell fundamentally that consumers actually don't buy exactly. They end up buying the reason why you sell or why you exist. Today, with the newer generation that is more discerning, with organizations that have understood their purpose, understood have similar worldviews, that's where any loyalty, trust, and growth is just a similar, very different man. That's it.
Is there any example you want to quote from your own experience as well?
I have enough to be able to work on Realty. I've been personally involved in drafting the newly found purpose for Tata Realty and Infrastructure, and which is defined as we're in the infrastructure development. How, when it comes to the space of real estate, the thing that people look at is, or look at the industry is, it's not, can we, that's the biggest factor. Are they going to be using, the materials that they're using, is it, will the paints that they're using within our walls, are they good? So coming out of an experience of the kind of, let's say, the non-trust factor, etc., we worked on a purpose statement which goes like, inspiring progress, and inspiring progress comes from the space because we're into developing homes, we're into developing office parks. So inspiring progress across these genres, that is the economy, individuals buying homes, global organizations looking for office park campuses to grow. So inspiring progress by building responsibly and nurturing communities. And that was a very thoughtfully curated purpose statement that will trickle down through our entire organizational strategy. So.
Thanks. Yeah. Anil?
Yeah, I'll not repeat what most of the people said. So we understood purpose, something that what the organization or the brand stands for beyond numbers. I'll just take an example. For example, I work with TTK Prestige. So simple purpose that we have defined for our brand Prestige is, make the cooking easier, healthier and safer for the consumers. Okay. So when you define that, all your other strategies follow through. So what kind of, product development roadmaps that you want to carry on, what kind of communication you want to carry on, okay. we want to make, in kitchen not. That's the reason why, the communication that we recently are also doing of let's say get cooking is something, defined towards that enjoy your imperfections that you do while cooking. We have products, across for all type of home chefs. It can be a novice, it can be an expert over there. So that's way, how you carry on the brand purpose. Functional heads and all your meetings you follow through.
Particularly important when the families are becoming nuclear, less and less time.
Yeah.
So how do you
Yeah.
make best use and still create something which is worthy?
More than important is other, quick commerce, as you rightly said, you have in food quick commerce, people don't want to cook at their home. So that's another challenge that we have. Okay, so that's why, so that's the reason why, how you communicate that. Okay, so if you show all your communications of cooking and all of products, a big like rocket science or something, that cooking is something very clean and you only, communicate to the chefs, expert chefs, then definitely all your purpose goes lost. But when you say that, we enjoy imperfections, remember the first time when you cooked in your kitchen, okay, what are the mistakes that you did? Enjoy that. Whatever you cook, however you cook, what you make with your own hand, the taste of it is very different over there. So all these, comes along, when you define that and how you communicate across.
Absolutely. Simran.
Everyone, all the friends have articulated really well, and I am just thinking, what can I add? But however, I'm speaking from my own experience. I've worked with many brands, wherein purpose today, it's really, really important. It's a key aspect for every brand. To give you an example, let's say Tata Tea talks about a small purpose, but actually if you look at the emotion behind it, it's talking about awakening. And then if you look, Surf Excel says that the tagline is Daag Achhe Hain, but look at the feeling behind it. It is a strong message to the mothers. Let your kids play, let your kids get dirty, because we have a brand which will sort out your lives. And purpose is a key thing which I feel it's very important for we as a humans and as well as brands.
Yeah, thanks. Nice things all about the purpose, and we know it's very important to spell it out. But there have been situations in which the purpose has been used in a way maybe it should not have been used, or at least it has been read, even if the intention was good, but it has been read in a way which doesn't help the brand. Rather it may just put it in some kind of a contradiction socially or in some other manner. I can give you one example of what happened with Target, and they came out with a Pride collection for LGBTQ, and it was not taken very nicely by the community. It had especially, it had around swimwear, for a trans, genders, and it was, completely reacted on, and the kind of cartoons they used, so it had, although their intention was all good, they were trying to liberalize, they're trying to make it equitable for everybody, but ultimately it ended up as a kind of a misrepresented, or it was called as a rainbow capitalism, if I am right. So rainbow capitalism is something, or some kind of capitalism around purpose, which touches chords which are not very soft, So do you see purpose washing really happening? And if so, what do you think, the organizations should do? Should they, get into very sensitive areas, or should they keep away? Because they will touch many chords, but it can touch the other way as well. So what do you think, Shruti? Let me begin with you on this.
Well, I think purpose washing is something we really need to be mindful about. I'd give you an example. I may not have a relevant example in terms of India at the moment, but I will share a global example with you. CVS and Walgreens, their purpose was to focus on people's health. What CVS did was, because their purpose was that we want to take care, we want to communicate that we focused on people's health, they ensured across all their outlets, alcohol and cigarettes will not be sold. Whereas Walgreens stuck to selling cigarettes and alcohol. So this is a classic case of purpose washing. While you believe you're saying something, but you're not living by it. So I think one needs to embed, you embed your purpose in your communication, just don't advertise it.
Yeah, Siddharth or Anu, you want to react to that, especially the point that, should organization keep away from these sensitive areas, or can they still get in with, some bit of more planning or more insight into it? I mean, especially from that aspect.
Well, I think when it comes to purpose and some of these social areas or social issues or causes as we call them, I think purpose is something which has to be very authentic. It has to be linked to why you exist. If there is an ongoing social talk, or if there is an ongoing issue, or if there is some trend that is coming up and you just jump onto it irrespective of whether it makes sense for you or not, or it is a part of your purpose, it is the reason why you exist, I think that's when you get into trouble. So you need to show up with authenticity no matter what. If you're just going to jump onto certain trends or do it because it feels like the right thing to do without doing your due diligence, without ensuring that, okay, this really ties back to your purpose, this is why you exist, then I think there's a big chance that it might misfire, it might not, you might just get away with it, but then it would definitely not have the kind of impact you would want. It might not have any negative impact, but it will not add to the long-term impact that you are really trying to create through your brand or through your organization. So I think authenticity and that meaningful connection to a certain cause or social issue is extremely critical.
You want to add a point? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to that it needs to become the anchor of any organization. So right from, your all the departments across the organization need to embed it in their day-to-day functions as well, right from where you hire, to your innovation, to your operation, to your supply chain, to everything. That feeling of what the main goal or main purpose is. I think that's where, now when I mentioned the example of Walgreens, etc., I think the advertisers, the marketing team, or whoever, the supply chain, whatever, there was a gap in understanding what the organization was. Because I come from the group of Tatas, there was a particular instance, we were having a conversation with Tata Consumer Products, and they decided that they will stay clear from not having aerated beverages as a part of their portfolio, and they will not even have these snacking, the nimkeens and those bhujiyas that, generally FMCG brands have. They decided that they're going to stay clear from this. So I think understanding and imbibing it through and through is what is really important.
Yeah, basically you said that it cannot be a fly-by-night kind of a thinking. You have to be really committed in for long. And maybe if you have to touch a sensitive issue, you better have some credentials plan, so you have to have, worked in that direction. You look to be adding something.
Just to add here, as you mentioned about LGBTQ, it's a very, very sensitive topic, though it is a very, very important topic as well. But still not taken specifically in India or other markets as well. In a people still oppose. There are certain cities, but at the same time, when we're talking about a purpose, it is a real, it has to be how she articulated that it has to be on an organization level, on people who are working for the organization. The purpose should be clear with everybody, and it should be like we have to work towards the goal in order to achieve the purpose. And yes, when we are talking, communicating, our branding, it has to be in a way, the kind of words we should use, it should not hurt anybody's emotion.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Simran. Siddharth, what do you think from a standpoint of investments which one has to make? Brand purpose, showing results against that is maybe not an easy thing, or maybe it is. Maybe Air India may have some secrets, or overall, all of you may have your own experiences as well. How difficult or how easy is it to demonstrate success on monies that you may put on brand purpose, essentially? Do you think there is an easy way?
So I think you need to look at it a little differently, and that's why the distinction between vision and purpose, and why I said the purpose doesn't need to be articulated necessarily. The purpose is not what you claim, it's what you enable. So, in the case of Air India Express, for instance, I mean, and we have a shared purpose with Air India as both brands since the privatization of Air India and Air India Express, which is to transform a national institution into a national inspiration.
Yeah.
And therein we recognize the nature of what an institution is, the legacy that comes with it, the positivity that comes with legacy, but the aspirations of a nation that wants to be seen in the world as a leader. And we have that intrinsically within us. I mean, we speak of many Indias, and one size doesn't fit all, but in many cases one emotion does fit all. The distinction actually in profitability, or how do you drive profitability with purpose? What I've found in my experience is that having a strongly defined purpose and a proposition actually enables many of the conversations that happen within the organization, within various stakeholders, whether it is finance or people, culture, etc., to take those hard decisions because you have a strong enough shared purpose so that you're not distracted from that core vision and that core purpose. Many of the examples that we spoke about are where, and as marketers, we're guilty of often wanting to cash in on the equity of the purpose that has been built over many decades. You spoke of some of those examples. That's where the purpose washing comes in. But if you have a strong enough articulated purpose that is distinct from the proposition, then you don't fall for the easy cop-out, which is to say, let's now cash in on this by whatever is trending in this period. And I think that's important to keep in mind.
Got it. Again, it's a kind of a long walk, and in that long walk, you cannot try to, measure everything all the time. So it is, something which you would build over a much longer period, and those investments cannot be equated, in very short-term time frames. And there are other aspects also which you brought up. Yeah, you want to add something?
The measures ultimately for purpose of brand, why does purpose exist or brands exist? Because a brand is an articulation of a certain concept of trust that you're building, of a relationship that you're building.
Yeah.
You obviously measure brand trust and equity. And while we measure affinity, sales, loyalty, etc., I think the metric that is the success of purpose is how often do people keep coming back to you, and how do new people enter your fold? Is there a stickiness that exists for you more than it exists for other players in the market? Does your purpose resonate? And the airline industry has seen enough airline brands, especially in India, go out of business. Many of them, I feel, have done that because they have strayed from the purpose or not found a purpose that resonated with the audiences. A proposition like Fly with Good Times is great and brings in profits when you're talking about that balance. But does it resonate over a long period of time with the communities that you're trying to serve? Because businesses exist at the end of the day, not just to make profits, but also to serve the community.
Yeah.
And that's what will be the filter between the long-term success or even the existence of some brands versus others.
True. In fact, airlines has not been an easy industry to establish this, and the cost of servicing is extremely high. And to maintain that quality through and through, even though you may make a promise, it can take you to, anywhere down, it can cause you big, deep reds in the balance sheet. So, absolutely. Shruti, you want to react, from how you see measurement, especially because we spoke about some metrics here. What metrics would you be using if you have to, establish that whether brand purpose is working, not working? So how would you establish that?
While there are many metrics that one can look at, your organization can choose to define certain set of metrics. I think some key ones is the sentiment of the consumer. Now, if you have defined that this is what my purpose is, and in terms of qualitative and quantitative metrics, of course, everybody wants an ROI. So you have to be very clear in defining your qualitative ones. how you want your brand to be perceived, the brand purpose, how you want your brand to be perceived in terms of, it could be, our purpose is XYZ and we want to come across as trustworthy or experiential. It can differ from the organization. Maybe for some it may be experiential. We want to hear the word experiential more often, and it can be for an airline or hospitality. For real estate, it may be trust. So that's an emotional measure that we would want to. The other one is, another measure could be, of course, the impact that you've kind of made. How much of PR mentions we are being, and when I mention in category A PR mentions, what are they writing about you as an organization? Is it correlating to your main purpose or not? And of course, you definitely need to measure your customer loyalty and the sales that you're generating. So that comes as part of your quantitative and tangible measurements. One extremely important metric or experiment that you can do is, if you were to strip off your brand identity, your logo, from a particular advertisement and show it to a group of people, understand the kind of responses they give. Is it the same when your logo was there vis-a-vis when it wasn't? That's a very, very interesting, practical way to actually measure if this is what you're looking for.
No, thanks. I think that definitely helps. Anil has a point to add.
See, over here, I'd just like to add this. Many of the organizations go for, brand track and brand equity. Okay, it's very critical that when you do that, the purpose that you have defined for your brand, okay, whether the key metrics of that are being included in that brand track or not. Okay, because you are in an X industry, for some brands in that same industry, some other parameters might be important, but for your brand, some other parameters are important. And that all flows through the purpose of the brand. So once you have defined the purpose, look at what key metrics is you want to track and build it in your track, brand track or equity, whatever you are measuring, okay, through that. Because it's very critical that don't go as per what the industry norm is, but look at what your brand really stands for, what you want to measure, what you want to achieve, and include that in your tracks.
Yeah. So basically what I gathered, and probably it looks like that there are few measures which you could continuously track and few measures which you could do a dipstick and you could find out where do you stand and where do you move.
In fact, for example, when you run a marketing campaign, when you look at the effectiveness of the program, you need to really look at, whether it has given you towards the brand purpose that you have started with. Okay. It's not about sales or top line or the market shares. It is really whether it has added value to the brand purpose as well or not.
Sure. And with now AI trickling in, there is, and digital storytelling as well, coming in. There is actually a lot of variety to choose from, and it makes task very difficult at the end of the, decision maker, because 10 things walk in now and all look very similar. So it's not definitely easy to, make a choice, make a pick. So from a service provider standpoint, Simran, it will be good to know what do you think, where is the differentiation, number one, and how do you see it evolving over the next few years?
So, if you talk about AI, I mean, we all, I think none of us sitting in this room is not using AI these days. So all of us are, maybe 5 to 10 years down the line, we are going to see a huge difference when it comes to depending and trying to take out matrix from AI or today AI is generating PPTs for us. They are giving us health solutions. So if you see even our organization, we also use a lot of AI in terms of understanding brands, their requirements, and how we can deliver better and have them achieve their purpose or reach out to their goals. So I think we have the AI expert.
So, Air India? Fair enough.
I think when you come to data, and I've fortunately or unfortunately lived 2 decades of seeing performance marketing take over most of the other metrics, I think that switch back to brand and purpose and the importance of that is coming in. Because the nature of search and the nature of how people are engaging and the next step of the evolution of AI, as you use it more and more, the responses become more customized to who you are and what resonates with you as a brand. That sense is, I think the other aspect from brand's perspective, because we have looked at specific metrics being important for a long period of time, and while data is very important and very relevant, data will tell you what people click, but purpose will define why they care. And that distinction of saying, as we move into a more and more digital world, which at the core of the way in which it is structured is defined by binaries, how do you bring human empathy back into the picture? So in the articulation, when we went with the why we exist as a brand, or what the vision of Air India Express is, and what we realized at the advent of the initial couple of months of the pandemic, very interestingly, is Zoom's valuation at that point of time, the video conferencing, suddenly became in 2 months higher than the top 10 airlines of the world combined, which in essence gave us a mirror of saying this is potentially an existential crisis. If people communicate only digitally and through video conferencing, then what happens to conferences of this nature? What happens to people connections? And at that point we defined our vision as saying making meaningful connections between people, cultures and communities with a sense of unique Indian warmth. And we strongly believe that that human-to-human connection is going to become more and more important, because as people move into their own digital shells with the shut-in economy, real purpose for individuals is also going to be defined by interactions with other individuals. If you're in a place where you can enable that, then you have a relevant proposition in the lives of every brand to find whatever is relevant in the context of how society is going to move forward, how AI is going to evolve. What role are you going to play in individuals' lives that it's outside that digital ecosystem?
No, absolutely, great point. And in fact, empathy and trust have been two most important things which are being spoken about right now. And with AI coming in, a lot of trust deficit has come actually. And the reach outs are so much that, the email open rates, for example, at one point in time were like 2%, 1.5%. Now they are in like 0.002%, 3%. So they have diminished significantly. So the same vehicles which you are using to, reach out to the people who would take time to understand what you are saying are no longer doing that actually. So I mean, that's the bad part. Brand purpose is a very overall concept. It's at a high level. But if we look at markets want to convey that message, they are very diverse culturally. Anil, from you and from you, can I have some point of view on how this diversity you are managing when we talk about a global concept of brand purpose?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because for us, culture is being very integrated, because consumers are most highly involved in our category, okay, and it's very cultural diverse. The cuisines are different in everyone's kitchen. It all depends on geographic, religion, where you belong to. So for us, it's very critical that we communicate right, with the right cuisine, with the right product, okay, rather than having a pan-India approach. In fact, many things, are different from state to state. Okay, in fact, some examples which I always talk about, for example, you can't promote a 3-burner in a AP and Telangana market. It's inauspicious. So if we communicate a 3-burner gas stove over there, you're out. Okay, so for example, you can't communicate an inner lid cooker in southern market. You need to talk about an outer lid cooker and an inner lid cooker in north and east. You can't talk about a food processor in north and east, but more in south over there. A 1000-watt mixie would be more relevant in south rather than in east. So there are such various cultural nuances that we need to really look at. That's why our media planning becomes very critical and important. Okay, we have various versions of it for each of the states and each of the categories. Okay, but it's good that so it's very critical that you understand the consumer of that state. And in fact, many a times it happens that in that particular state also, a particular religion will have, a particular culture will have a different aspect of looking at that product, okay? So, and you never know, in fact, many a times, we launch a product, after some time we come to know that the consumers are using it in a very different way also, very innovatively way, which honestly we wouldn't have also envisaged it that way. So for us in our organization, this, it's a daily routine actually, to understand, in fact, whoever joins the marketing team, the product team or the brand team, the first most induction is, understand all the cultural nuances of it, of the category, go to the market, understand what the consumer here is looking at, in which market, what mixy for one consumer in a particular religion might seem different for different purpose, but it might be different for other things, okay. One of the famous examples I also remember in one of the brands I was working earlier, in washing machines, washing machines used to sell a lot in Punjab. So we were surprised, what happened over there. Then we realized it was been using to make lassis over there. Okay. So honestly, I don't know any brand would have thought of that way. Okay. So these are very critical and, meticulous things that you need to look at while communication, innovation and defining your brand purpose as well.
Well, I'll give you a very recent example. So I've been with the Godrej Food, the entire group for the last around 8 to 9 months. And when I joined, I was really overwhelmed because, in India, the food preferences, the kind of ingredients you put into your food, it changes. Like literally even within Delhi, you can find multiple types of food getting served, the way we cook and everything, right? And that's what I first thought that, oh my God, this is so diverse. And ultimately, probably it's going to be like, winning in many Indias. But then what I realized, so I was meeting a lot of consumers in my first month, and I was meeting this particular young mother in a Mumbai, I think, suburban household. And once I was finished talking to her, her mother-in-law was sitting quietly there observing the whole conversation. And as I was about to leave, she said that, and she spoke in Marathi and I could understand it a little bit. So she said something to the effect that, okay, you're trying to understand why we eat what we eat or why we cook what we cook. She said, you know what, there is a very simple thing. And I might be wrong because she said it in Marathi and I'm just trying to recall what she said exactly. So she said something to the effect of, Jeon khyale dya, man pasun dya, which means ki jo bhi khilao kisi ko, dil se khilao. And this, when she said this, it took me back to my childhood days. So my grandmother used to say exactly the same thing. She used to say, "Jo khilao, dil se khilao. Rest everything is fine. Simple de rahe ho to dil se do." And I think you will know that, okay, whenever my mom serves me the food or whenever you are also serving the food, tum dil se khilao. Backward integrated companies, right? The entire model of to folk, it holds true for us. We do that. All our farms are the entire production happens, supervision, the quality is top notch. And of course, with Godrej, you can always trust that, right? Purpose is really showing through. Okay, in offering the way we show up, that might change, like he said, right? The media planning, the products you do, what he said about the 3-burner not going to Telangana, that might change. You might based cuisine down south because mustard is only for eastern part of the country. So the way you make that can be customized basis the states and the different regions, but the of why the brand exists or why the company exists, I think that anchor remains same. Does not change, and that comes.
Absolutely. So thanks so much for how the purpose can still be consistent and at the same time it can have its own and fine tunings that could bring in. And there's so much learning that you were able to, kind of bring on the, we open the stage for some Q&A? Yeah, so we'll have 1 or 2 questions for the panel.
nowadays your marketing is starting regional or still starting national and kind of going regional? Because the way the trend is going, everyone is talking about regionalization. Most of the categories are developing in, regions now rather than nationally. And by national, you mean north and west primarily, rest is all regional. So are your strategies redefining itself, starting regional, going national?
Well, you have to start regional, right? Because ultimately, the products and the services that you offer, it has to cater to a consumer's need, right? And when you speak about consumer's need, if they are different across regions, then you need to have different strategies, right? So it has to be regional first and then maybe national.
Just one more thing. In that case, the challenge, because there are, mini Indias, each region is like a mini India. Then I think and I come from a agency side. So, the tasks become even more difficult when you have to, for example, if you're doing a TV campaign, going region is okay. But most of the regions are spillover markets. Then how do you tackle that?
Sorry, I want to address the first one first, and I'll differ slightly. I'm going back to what I said earlier about the country of India and its diversity does, right? If you take a concept that is pan-India, and because both of them spoke about food, it's such an inspiring topic. What we've seen, without giving away a trade secret, we've invested a lot in putting in all our aircraft. Because the intrinsic truth in India is we like hot food is home, anything else is outside. The amount of brand love from saying one, hot food, which is the warmth of diversity, is the proposition that we've got together. The regional aspect of it. So Onam went by recently. We served Onam Sadhya in the that was the first taste of people got when they were flying into India from abroad. The amount of love that, especially from people flying from the Middle East into Kerala during that festive period. Or Navratri is on right now, on board with the Sabudana, Khichdi and Singhara, Shira, etc. So that of seeing an aspect of universal truth across India, which may be hot food, but regional flavors. Bring that alive through each different brand product touch point at different times of the year. It's like nothing else.
Coming specifically to the second question that you asked, I think that's always a challenge for media planning. That's always a challenge that comes your way. But I think nowadays things are better. I remember digital was not big and you could not really target consumers that well or that sharp. Even a bigger challenge, which I think now we have solved, because like for example for Godrej Food, we are able to leverage the targeting a lot better to ensure that the right set of proposition is reaching the right set of audience. Some of those things you can still do, but that challenge would continue to exist.
And finally, we had one difference of any other question, otherwise we'll wind up. Yeah.
I have one question, like fragmented. India has an audience of fragmented with many of the brands and many of the things. So what helps to fragmented the audience of India?
Right, but panel can definitely have a different point.
See, definitely. See, I agree to. Helps to unite, okay, because purpose is something emotional, and honestly, that emotion carries around, okay. So when I said, we cooking more easier and fun loving, it's across. The ways can be different, okay. For me, getting a southern customer into the kitchen might be different on product and communication as against north, but the emotion lies the same, that enjoy the meal that you have made for yourself over there. So all these things, so it's important, the purpose is national. Definitely your, I would say the actions and the tactical things would be regional.
So I think we'll use now next 10 seconds to just kind of wrap up. It's a very strong brand, purpose is a very strong underlying construct which helps us, connect with our customers much, much better. So I think everybody has leveraged it in different ways, but ultimately it is serving your ability to pass on what you stand for. And that's what you want others to believe. So it's not, fly by night, as we said. It's a very committed, long-term ask that you work towards building. Fair enough? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, please request Doctor to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists, and everybody then together can present to you. And now can we all please together present one to Siddharth sir? And everybody one, can you present to him as well? If you have any more questions, you can take them offline because we just want to be on time. That's the only request and mandate that's been given to me. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. We have one final small thing to do before we break for lunch. Thank you. We missed out on a small EV in the morning. I'll request the team to now, can you please play the Lemma video?
Lemma, a new symbol for a new era of omni-channel excellence. Reach audiences seamlessly through multiple touchpoints. Provide a unified brand experience through consistent messaging with our omni-channel platform. Eliminate the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Let's create Le Magic together.
Thank you. With that, it is now time to refresh yourselves from food for thought. It is now time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's 1 o'clock now. 2 o'clock we'll start with the next discussion. The lunch is served outside. Please enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
अच्छा एक फंसा हुआ था वो जिसमें से निकाला ना वो फंसा हुआ था सॉरी सीनियर सेशन के बाद में बता दूंगी कितनी लगी
थक गया यार।
It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get 6,000 branded messages every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence. 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce, automate, and personalize content at scale. And measure, to optimize messaging and media in real time. Converged is already driving meaningful business outcomes for clients around the world. Here's how it helped JBL win the smart speaker battle. Outspent by the big boys, we helped JBL outsmart them by obsessing over micro-targets, retail trends, cultural insights, media behaviors, and more. Authentic Sound, Authentic You was born. Every touch point analyzed, every asset was scrutinized. It was JBL's highest scoring campaign to date. Here's how Sanofi used Converged to protect babies everywhere from the threat of RSV. Through behavioral analysis and hospital data, we identified that Hispanic and Black infants were suffering disproportionately. A one-size-fits-all solution was not the answer. We personalized education with activations, influencers, and advertising that closed the health equality gap. The campaign launched simultaneously in 7 global markets. Lifted awareness with multicultural audiences and prevented 40,000 hospitalizations. And for KFC, Converged helped turn sales from soggy to crispy. A deep dive into Gen Z consumers showed negative feelings towards KFC were strong. To change minds, we found an unlock. Make the food the hero. Cue crispiness. Cue mouth-watering food porn. Cue the Colonel as the guarantor of quality. Cue a media plan that hits fast food lovers with KFC messaging at just the right time to win them back from the competition. We measured, we optimized, we ate a lot of chicken. Quality perception and sales skyrocketed. Quality was up 12.4%. Brand consideration was up 15.3%. Traffic, 11%. Welcome to a future where human and machine combine to accelerate meaningful outcomes. Welcome to a future where efficiency and creative excellence intersect. Welcome to the age of Converged.
One Up Trade introduces One Up Shop, India's first online barter redemption store. With over 10,000 products across categories, it empowers registered businesses to redeem their barter credits online with convenience and choice like never before. One Up Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since 2007, we've proudly served over 2,200 clients and crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,250 goods and services. Get in touch and explore the benefits of barter with One Up Trade, your go-to barter experts.
Lemma, a new symbol for a new era of omnichannel excellence. Reach audiences seamlessly through multiple touchpoints. Provide a unified brand experience through consistent messaging with our omni-channel platform. Eliminate the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Let's create Le Magic together.
Since They say you need to change after 40.
It's time you stop eating snacks and sweets. Diabetes ho jayega.
Trekking at this age? What if you pull a muscle climbing?
This is the age to go walking, not gymming. That time is gone.
But what if you didn't need to change completely? What if you just needed to make the right shift?
Make the right shift. Move, move right, move. Eat, right, eat. Give your life a lift. Give yourself this gift. Move right, eat right, make the right shift. Move right, eat right, make the right shift. Make the right shift.
हक गया यार.
It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get 6,000 branded messages every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence, 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce
हक गया यार.
It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get 6,000 branded messages every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence, 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce, automate, and personalize content at scale. And measure, to optimize messaging and media in real time. Converged is already driving meaningful business outcomes for clients around the world. Here's how it helped JBL win the smart speaker battle. Outspent by the big boys, we helped JBL outsmart them by obsessing over micro-targets, retail trends, cultural insights, media behaviors, and more. Authentic Sound, Authentic You was born. Every touch point analyzed, every asset was scrutinized. It was JBL's highest scoring campaign to date. Here's how Sanofi used Converge to protect babies everywhere from the threat of RSV. Through behavioral analysis and hospital data, we identified that Hispanic and Black infants were suffering disproportionately. A one-size-fits-all solution was not the answer. We personalized education with activations, influencers, and advertising that closed the health equality gap. The campaign launched simultaneously in 7 global markets. Lifted awareness with multicultural audiences and prevented 40,000 hospitalizations. And for KFC, Converged helped turn sales from soggy to crispy. A deep dive into Gen Z consumers showed negative feelings towards KFC were strong. To change minds, we found an unlock. Make the food the hero. Cue crispiness. Cue mouth-watering food porn. Cue the Colonel as the guarantor of quality. Cue a media plan that hits fast food lovers with KFC messaging at just the right time to win them back from the competition. We measured, we optimized, we ate a lot of chicken. Quality perception and sales skyrocketed. Quality was up 12.4%. Brand consideration was up 15.3%.
थक गया यार.
It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get 6,000 branded messages every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence, 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce, automate, and personalize content at scale. And measure, to optimize messaging and media in real time. Converged is already driving meaningful business outcomes for clients around the world. Here's how it helped JBL win the smart speaker battle. Outspent by the big boys, we helped JBL outsmart them by obsessing over micro-targets, retail trends, cultural insights, media behaviors, and more. Authentic Sound, Authentic You was born. Every touch point analyzed, every asset was scrutinized. It was JBL's highest scoring campaign to date. Here's how Sanofi used Converged to protect babies everywhere from the threat of RSV. Through behavioral analysis and hospital data, we identified that Hispanic and Black infants were suffering disproportionately. A one-size-fits-all solution was not the answer. It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get 6,000 branded messages every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence, 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce, automate, and personalize content at scale. And measure, to optimize messaging and media in real time. Converged is already driving meaningful business outcomes for clients around the world. Here's how it helped JBL win the smart speaker battle. Outspent by the big boys, we helped JBL outsmart them by obsessing over micro-targets, retail trends, cultural insights, media behaviors, and more. Authentic Sound, Authentic You was born. Every touch point analyzed, every asset was scrutinized. It was JBL's highest scoring campaign. Here's how Sanofi used Converged to protect babies everywhere from the threat of RSV. Hospital data identified that Hispanic lifted awareness with multicultural audiences and prevented 40,000 hospitalizations. And for KFC, Converged helped turn sales from soggy to crispy. A deep dive into Gen Z consumers showed negative feelings towards KFC were strong. To change minds, we found an unlock. Make the food the hero. Cue crispiness. Cue mouth-watering food court. Cue the kernel as the guarantor of quality. Cue the media plan that hits fast reminders with KFC messaging at just the right time to win them back from the competition. We measured. We ate a lot of chicken. Quality perception and sales skyrocketed. Quality was up 12.4%. Brand consideration was up 15.3%. Traffic 11%. Combine to accelerate meaningful outcomes. Welcome to a future where efficiency and creative excellence intersect. Welcome to the age of Converged.
One Up Trade introduces One Up Shop, India's first online barter redemption store. With over 10,000 products across categories, it empowers registered businesses to redeem their barter credits online with convenience and choice like never before.
हक गया यार.
It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get is every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence, 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce, automate, and personalize content at scale. And measure, to optimize messaging and media in real time. Converged is already driving meaningful business outcomes for clients around the world. Here's how it helped JBL win the smart speaker battle. Outspent by the big boys, we helped JBL outsmart them by obsessing over micro-targets, retail trends, cultural insights, media behaviors, and more. Authentic Sound, Authentic You was born. Every touch point analyzed, every asset was scrutinized. It was JBL's highest scoring campaign to date. Here's how Sanofi used Converge to protect babies everywhere from the threat of RSV. Through behavioral analysis and hospital data, we identified that Hispanic and Black infants were suffering disproportionately. A one-size-fits-all solution was not the answer. We personalized education with activations, influencers, and advertising that closed the health equality gap. The campaign launched simultaneously in 7 global markets, lifted awareness with multicultural audiences, and prevented 40,000 hospitalizations. And for KFC, Converged helped turn sales from soggy to crispy. A deep dive into Gen Z consumers showed negative feelings towards KFC were strong. To change minds, we found an unlock. Make the food the hero. Cue crispiness. Cue mouth-watering food porn. Cue the Colonel as the guarantor of quality. Cue a media plan that hits fast food lovers with KFC messaging at just the right time to win them back from the competition. We measured, we optimized, we ate a lot of chicken. Quality perception and sales skyrocketed. Quality was up 12.4%. Brand consideration was up 15.3%. Traffic, 11%. Welcome to a future where human and machine combine to accelerate meaningful outcomes. Welcome to a future where efficiency and creative excellence intersect. Welcome to the age of Converged.
One Up Trade introduces One Up Shop, India's first online barter redemption store. With over 10,000 products across categories, it empowers registered businesses to redeem their barter credits online with convenience and choice like never before. One Up Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since 2007, we've proudly served over 2,200 clients and crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,250 crores. Our offerings include a wide range of media, goods, and services. Get in touch and explore the benefits of barter with One Up Trade, your go-to barter experts.
Lemma, a new symbol for a new era of omnichannel excellence. Reach audiences seamlessly through multiple touchpoints. Provide a unified brand experience through consistent messaging with our omni-channel platform. Eliminate the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary. Let's create Le Magic together.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody, or the some of you who made it on time. If your colleagues are outside, I would request you to please request them to come inside so that we can like start in the next 2-3 minutes. That's the idea. Thank you. Prashant, can we, sorry, run outside?
थक गया यार।
It's a crazy time to be a marketer. Your customers get 6,000 branded messages every day and climbing. Brand loyalty is eroding at an alarming rate, dropping 14% in 2023 alone. But Converged from Havas makes it a lot less crazy. It's the only agency operating system that puts people and ideas first, built on the best technology and data sets, built in support of the most meaningful ideas. Converged is revolutionizing the way marketers and agencies work together. When your brand can be anywhere, Converged lets you know where anywhere should be. When consumer attention is at an all-time low, Converged helps you become what people are paying attention to. Converged gives you intelligence, design, activate, and measure. Intelligence. 20 billion data points to predict customer behaviors in a cookieless world. Design, to harness the power of human and AI creativity. Activate, to produce, automate, and personalize content at scale. And measure, to optimize messaging and media in real time. Converged is already driving meaningful business outcomes for clients around the world. Here's how it helped JBL win the smart speaker battle. Outspent by the big boys, we helped JBL outsmart them by obsessing over micro-targets, retail trends, cultural insights, media behaviors, and more. Authentic Sound, Authentic You was born. Every touch point analyzed, every asset was scrutinized. It was JBL's highest scoring campaign to date. Here's how Sanofi used Converge to protect babies everywhere from the threat of RSV. Through behavioral analysis and hospital data, we identified that Hispanic and Black infants were suffering disproportionately. A one-size-fits-all solution was not the answer. We personalized education with activations, influencers, and advertising that closed the health equality gap. The campaign launched simultaneously in 7 global markets. Lifted awareness with multicultural audiences, and prevented 40,000 hospitalizations.
Hello?
And for KFC, Converged.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Anyone else you're waiting for? It's okay. We're a house full. Nice. I have not really seen house full right after lunch. That means you're all ready for the next session. I'll begin with a question. आप में से कितने लोग AI का use करते हैं? Any app on any platform? By show of hands? All of you. ठीक है. Follow up. Do you think that AI will replace humans? Okay, who all feel yes by a show of hands? Who all feel no by a show of hands? तो क्या ये कहना सही है that not compete, but AI and humans can co-create something beautiful? Would that be right? ठीक है. That means we are in sync for our next session. This one is AI is of course reshaping creativity, but वो क्या उसे replace कर सकती है? At least आप लोगों का मानना है कि नहीं. We'll also hear what our next speaker has to say. But yes, our next speaker will talk about how AI, when paired with human intelligence and human imagination, can create or co-create something meaningful and beautiful, and of course on a much more larger scale than we've ever imagined. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Shubhranshu Singh, board member, FE Lions Foundation. Sir, may I please? You see, अब lunch तो कर लिया है. अब या तो आपका जोश खाने के बाद वहां जा सकता है या यहाँ. फिर से ट्राई करते हैं. And let's welcome him. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, we'll get yours.
Good afternoon. It's usually very reassuring when you have the session right after lunch, because broadly there are 2 types of people. Everybody is happier because they've had a meal. There's one set which is happy and attentive, so no matter what you say, they're happy. And there's one set which is happy but not interested, so they go to sleep. Usually in large gatherings, they even dim the lights. Yahan lights consistently on hai, but it helps those who are trying to sleep. So for those of you who are attentive, I was actually quite taken aback by the elaborate introduction to my session. I don't think I'll be speaking as much about AI and creativity, because AI is a developing subject in the sense that there is an old tale in the Panchatantra about 2 kids who were coming home from a pathshala or a school, and a tiger started to chase them. So बेचारे दोनों भाग रहे थे, तो एक ने दूसरे से कहा कि I don't think हम शेर से आगे भाग सकते हैं. तो उसने कहा कि उल्लू, मेरे को सिर्फ तेरे से आगे भागना है, because whoever is behind will be eaten. So AI expertise is a bit like that right now. Whoever is one article up or one book up or one project or one experiment up can claim to have expertise. What I wanted to do today was for those of you who know, I have been writing and speaking about this subject for a while. So I just wanted to give you a broad view, and I will do this in two parts. More than what I am saying, which is probably known to you, the sequencing is important. So just stay with me for the sequencing. The first and the most important development that has happened in the world of marketing, I began life in Hindustan Lever in 1999. We are in 2025. In these 26 years, digital is just a byproduct. I think the biggest thing that has happened is your life has become represented, captured, pivoted, anchored on the mobile phone. So that lit screen of glass is almost your complete personality, being, finance, and the phone knows more about you than you and your entire set of relations know about themselves. And mobile is not only the first screen, it is also the main stage, the main platform, almost everything. In fact, I wonder now why people kidnap people. People should go and kidnap their phones. Because आदमी अपने phone के बिना वैसे ही useless है. So, mobile screens have two qualities. One is they are not static, it's a fluid format, and you are forever distracted between various screens. And the second thing that's happening is that it leads to linkages with other screens. And every economy, every country in its own era, when it does well, has a fundamental technology that leads to that growth. So in England in the 19th century, it was steam engine, the steam power that developed and led to industrialization. In America in the same time, it was the expansion of the railroads. Then came electricity. Then came mass communication. In America, the automobile also led to a development of suburban population. Without the automobile, Americans wouldn't have been Americans. But across the world today, it is the mobile screen, and it is, all of us know that. Before the plane lands, you start hearing the beeps on the phone. You see a family on vacation, 5 people, and I was in Switzerland last year going to a glacier, Titlis. We were in that rope car. The most magnificent view of the Alps, a family of 5 people, each one is on their own phone. Of course, they all took a selfie because wo post karna bahut zaruri hai, but after that, they were on their phones. So why come to Switzerland and be on your phone? But it is the primary identity. And the anxiety that you have being separated from your phone, Visa had done a research, I think a couple of years ago. It takes 7 to 9 minutes for a person to realize that he has left his wallet behind. Mohit, who's sitting here today, forgot his wallet. But because they were a credit card company, they had researched that it takes between 7 to 10 minutes for a person to realize that he has lost his wallet. But it takes less than 15 seconds for a person to realize that his cell phone is not with him. So if your business, if your marketing program, if your capital in a sense is not on the primary screen, you are in serious trouble. The second piece which I wanted to talk about in sequence now is the arrival of influencers. Now, I am 51 years old. Mohit and I are roughly of the same generation. In our age group, when somebody used to say, I am a consultant or I am consulting, it meant, वो बेचारा voluntarily unemployed है, इस वजह से कहता है कि मैं consultant हूँ. Today, the same thing is true of influencers, because the mobile phone gives everybody the power to be a producer, an editor, a studio, a consumer, all rolled into one. So the distinction that has to be made is all who are influential are not influencers, but all who are influencers are not influential. This is a critical discriminator for marketers to follow, because nowadays everybody is an influencer. My son, who's just gone into class 11, 2 years ago we had gone and organized a school picnic. I was one of the school parents, and his senior class was also there. अभी 10वीं के बच्चे 3-4 से मेरे मिला, what do you do? I meant what subject? He says, I am an Instagram influencer. So this is not a sideshow, and the ability of the mobile phone to create peer-to-peer connection is unparalleled. People do not believe ads anymore. Advertising is seen primarily as self-seeking. And there is a large theory in psychology called the spotlight effect, which means obviously, suppose I have a portfolio of 5 products and I launch a shampoo. I want the shampoo to be successful. Therefore, I put a lot of energy behind it, advertising, money goes there. Films are made on the shampoo. Naturally, the shampoo does well. So largely, journalism and advertising both are what is broadly called the attribution effect. अरे advertising करी इस वजह से shampoo बिका. But ये नहीं देख रहे कि the whole organization's energy was behind shampoos, that is why you were advertising. But the consumer discriminator today is, are people talking about it? And even within the spectrum of advertising, there are various shallow levels at which people only get clouded with recency. The one that comes to the front of your brain, gets you to do action, is usually from either dark social or social connects or referred peer-to-peer. So just by raise of hands, how many of you have read 2 full-length, say 500-word articles in a newspaper in the last 2 days? How many of you have moved to something, action taken as a consumer based on television advertising in the last, say, 2 to 3 days? How many of you have scanned a QR code or called a 1-800 number based on an out-of-home hoarding? How many of you have been 15 times on your WhatsApp since the morning? So it is quite clear which way the gravity is flowing. And in the world of influencers, my only recommendation is, you cannot be programmatically smart about it. It is a vote of confidence. If you believe the person has the capability to raise the bar for your narrative, then invest in them. And our experience in the past, in my past lives, I have seen nano and micro influencers are far more important than mega or national influencers, because if a cinestar is selling scented perfumed oil one day and cement one day and tiles the third day, people know he is doing it because they cut him a fat check. And people want to talk, if you are in Andhra Pradesh, you want to talk to somebody who uses that vehicle or that product in Telugu. Relational framework is very important. The next piece is the world turning algorithmic. You see, consumers are thinking that they are independent, sovereign. What is in Western parlance, it's called agency, that I am agentic for myself. But that is not true. Because your world, what you think is reality, or what I think is reality, is actually filtered by multiple algorithms, not one. Just to give you a sense, the way your email is sorted by Gmail, the way you are prompted to see things on YouTube, the thumbnails that prompt you on Netflix, your day list on Spotify, none of this is in your control. Of course, you will say, no, but I like Arijit Singh, that is why it comes to the top. But they are also plotting what you do along with 1,500 other people or 15 million other people like you. And if that was the case, look at the quantum of information that is going online. If my data is correct, almost 60,000 units of audio are uploaded globally on Spotify each day. That means roughly 21 million in 1 year. 10 years ago, the entire library on iTunes was 2 million. So the quantum of 500 hours of content is uploaded every minute on YouTube, which means there is a long tail. So earlier in Bombay, if I went to Rhythm House and I wanted to get a long playing LP record for a popular artist, sure I would get it. But if I wanted to get Mongolian folk music or African samba, there is no chance I would have got it there because it doesn't sell. But it is retrievable online, and this algorithmic world knows that. That is why earlier it was on consumption, now it is simply on lingering. So your finger has a brain of its own, your brain is subordinate to the finger brain. Trust me on this. And the model is also based on never being satisfied. Imagine if you go in the morning and say, आज सुबह नाश्ता करने के बाद मैंने 1.5 मिनट, 5 मिनट Instagram देखा and I am satisfied for the day. Then Instagram doesn't have a business model, which is what happens with a newspaper. We think we read a newspaper, but actually we peruse less than 10 to 15% because editorially we self-select. But in the world of digital, that is not the case. You are supposed to be on it all the time. Last year was the first year that advertising revenues outside of China in the world went to $1 trillion. And of that, $700 billion was digital. Of this $700 billion, $250 billion is Google, $180 to $200 billion is Meta, there is Amazon at about $50 billion, TikTok outside of China is 18, 19. Which means, and I wrote an article by that name, Gomis on Talk, Google, Meta, Amazon, TikTok. The four put together have 75% of global ad revenues. So, बिचारा जो लक्ष्मी मिष्ठार भंडार.com जयपुर में वो क्या करेगा? You know, with all due respect, I am from Jaipur, I love Lakshmi Mishtar Bhandar. There is an assortment of filterings which have trapped you. You don't feel that because the cage is very big. But if you fly beyond a certain level, you will hit the boundaries of that cage. Nothing wrong with it. We have chosen that, but it is an algorithmic world. So we saw there's a mobile screen, there is cloud capital, there is predictive habit, there is the rise of influencers, and there is immense filtering via algorithms. In fact, the algorithm for all intents and purposes is the main lever for your marketing. And they've done it very smartly. So they said, itna content hai, how can we, so we will filter it for you. So the feed is for you. It is not for you, it is for them. Because advertising will arrive only when they can get your attention and your eyeballs. As a consequence, because you're supposed to keep doing this, अगर आप 3 घंटे राग दरबारी सुनेंगे या लॉरेंस ऑफ अरेबिया जैसी मूवी देखेंगे, तो फिर this model will not work. So it has to be short form. So if you are not going to satisfy in 5 seconds, you will not get the next 25 seconds or the next 55 seconds. And the compression is a good thing from a brand advertising point of view, but it is, in my opinion, a terrible thing from a culture creation point of view. Because how can you show a Mahabharat or a Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace on Instagram? I don't understand. It is not feasible. The model, the format doesn't allow for it. But even if you are Charles Dickens, Instagram mein aap fail ho, guaranteed, because the model doesn't allow for that. So then, whoever is doing well, everybody starts aping them. And then what happens is slowly you sink into commodity, because everybody is like everybody else. If you are following 10 people who you look up to, all of them will have to subscribe to the format of Instagram or YouTube or Facebook or LinkedIn. I am very regular on LinkedIn. Even if I have the most perfect thought in the world, I cannot write more than 3,000 characters. It doesn't allow me. So now my thinking has started being 2,500 characters because I know 500 extra hashtag dalenge. So basically all that you can think about is being compartmentalized in less and less. But it is giving the algorithmic power more and more. And this is not a good equation for the world of brand building, because the power of the platform is going to force you, compel you to become less and less interesting, whereas the job of marketing is to become more and more interesting and more engaging. So this is by itself a paradox. Now we move to the generative AI future. Now, you see, our industry has 4 problems, marketing I was talking about. One is, and for this also I wrote an article, I call it expertitis and departmentalitis. Expertitis kya bimari hai? That I am the expert, so I know and I will tell everybody else. But the problem with AI is that it is like a character which has read everything in the world doesn't forget. But it has read everything in the world that is pre-existing, and therefore every time that you are soliciting some information, throwing up newness, but it is throwing up newness from existing material. So you start reducing your capabilities slowly, and our memory is impacted by it, our attention is impacted by it. We have become what a psychologist Ed Conway called the monkey brain. After about 10-15 seconds, you get what is called algorithmic anxiety. You want to pick up your phone as if you are controlling the dollar exchange rate or responsible for the launch of the next NASA rocket. आप नहीं phone देखोगे 15 मिनट तो दुनिया में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला. But it is the way in which we have been preconditioned, all the time anxious and checking, because that has become your reflection. And the generative AI piece is interesting on two counts. One, it will lead to it is already leading to the creation of synthetic media. And everybody who's in the creative business who tells me, boss, have you tried stable diffusion? Have you tried this? What fantastic output. It is like me praising poison before I commit suicide, because if your primary job is to do creativity and you are dependent on a tool that does it synthetically, you are not writing yourself a check for the future. You are handicapping yourself. If it was a tool, it is fine. But if it is your primary dependence, it is bad. So for example, when you were growing up, of course, most of you are much younger than I am, how many phone numbers did you know by heart? Mausi ka, bua ka, father ka, ghar ka number, at least 5 to 7 numbers we would know by heart. Today on cell phones, how many of you know 5 numbers by heart? Unlikely. Well, you must be having Chavanprash in the morning. But I for one know only my wife's number. My son's number also I don't remember. And I was discussing this with a few friends before. Because memory has become compressive. Because there is readily accessible memory otherwise. You don't need to remember. Arey wo kya tha? I will go and check. So your personality as a consumer, as a creator is drifting into, and then comes the piece about agentic. So two problems I covered in marketing, expertitis and departmentalitis. There are two other problems. One is we declare everything dead, and I've spoken about, TV is dead, print is dead, outdoor is dead. But we don't replace it with something which is equally profitable to us. For example, if you were an advertiser, test cricket was fine because most of test cricket concludes in 3.5 days. You get 3.5 days to advertise. But no, people love T20. So we will buy rights for gargantuan amounts. Now T20 gets over in 3 hours. So every ad spot will sell for 30 lakh rupees. Only that many people with that kind of ad spend. So you are becoming compressive. So the agentic AI piece is as if the planet will be rid of human beings. But we are already living in an agentic world. If you don't put on your seat belt, it beeps. If you don't shut your refrigerator door, it beeps. Your ICICI FD will get renewed automatically. Your location will get triggered automatically on your phone. Anything that has a threshold of data and then can trigger to take action is agentic. The problem for marketing is it will automatically pull, curate, create and populate content. And that is terrible from the point of view of brand risk. Because God knows what it will churn out, and if there is no human in the loop, suddenly you will, like Pepsi got flack for that guy who, from Pakistan's team. He is just wearing a sponsored uniform, but because he did something that was deemed to be obnoxious, suddenly it's a brand problem as well. So generative AI is not human versus machine. It is the primacy of the human. Then we have covered this. Then comes the piece about what will my agencies do. Traditionally, the agency model is about borrowing people. I am borrowing people from advertising agency X. I pay for a percentage of their time. And what was the conventional model? I say, I want to launch some milk powder, take a brief, they will come back, they will, give 5 slogans. माँ जैसा प्यार नहीं ये नहीं चलेगा, कुछ और लाओ, पोषण से भरा हुआ नहीं ये भी नहीं चलेगा, दमकती त्वचा, something. Then you will say, ये वाला ठीक है. Then they will go and iterate. And that iteration will take many weeks. They will come back with a storyboard. You will then commence the production. Today, I know that entire, I can see on the slide, this is AI generated, right? So then why will I pay for 4 or 5 or 6 weeks of iterations? I don't want to pay for time and material. I only want to pay for end outcomes. Now, what is true for advertising versus client is true for client marketing versus CFO. So they are all now waking up to the fact that the accelerator tool will give you immense amounts of saving. And this will lead to a decline in traditional agency relationships. But I am optimistic on two counts. One, I feel the era of hybrid teams has arrived. So if X is in my team as a media planner, I want them to be sitting with me in my office, because who knows what might happen in the second half of the day. Those days saying, can you come next Tuesday at 12 o'clock? Because the world is in an always on format. So one is clients, whoever the client agency relationships are based on will be pulled closer. And the second is, because it is moving faster, you need brighter people. So the threat will be for entry level or mundane tasks, routine tasks. For tasks that involve some human foresight or insight, it will actually end up being more valuable. Thirdly, you can no longer outsource, you have to insource everything. The CEO can no longer say, PR is not my headache, talk to the Corpcom head. Because in half a day, it will reach everywhere from Morocco to Philippines that Samsung did this and it's terrible. So basically, everything that is surfacing up via AI, via answer engines, is directly the responsibility of, say, the CEO or very senior people in the organization. So the days when agencies were happy dealing with brand managers, that is going to end very fast. Search is also dead. I have a Gen Z representative at home, as I told you. He thinks I'm old-fashioned to go to Google for anything, because he does not even want to go and search in blue links. He wants only ready-made answers. And for those of us who are subscribers on ChatGPT, this is increasingly encountered, whether you are on Meta or Gemini or ChatGPT and so on. And here also, huge first mover advantage is being witnessed in the world. Which is the largest number of subscribers? In which country do the largest number of subscribers for ChatGPT live? Do you know? That's right. India has already become close to 16 to 18% of the global total of individual subscribers. Earlier, nobody was saying it when they were using ChatGPT to draft their emails. Now suddenly it is fashionable within organizations. They are saying, "Sir, मैं तो 2 साल से use कर रहा हूँ." You know, so till then they were hiding it and getting back only with the work. Now the scale on this, the second level is enterprise. Enterprise is going to be difficult because first of all, our data is haphazard. Secondly, pattern in data is very difficult unless you have an engine which is, or a data lake that is really at a class level. And depending on the enterprise, it will take double digit or even triple digit crores of investment. There is nothing shrink wrapped here. And the problem is, if you want to experiment, somebody comes and says, I am bright AI dot whatever, bright.ai. How can you give your service data to bright.ai? Because it's gone. So my advice to those of you who are beginning to experiment with AI is, please don't own anything that has been successful in a pilot project, especially after the pilot project, because in my experience, no pilot project ever failed. And every partner of yours will come and say, sir, uplift is massive. This chart में fit नहीं आ रहा, इतना भयानक uplift हुआ है. उनके uplifts को total करने लो, हमारी $15 trillion economy तो कल ही हो जाएगी. But after the scale pilot is done, inevitably it hits a plateau and then may even decline, because that is the nature of it. You have to make sense of the data. Cloud capital, I will skip. I have covered that already. If your business, whether you are selling diapers or aeroplanes, if you are not patterned on data that is accessible to you from the cloud, you are in deep trouble. Then my friends from Havas are here. They are media mavens. The fragmentation of media is unlike anything we have seen in the past. And everybody is dealing, it's like a beehive. There are small theaters of activity. You have to collect that. All the time you have to throw a wider circle, collect more and more pools of activity. The Chitrahar or the Sunday film was dead long ago. Now even prime time, etc. is under a question mark. Unless you are present multimodal, multi-format, multi-genre, always on, and then reading the digital exhaust as you go along, you will not be successful. Then comes this answer engine. So fine, everybody is looking for answers and nobody is searching or nobody will search. How do I provide for the answers? And there again, two wonderful things, in my opinion, are happening. One is physical activity is becoming more important because that is feeding the answer. So if you are not doing something real, you will not get the answers. And now again, there is deep segmentation within the types of usage that people will have from these answer engines. I wrote an article about Perplexity 2 years ago, nobody, or 1.5 years ago, nobody knew about Perplexity. Now Airtel does a deal with them and it is on everybody's phone for free, and Perplexity has zoomed out of nowhere, and they will probably sell for a valuation of at least $20 to $25 billion by latest estimates. I believe 14 permanent employees, 32 total employees sitting out of a shared office facility in San Francisco. Since I wrote the article, they may move to better offices. But this is the reality of our world. Then the revival of PR. Sorry, I'll go back 1 second. Public relations was considered to be one obligatory exercise. You know, kar do, PR, release kar do. Today that has become primary. Why? Because it is the only unadulterated format. You cannot tinker with what the company is saying. And we are now living in a world where there are two new realities. One, for the first time, people are famous for being famous. Not because they have done something credible, just because they are famous. So, for example, how many of you can name for me 5 Nobel laureates in the past 5 years? All postgraduates in the house. I also can't, by the way. It's not like I've written the answer here. Do we know even one of the 3 or 4 scientists who, sorry? Kailash Vidyarthi. Very good, ma'am. Satyarthi, yes. No, but I think you are the only one who will survive the era of AI, because at least you know 2. Congratulations. But the point I'm making is, how many of us know that Kim Kardashian was in India at a wedding recently? Now, the aura of answer engines or social media is making us confuse achievement with fame. What is famous is not necessarily profound. What is profound is not famous. Every one of us is moving around in this world thanks to 3 scientists who quickly developed the COVID vaccine. कोई बेचारा नाम तक नहीं जानता. Bonus मिला हुआ है 120%, well done, you know, in their pharma companies. But they saved humanity, nobody knows their name. This is the nature of the human experience. A plane flies from Calcutta to Delhi, you know, whatever, 700 tons of steel with 300 people in it. We are not bothered about the engineering that is making it fly. We are only bothered that मैंने 2 बार बोल दिया, मेरे को sandwich नहीं दिया अभी तक. What kind of customer experience is Indigo doing? So this is the nature of the consumer. We are marketers, we live in the real world, we have to deal with consumers. So it is a difficult world. It is not going to be easy. A, it's compressive. B, it's fragmented. C, it is going to be easy to copy. I have a friend who was in the merchant navy, made a lot of money, has bought a house in Alibag, got bored. So he called me the other day, said, do you know somebody who can do good creatives for very cheap on Facebook? I said, yeah, sure. I said, what are you doing on Facebook? He said, मैंने एक cosmetics का brand launch किया है. So I was most amused. I said, you're an engineering guy who used to be in an engine room of a ship all your life. What do you know about cosmetics? He said, you don't need to know. In Vapi, there are many factories. You just need to choose labels. They fill it. And you just do customer acquisition via Facebook. It's good money. Now, what about the L'Oreals and the Unilevers of the world who are doing, you know, customer study and proofing and monadic studies and, you know, blind test? वो तो चालू कर दिया उसने. And then he's telling me हर चीज में aloe vera डालना चाहिए. It leads to a lot of consumer acceptance. This is the reality of the world. So what is the impact? I can't even see it from here. One is, you will suddenly see a decline. Cookieless and all is a separate problem. The problem is search itself, which is the primary basis for which programmatic was built, is on a steep decline. Second is the AI gold rush has started. We are all getting excited about the next big thing, but which will survive and which will flounder, I don't know. In the last month, I've met at least 3 entrepreneurs who have told me that 100 million valuation is right around the corner. But actually they are only building on top of one application or one facet of something like a chat GPT. The next time they do an upgrade, their business is out. So their race is to get that valuation and somehow get funding so that they can launch that and be done with it. I was so moved that I should put a statutory gazette notification, change my name to SHUBRAINSHU, मेरा भी valuation बढ़ जाएगा. If you have AI in your name, you are guaranteed to be taken more seriously. But can you make credible brands out of it? You see, in the entire piece, direct to customer is a prime example. I know so many direct to customer marketing entrepreneurs. Some of them have been my associates in the past from Unilever and other places. Very few of them are profitable. But if you understand their standards, speak to analysts, everybody says the same thing. We have understood the customer cohort. Our sales value is growing. Profitability is round the corner. वो round the corner पता नहीं कहाँ है. But because half or more than half of their capital deployed is going towards customer acquisition from the likes of Facebook, and great for Facebook. I have nothing against it. If I was doing it, I would do the same thing. But as brand marketeers, all the great brands outside of tech have been built between the First World War and the 1970s, including in India. And anything that your grandparents thought was a great brand, unless it was ruined, is still a great brand today. In closing, I'll say one thing. A great brand never ruined a good business, but a bad business ruined many great brands. So the world of AI, we should live as consumers first and as marketeers second. Because if you start living the world as marketeer first, you will not understand the reality of it. It's changing that fast. Thank you very much for your time.
Mohsen, please request you to join us on the stage and present a token to Shubhranshu sir, and also vice versa, because he missed yours in the morning. We have a different one for you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Lovely. Did you enjoy that? Very deep thoughts, may I have, sir. But chaliye, we've spoken about AI impact, its power. Now, privacy concerns that come with us. Personalization, everybody wants it, but साथ आता है your privacy concerns. Today is to strike the perfect balance between both. An insightful session on this topic, and to share their views, please join me in welcoming to the stage head Marketing India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh HP. Joining him is K. Ganpati Subramanian, LT Foods. Them is Puneet Bekal, EVP and CMO of HTFC. Joining them is Vikramjit Bhayana, Head Marketing, Bajaj Allianz General, led by Jayant Basantani, VP in Mob Avenue. Let's please welcome them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Business World, for giving us the opportunity to speak on a topic which is just between the thin lines, whether it is privacy, whether it is data, and so on. A quick introduction. My name is Jayant. I overall lead India business for a company called Mob Avenue. We as a company help marketers in the growth journey. That is something which we have been doing since last 7-8 years. Vikram, a quick round of introduction. Everybody knows you, but still, a quick round of introduction.
Good afternoon, my name is Vikramjeet Bhyana and I head marketing for Bajaj Allianz General. I've been with the group over 16 years and just for information's sake, we sell general insurance. Over to you, man.
Hi, I'm Puneet Bekal, currently working as EVP and Chief Securities.
Hi, this is Ganpati Subramaniam. I'm the CMO for LT Foods. You know us popularly by our brand Dawat. So I sell rice for a living.
I'm Akash Batra. I work for a company called HP right next door.
Yes. So, marketers often say that consumer is the king. So, when it comes to data, how much it actually comes true? So, I would like to have this question across everybody. Like, Vikram, if you can share your thoughts on that.
Sure. A lot of times it's said that customer is king, which is fair, but I think more than just being the king, they're also the owner of their own data. Particularly at the category that I represent, we sell insurance, and unlike most companies, we don't sell a tangible product, we sell a promise. So we say that when something happens to you, we will be right there. And in that point in time, if we make sure that we've truly respected their identity, who they are, what they do on the web, when they come, when they go, and what they are doing, I think it works. I'll give you a light example. Let's say if somebody went to a garage to get his or her car fixed, we get all that information, right? But let's say if they go again with another accident, and we send a communication saying कि last time आपने ये वाला तोड़ा था, इस बार ये वाला तोड़ दिया है, it could really not go very well with them. So I think it's very important, even though you know it, but you don't use it, and you let them know that it's as good as a fresh case that's coming to us, so that they don't feel invaded in any manner. So I think it's very, very critical, I would agree.
So it's a diverse panel across different categories. So Puneet, what are your thoughts on that? You come from a securities background. So any particular thing in mind?
Yeah, I have a point of view on this one. I don't think consumers know what they want. And in the world of algorithm, you'll be surprised when consumers pick up or consume things which was not expected for that specific cohort. So data helps us to analyze and also give relevant propositions to consumers which they never thought that it would be valuable to them. So I feel that in the world of data and insighting and also predictive modeling today, it has become very rich both for the consumers as well as for the brands to engage with relevant insights. Yeah.
I think, partially right. The consumer is the king, but then the consumer needs us many a times to voice what they really think, because many a times there's also a facade which they have to live out. So, there is pop culture which they are living, there is a social economic, angle to it. So, if I were to increase the price of a kg of rice by $15, the consumer is not going to come and tell me कि ये महंगा हो गया. The consumer will really sweetly switch into something else. So it's not about just knowing it, but it's also about predicting and also making the consumer comfortable. I think information in that direction or to the end of making the consumer comfortable with an informed decision variable is important for us. And if you know that the consumer has not given you the right answer, the duty or the responsibility lies on our shoulders to infer it properly. Because most of the times when the consumer is not interested in your product, they will give you answers like, I don't need it, I don't have enough information about it. We've all seen that don't know, can't say in so many researchers of ours. So can't really blame the consumer for not voicing what we want them to voice. Our job to kind of dig deeper and be the right expression of what the consumer wants. So So I think that's the sweet spot where we should be.
Akash, what about you? Because you come from a background of laptop as a category where if a person buys a laptop and then the cycle is like next 2-3 years he's done and dusted. So how do you see personalization and data coming into the picture for the category where you work for?
Yeah, I think in my mind, when I started my career, I used to work for retail business, and one thing Sam Walton said, which is what the part of your first question was, that customer's always right, and rule number 2 is if you disagree, then go back to the rule number 1 again, right? So in my mind, the customer is always right continues to be an adage, at least that I follow, right? I think the other point which is important for us to say is, in my mind, the consumer knows what they're doing, right? And I think the important point there is, what's the balance or what's the trust equation that you're actually building with the consumer? What are they giving you and what are you giving them in return, right? I mean, everyone knows if you want to use Google Maps, you have to give your GPS data. You can't basically get to where you want to get to if you don't get your data. I think the important point for us as marketers and one of my principles is that in the end, as brands, the most integral part of what we do is to build trust with consumers, right? I mean, they will choose my brand or any other brand if they believe that they trust this brand. And just a data point, about 82% of consumers feel that they trust those companies more, which are actually more respectable with their data, right? So I think it's absolutely integral, right? But what is also absolutely critical is that you use that data with a lot of respect, right? And on that trust equation that I was saying, Shubhanshu was talking about AI. I've seen so many people uploading their, tax returns on Perplexity or on ChatGPT, saying that I'm going to get information out of it. They're okay with sharing their own data and their own information if they believe that the returns that they're going to get is going to be actually larger than the risk of losing that data, right? So I think as brands, as marketers, as business people, it's extremely critical for us to keep in mind that the equation of what I get versus what I give is extremely balanced and sensitive. And I think for us as well, we sell our products on channels where we have access to consumer data, in some cases where we don't. And our intent largely is to make sure that we leverage that data for a purpose where the consumer finds value to it, right? He should be surprised, right? And I think he shouldn't necessarily feel that, why is that that I'm actually spending money on X or visiting these websites or doing this. So he has to feel that he's a lot more in control. And I think it'll be imperative for us in the AI world to actually be a lot more sensitive about this, because it's just going to get worse, right? One thing that I always say is, when topics like these, data privacy is a discussion that we've been having since digital started becoming really big, right? And it's imperative for us to stay kind of up to date on this, because this will move faster than anything else that we've seen as well.
So how you guys define personalization which can bring delight to customers or maybe getting more into their personal space? How do you define that? How do you keep the balance in place where you say that there is something which I should do which will wow the customer, or there is something which I should not do because there is something going more out of hand? So how do you define the balance between it? Maybe Puneet sir, if you can share your thoughts first.
Yeah, so, there was this nice quote which I read in one of the marketing journals, which said, personalization is like a seasoning. A pinch of it is delight, more of it is intrusive, right? And it's especially from the sector where I come in, which is securities. If you look at it, what's happening in the investment world today is that everyone wants to invest, and it's become a dinner table conversation. But in that conversation, the first question everyone asks is, "Kahan pe invest karu?" And you rely on your uncle, your friend, your panwala, your bartender to give you information where to invest. It's a free conversation for everyone. Now, the reason I'm saying this is to how we personalize and why it is a value for the consumer. We have a full stack research team at the back end. And these are one of the best researchers, not only in India, but in APAC, who do daily analysis of more than 200 stocks, mutual funds, and you name it, strategies and everything else. And we provide research recommendations on a week-to-week, on a daily basis to customers. Yeah. Now, again, personalization is a cut from there. For example, instead of personalizing identities, if you personalize intent, that is when the consumer feels value. For example, if I'm a new customer or a new investor, I don't want to sell him or send him a message about futures and options because it is not of any value to him. I might send him, okay, because of this, you are in this age, possibly these are the mutual funds you should start with. Once he buys into a mutual fund and we say, you know what, hey, you are now confident about investing, why don't you look at baskets which is curated by a research team? Once he's there, then you move on to the next stage of equity and so on and so forth. So how do you handle and guide the investor or the consumer to invest responsibly through a personalized communications for specific cohorts and specific individuals is where the value comes in. So I feel also, I think in the marketing world, the personalization has become a misnomer. It's, the more you think of personalization, in my view, it's not about micro targeting. It's more about how you engage with the customer in a personalized way, which adds value to the customer.
See, for me, I'll tell you, while there are dimensions to the products and the categories I work with in terms of personalization. For example, it starts very simply by wanting to know what the person is going to cook tonight or in the next meal. Now, I can be suggestive in a certain manner, but I can't really be intrusive enough to say, "Aaj raat ko aapko dal chawal khana." I can't be telling them. But if you want to make dal chawal, can I facilitate you? Yes. Can I tell you that there are 350 types of biryanis available in the country? And today, if you choose to make the Malabar biryani and you don't know how to make one, I am there to help you make one. That's where the buck stops. Where the individual, the answer to personalization versus scale or versus generalization is an answer which the consumer should be heard from, not brands. We would love to know. I would love to know कितना चावल बचा है आपके घर में, so that I can hammer you with a piece of communication before you run out of it. I would love to know कौन से brand का क्या खरीदा है आपने, so that I can target you with that intent. But is that something which will truly add value? Like Neet said, will it truly add value to the consumer's decision making? Will we be in a better relationship with the consumer with that piece of information? We also need to differentiate today that there is this whole greed for information collection versus need for it. At least I started marketing in point in time where information was scarce. And there was a whole desire to get more information. अच्छा ये पता चल जाए कि ये consumer cohort कितना size का है और कैसे target कर सकते हैं. That was really, the end of it. Today I think we've moved beyond. We want frequency, we want आज सुबह क्या हुआ, we want recency, we want everything. So I think we need to try and make a decision of that. And very soon, today the Indian consumer is letting you be. At least in India, I must warn this, call this out actually and warn. Because today the Indian consumer somewhere is on the spectrum of letting you live with his data. That's not going to be the case. In fact, they will stop you from making any sort of serious changes on brand because they are stakeholders to the brand's journey. And very soon we will need to factor. The way social media is going, very soon we will need to factor their requirements coming from the brand which you own, so-called. Okay? So I think it's important that we proactively live to that scale rather than be pushed to a corner and say, what have you done with that data? Banking data, data related to finance, the moment there is a slip up on that, it makes headline news. It doesn't make headline news for FMCG. क्या हो जाएगा? किसको पता चल जाएगा मैं कौन सा चावल खाता हूँ? क्या पता लग जाएगा if I wear a particular brand or not? That's the nature of it today. But imagine if a consumer was to take a stroll in a park and because proximity to a particular showroom of clothing or a brand of cars was next to him and they started bombarding that individual, you think the consumer is going to keep quiet? That is effectively intrusion. So we need to be prepared and we need to factor in what the consumer is expecting out of it as we speak to them. So I think that's an important variable in the discussion, rather than it's just not about numeric approximations. So we should stay away from that and we should prepare for the world in future.
Very rightly said. No, in this, it just looks like Ganpati and I are from this generation. See, at a very fundamental level, if you remember, even 15, 20 years back, the principle of segmentation, identifying the right customer, building the right proposition for them, making sure you engage with them at the place where they're most receptive to, and then eventually drive behavior change or choose my product. That's what the principle was. The difference now is that that segment can go down to n is equal to 1. I think, and it's not something which I'm saying for the first time. 15 years back, people said the future is going to be about hyper-personalization. We're in that future right now, right? Now the point really is that one, from a customer journey, consumer journey, or brand's journey, should anything should change? Absolutely not. But what's essential is that the challenges and risks that come in managing a segment of one. Earlier, you could, go and speak to, a large audience with a message which was relatively broad, relatively broad based on the message you want to deliver. Now you just have the opportunity of doing it. And, the question I always ask is, why wouldn't you use that opportunity? Yes, the risks, which are extremely critical for us to keep in mind when we're doing that, right? I have a few principles that I follow. The principle number one is unsurprising. The customer should not feel, why is that you know this about me, right? And I'm sure all of you guys have heard of that story, and it's actually my favorite because I used to work with this company a long time back, is with Target, right? And just to tell you, if you haven't, for the younger folks here, apparently Target sent out an email to one specific customer of theirs, specifically targeting pregnancy-related products, right? And obviously the dad didn't know the girl was pregnant, and obviously they made a big deal. Obviously Target found that wasn't a surprise that they should be delivering to a customer. So principle number one is be unsurprising, right? The second point, and this is what Ganpati actually said, is to make sure that we're purposeful, right? There is always this tendency in saying कि collect कर लेते data, बाद में सोच लेंगे क्या होगा, right? But we as brands and business have to be very purposeful in saying that if I am collecting any data about the customer, I need to know what am I going to do about it, right? And that is actually a principle number one to start with. And the third one is, we have to be respectful for customers, right? I mean, in the end, this is their data. And, as Ganpati said, I still believe people have started moving into that direction where they're becoming a lot more responsible about that data. I'm very paranoid. It might be because I'm in the industry, right? By the way, my email ID is available on Google search AI. It's like, damn, I mean, I'm going to get more emails now, right? And now that data is actually publicly available. So the tools today will start making data privacy tougher. Therefore, it's even more important for us to give control back to the consumer and saying, you decide what happens, right? So I think net, hyper-personalization is not new. Marketing fundamentals remain the same. We have to be very careful about the risks and challenges that we operate in.
Sorry guys, I think my examples are going to revolve a lot around insurance because that's what I've done all my life. We've taken personalization to a very different level. We've given it to the consumer. So we've got a feature called MOTS, which is called Motor on the Spot. So if you're driving your car and if you hit someone else's car, you just have to step out, click pictures of the damage, upload. We've got a lot of data with us. We've been doing this for the last 24, 25 years. We've got a lot of claims data. We assimilate it and tell you that in the next 10 minutes, we tell you that your damage is worth, let's say, 10,000 rupees. And do you want the money in your account? Yes or no? Now the customer hits yes, you get the money in the next 5 minutes. 15 minutes flat, the money is on your account. You go to a garage, you tell them, gaadi thuki, theek kar do. They'll ask you insurance hai nahi hai. If you say no, that's okay. Let's say aapki gaadi theek ho gayi, 8,000 rupaye mein. 2,000 are for you to keep. So because by virtue of my product, which is a claim, we realize that if you can personalize it to a level where I let you decide what you want to do, how you want to claim, you can go to a garage and say, I'm insured, please mend it, they will do it. But we're also giving you the luxury of identifying that, oh, I can click it, send it, oh, this is the amount, I keep the rest, that's fine with us. We're giving the end consumer the power to actually file for the claim. So there is no data breach. He's not sending me his pictures, damaged part photos that my tool is using to assess and give them back. What we don't do in personalization is if somebody is going through a claim, we don't send them mailers saying that, oh, buy a health insurance or buy a motor insurance, because that will look opportunistic, right? Because I have their data, I have it all with me. We've got filters that say XYZ is going through a claim. Till the time it's not settled, no marketing mailers or communication to go. So, because again, when my claim gets activated, ya gari thuki hai, ya आप hospitalized ho, ya either your dog is unwell or a cyber attack hua hai. So none of this is a happy situation to be in, right? And so we make sure that we are extremely sensitive. When a claim is triggered, we make sure none of that happens. So that's the kind of balance we're trying to build in both plus and minus.
I think excellent examples across category. Now, since it is a season of sales, festivals, lot of campaigns across commerce, quick commerce, influencers have shaped in. So any particular campaign from your own brand or maybe your past organization where you guys have used personalization which you still remember in your own experience? If you can share that, maybe Ganpati sir, if you can share that first, because you have been a veteran.
So, last year we celebrate a marquee property called the Dawat World Biryani Day. In that we actually built a campaign where it was an AI driven campaign where you could be part of the creative, you could be the protagonist in the creative, and it was oriented towards cooking great biryanis for the family. So you could be there as the protagonist, and you could have Chef Sanjeev Kapoor come and evaluate you online, and that's how it was. And that got tremendous amount of interest, because for the first time probably every person who was cooking and was never recognized and most of the times assumed to just do their job somewhere in the kitchen and continue to non-exist as conversation, had a role in conversation. We actually got back a lot of men who came back to say, we cook biryani, but this was primarily a woman who was there, and there were some restrictions, till last year on how many characters you could play and what all could happen on the creative. So we only had women doing it. Now, excuse me for, we didn't intend it as any gender bias, but that happened. So we had a lot of, queries from men saying, why did you do it? We also cook. And a lot of men, we realized, were serious about cooking biryanis. I don't know, at least they claimed. So coming back to the fact that yes, personalization and you had to do a whole lot of list of consent from people, because they had to share their pictures, they had to share their voice, they had to share their names and all of that. But if did right, or if done right, and if done for a purpose which probably could be fun, probably is not intrusive, probably is not going to be forcing you in a further restrictive purchase choice, was something which people really loved. We got what, if I remember my numbers right, we got about 20,000 odd participation in a span of a week. Okay, and this is all first party data coming for an FMCG product. It was unheard of in that small scale of time. So from that lens, I realized that if done right, customization, personalization to that extent works really well. And the fact that you are able to engage with audience if done right, there is no substitute for it. We've used that information. How did we use that information for people who are thinking? We collected that, we used it to make mirror audiences of individuals and later promote. So it was not that we were targeting you, we got your name, so 12 months on end we said, yaar ye पिछले महीने किया था, पिछले महीने खरीदा था, इस महीने क्या कर रहे हो? We didn't do that, but we used that database to kind of populate a stronger mirror audience base and target at length and at scale. So that's how I can give you an example of how personalization works for us.
What about you, Akash?
Let me take two examples, quick ones. One of the categories that we operate in is gaming, right? We're the biggest gaming brand in the country. And one of the things that we realized, again, basis data analysis, was that typically when a gamer refreshes their PC, they refresh all the accessories as well. But when we went deeper, we realized that that people weren't buying enough accessories from us. Accessories for gamers will be obviously better keyboards, better mouse, which are much more responsive, headsets, microphones, and so on and so forth, right? And again, I think the personalization, the way it was done was quite interesting. I mean, obviously it makes sense intuitively what we would have done. Every time somebody bought this thing, there was a full journey designed for the person to identify, if you've bought this particular laptop, here are the right accessories for you to use. And actually that whole engagement went for about 90 days, right? And that engagement started delivering significant incremental sales for us. Forget that, I think the part which was in my mind the most interesting was that the gamers felt that we were actually helping them choose the right product, right? They didn't necessarily see this as an intrusion or targeting and so on and so forth, right? So that's one example. Second one, which is more mass scale. If you haven't seen our latest AI PC campaign, we launched it with Khurana brothers, the Ayushman Khurana, Parshakti Khurana. As part of that, one of the activations that we're doing is where we're engaging with college kids to come and tell us their ideas that they believe in their own passion points, which should deserve attention. Every time a student submits, we already have about some 45,000 entries. There are a set of videos, again, AI created with Ayushman Khurana, which actually go to the participant, right? Saying that, great entry, here are the 5 things I think you should be doing to improve your entry. Add these things, add that thing. And the system does it. System identifies which passion point, identifies where are they finding gaps in the entry, and it actually creates a video with Ayushman and sends it out, right? And again, for us, this wasn't necessarily a way to get more from the consumers, but just the amount of engagement, shares that we're getting with the fact that Ayushman's talking to us. Again, this is not the first time a brand is doing this, but in this context, it started actually making a lot more sense because Ayushman Khurana is supporting you in your journey of becoming successful. Those are a couple of examples from my business.
Puneet sir.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, for us, personalization is not based on the identity or the profile of the consumer, but predominantly on the intent of the consumer. Now, most of the times, the consumer doesn't know his or her intent. And that's where we come in as to how we can provide guidance for the consumer to, to pick up something which the consumer actually needs at that particular point. Basically, relevancy is what I'm coming back to. I'll just have a little divergent point of view on collection of data and how we use data in today's ecosystem. Now, like sir said, why do you need frequency of a consumer, or why do you need as to what time, at least in our ecosystem, by when does he open the app, on the app, which are the UX, UI which he engages with. Now, nowhere in the marketing ecosystem do we know, even from a cohorting perspective, as to why it is happening and how we don't use it. All this data flows into a modeling exercise, be it a propensity model, an appropriate model, or whatever that might be, which basically model gives you a output, which, believe me, is very relevant. I'll give you my own personal example. Okay, I bought a product A, and in my head, I thought of product Z. Now, why I'm saying Z, it is not like bread and cheese, what Amazon does. If people who bought bread also bought cheese, it's not that simple. Okay, I bought product A, and in my head, it was product Z that I wanted to buy. Now, there was no way that anyone could connect an A to Z. And when immediately on my Instagram reel, I saw that Z popped out. And this was the time when I was doing data analytics at IIM. And I reached out to my professor, I said, boss, this is like crazy. How did they know? Because I'm not written on WhatsApp. I didn't have a conversation because the microphone can pick it up. It's almost like magic. Then he said, no, dude, you're not special. There are millions of people around the world in your cohort, in your age group, think exactly like that. So that's what I'm saying. So how data brings relevancy to the consumer, and you are basically building onto the intent, is what personalization is for us. So we do it on a day-in-day basis, so it's not necessarily as a festive piece, but
I just want to add to what Puneet just said. I'll recommend everyone, I don't know if the feature still exists, I think it exists. Go on Facebook, there's a specific section on privacy settings, which actually tells you what Facebook knows about you. You'll be surprised. They know you really well. And again, this is just to add to what Puneet was saying.
Okay, we've done a couple of things in our current organization, Bajaj Allianz, where the top three concerns that most consumers have is, and there could be any company insurance policy holder, I don't know what my policy entails, or I didn't know that it covers this, my policy duration, anything and everything. Most people buy insurance, especially motor, because it's mandated by law, ले लिया because कल को कोई पुलिस पकड़े तो चालान ना कटे, and health because post-COVID people feel ये होना चाहिए, but they're still not reading their policies or what it includes, what it doesn't include. We've started a tool, we have a tool on our app, on our website called Insurance Samcho, and it's for all consumers. It's not just Bajaj consumers, and we don't take any of the data that's on the website, where you can upload your policy and speak with the bot to understand what it covers, what it doesn't. It'll teach you about your policy in the simplest manner possible, so that you know tomorrow, if God forbid you have to action that product, you know what it covers, what it doesn't cover. This came out because a lot of people would come to us and say, कि अच्छा claim के वक्त हमें claim नहीं मिला, but it's in the policy document. Sadly, no one's reading it. Also because they feel it's a very big document, but when you regulate it, you have to have all the terms and conditions. It is what it is. But we tried this tool and it's really helped us. We've had a lot of people come to us and upload policies just to see what it covers, what it doesn't cover. The second one is for my second set of customers, which is my channel partners. Insurance today is still in a big way sold by insurance agents and not online. A big part is that. And I come from a very traditional organization which sells insurance. My MD is, so we don't have a brand face, we don't have celebrities representing us. We're very clear, our employees will have to be the face. If they can't talk to the end consumer, which is our agent, nobody can, because we know our product well and they know the product well. You'll be surprised to know, and I'll have to tell you the story before I tell you what we did. My MD's photo is in the temple of so many agents because he's built them. They were from the lift wala to now driving 5-6 Mercedes in their house. Insurance agents have slogged their way up and they've made a lot of money, and the very few people in the nascent stage built them. So we've got close to 1 lakh agents. I would say 60% were made by my MD. So they look up to him in a bigger way than they would look up to a celebrity. So we used the whole AI bit where we created his videos, where we used him as the face to celebrate their success, birthdays, anniversaries. And I'm not exaggerating, I can see the reaction on your faces. It was an instant hit. The stickiness of agents, more agents came in because they wanted a message from him. He is a chalta phirta celebrity in the insurance realm. And we realized that when we sent it, people went mad. We got calls from their wives, mothers, kids sent us letters saying that we are absolutely elated that he wished us. And you really have to see it to believe it. It was mind-boggling. But we took it as an example. We tried it and it worked wonders for us. So.
You want to add?
Yeah, I just add to, and there was an interesting, again going back to the point of, how do you deliver authenticity using AI, correct? I'll go back to my earlier point of, we use our research team to recommend stocks, mutual funds to relevant set of consumers. Now this research team are busy on their day in, day out basis. And there is a deluge of information online, specifically with influencers and everyone thinking that they're experts in their own right. So what we thought is that, we can't get our researchers to do a reel and shoot every day. So we created AI avatars of these researchers. So what do is, they provide research on, let's say, pick of the week or daily pick today. There's a report which comes in, we convert this report into a snackable format, which is an infographic using an AI tool. We create it's a nice AI script version which goes to him. He signs, okay, this is great. And the AI tool converts his AI avatar into a reel in just about 30 minutes, which is again been sent to relevant customers on the app itself. So this is how we are using personalizations, using a specific +1 in the category.
Awesome. I had few more questions, but I think majority of the questions have been answered. But just a last question, maybe 30 seconds on it. Now I am rotating the table from a marketer to a consumer. How do you personally draw a line as a consumer between privacy settings? Whenever you open an Instagram, there's a new trend, there's a nano banana trend, there is a sari trend, there are so many trends which keep on happening every day. As a user, I'm only talking as a user, how do you draw a line between privacy and things which can be shared to a particular thing? Just 30 seconds on it before we open the house for questions. Yes, Vikram, starting with you.
Wow. 30 seconds. Okay. Because I sell insurance, I want more and more people to accept the fact that we can send as many personalized data to you as possible. As a consumer myself, by virtue of the fact that I do that, and I'm not saying it because I'm sitting here, I have to sound very preachy, I'm absolutely okay with the fact, I know, like sir said, our majority data is out there, mobile number is out there, email ID is out there, what we click, what we don't click, I've made peace with that in all honesty, that I know it's out there, and if it's being used to sell products to me, services to me, or tell me things that I don't even want at this point in time, I've made peace with it because I expect my end consumer to make peace with it. So I can't be all preachy that wo kar le aur main na karu. I think I've made peace with the fact. So I could get a laptop ad, even if I'm using a tablet, I'll be more than happy. Naya laptop aaya, samajh lete hai kya hai, but will I buy it? That'll be my choice. But if I'm subjected to it, I have no issue with that by virtue of what I do for a living. I think most people that I've met say this, that they've made peace with it. So if that's 30 seconds for you, yes.
Puneet sir.
Yeah, so I would put this way. I think my Instagram reels are my best friends because it throws the right post at me at all times for two reasons. Okay, one is because my microphone is on and it's kept on for a purpose. Second is I curate my post. So I make it sure that, you know, if there's a post which is not relevant to me, I dislike or whatever report or whatever that their options are. I think it's also how each one of us use these algorithms to your own benefit. Initially it's a hard work, but I think over a period of time it learns on its own.
Ganpati sir.
See, I think we can't be preachy like Vikram said. We can't really, stay away from this, ecosystem which we fuel ourselves. And honestly speaking, I have not subscribed to any world sort of spaces. My YouTube is very much, I have no premium subscriptions on YouTube. I would love to hear all marketers out there. And I would go the extra mile by saying, let me be surprised by what you're doing, trying to do, and tell me things which probably I didn't expect you to know about. But that's good. And what I stop it at is whatever my social, my public profile is. I am not out there sharing willfully information about what I do as an individual, as a person, as a personal ecosystem. Okay? As a marketer, as a person who's handling a set of brands, as a professional, and as a person, part of the society, good enough to give you free access to whatever I do. Okay? And I think, please go ahead, surprise me with what you have for me. If you've deciphered me better than what I've done for myself, I'm happy to be indulgent. But that's where the buck stops.
All right. Personally, I'm very paranoid about my personal data. I mean, which is my phone number, my email, my photographs.
I think very different from the other three.
So I'm going to come to that. The so to say, the downside of being in the profession that I have, I also want everything that these guys said. But personal data, and my recommendation always to everyone is be very paranoid. I'm very paranoid about giving my phone numbers to, these, so you want a burger, can you give me your phone number? No, I'm not going to give it to you, right? So I'm very careful about those. Yes, algorithms where I know at best they're looking at my behavior, I'm generally okay with that. In some cases, yes, you give some of those information as well if you believe, for example, for some of the brands that do a really good job with email marketing, I want to subscribe to them because as a marketer in me, I want to see how they're doing it really well, right? That's how I see it.
I think I had a great discussion. I hope the audience liked it as well. Now the house is open for questions. If anybody has any question related to anything, please let us know. Any questions? Himanshu has a question. I know him personally because we have worked together in a previous organization. Can somebody give the mic to Himanshu? I think at the back.
Hi everyone. Vikram, my question is to you. You mentioned
Himanshu,
about...
can you be a bit loud?
Yeah,
this question is to Vikram, right?
Right. So you mentioned about your product called Insurance Samjho, wherein you upload your policy and get your details. Is it only for the people who have your insurance policy?
No, no, no. It's on our website. You could have an ICICI Lombard or HDFC Ergo policy. It's open for all. You come upload your policy and understand what your policy entails, what it can tell you about, coverages, inclusion, exclusion, tenure, all details that a policy entails in a communicative manner.
And then you give suggestions also as to, because it is your
We don't
product.
cross-sell, upsell using that, oh, you have this product, buy our product. No, definitely not. It's for public service, so that you understand your product well and you can use it the right way when, God forbid, the time is right.
Was never aware. Anyways, thank you. It's a good product.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other question from anybody? You have a question? I think the mic is coming.
Good afternoon. Actually, we are students from MIT University, Gurugram. And my question is to Ganpati sir, that you come from FMCG sector where you mostly focus on price. And recently I come to know that in Beijing there is a way of marketing where you go live stream, and instead of hiring the celebrity and promoting ads for like for a month or two or going on contract basis, you hire him for an hour and he goes live stream and he promotes that. So what do you think such sorts of complete loop cycles will come for FMCG sector in India? Because in India we have the sector is good, we have the brands. So when can we find the connection between these things get fully completed?
See, I don't think it's very far off. You already see a lot of home chefs doing it. Okay, it's just that you don't have big names. You have a whole series of influencers who would love to go live, doing from trials of products, cooking, and a host of things. So it is a very natural progression. It's just about if the audience is right, willing to invest that amount of time with you live to see it, or are they comfortable having that content and wanting to see it when they need to see it. That's the difference. So effectively, if somebody was to go live cooking, okay, tomorrow let's pick up any of the celebrity chefs, they go live cooking and they want to kind of invite you over for a dinner, I'm sure there are people waiting to be part of that ecosystem. Okay, so that's very much likely. Is it going to pick up? It depends on what sort of scale. And being on this panel, I can tell you it also very strongly depends on how you are able to personalize that experience for individuals. If it's going to be a lucky draw sort, 1,000 people watching my show, I'll pick up 5 people who will come, I'm sure next time around the person who will do it, far more drop-off rates. Okay. But if it's going to be a particular city, people proximity by say 5 kilometers, I will invite you over to see this, I'm sure it's going to be a much better strike rate. And food in any case is the second highest watched content on most of social media, and I am sure is one of the most personalizable sort of experiences you can have. So no stopping us from getting into a format like that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was lovely to have such a great panel. In the interest of time, yes, have a great evening, everyone.
Hello. Thank you so much. Jan, I please request you to do the honors. And then they'll all collectively do it for you as well. हम आज सब आत्मनिर्भर हो रहे हैं in terms of presenting our gifts.
Oh yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. चलिए फॉर अ नेक्स्ट पैनल जाकिर खान ने कहा है कि हर पत्थर आप जो फेंकते हो जरूरी नहीं कि उससे एक फल टूटे, कुछ कोशिशों के लिए भी फेंके जाते हैं. एंड मच लाइक दैट नॉट each of your marketing idea hits the mark. Some might eventually fail, but they'll help you to do better. And eventually it is then the teams that can embrace fast, take the risk, learn better, and turn the setbacks eventually into stepping stones, they always win. To talk of this and how some of the top marketeers are expressing and they've got ahead with their learnings and practices, उसके बारे में हमसे बात करने के लिए please join me in welcoming to the stage Anuradha Sehgal, Chief Brand and Sustainability Officer, Coforge. Also Arjun Bhatia, CMO of Matrimony.com. Joining them is Chandan Mukherjee, Director and Senior VP, Strategy, Marketing and Communication at Nestle India. Joining them is Jaswinder Sodhi, Head, Customers, Digital and Marketing, HSBC India. Joining them is Nimish Agarwal, Director, Digital Business and CMO, Niva Bupa Health Insurance. Also joining them is Sujata Singh, President, South Havas Media India. And this session will be chaired by Rima Baduri, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Business World. Yes, please welcome them with your applause. I personally feel कि इन 7-8 महारथियों का जो experience है, that deserves more love from you. Let's try again and welcome them. Thank you.
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon. So actually, before I start the panel, I would actually request, as Aditya said, that they definitely need a bigger round of applause. So if we can have some noise in the house. Thank you. So fourth panel of the day, we have discussed various aspects of marketing and coming towards failing forward, bold marketing bets, and the lessons that we can get from it, receive from it. Today, where consumer attention is so fleeting, brand narratives are continuously being rewritten. At the same time, the campaigns which are making bold marketing bets are getting limelight altogether. Some work, some do not. So we'll discuss all of it today. Before I start my session, I would request all of you to quickly give like a 20-second introduction so that our audience would also know you well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sujata Singh. I head South Operations for Havas Media Network. I've been in the industry for more than 20 years across advertising and media.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to Business World for having us here. My name is Arjun. I head marketing for Matrimony.com. I've been in the industry and the profession of marketing for over 20 years now. I've worked in a couple of industries, FMCG, consumer durables, smartphones, and now matchmaking. Nice to be here. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nimish Agrawal. I lead the digital business and marketing for Niva Bupa Health Insurance. Been working for about 18 years now. Started my career in sales in FMCG, moved to paints, then consumer internet, and now in insurance. So yeah, I've been into a few categories now. Very happy to be here and looking forward to a fantastic discussion and a lot of questions from your side.
Hi, I'm Chandan Mukherjee. I look after strategy, marketing, and communication for Nestle. Before this, I used to be in our Nestle headquarters in Switzerland. And before that, I used to work for Hindustan Unilever Limited. I've been there in Nestle for about 2 decades, so very long time. And very happy for this very interesting topic about bold marketing bets. I mean, this is what is an important dimension of marketing at the end of the day. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anuradha Sehgal.
I started my career with Hindustan Lever as a management trainee. Did my sales, market, brand management, did a stint in durables, back to consumer goods with Reckitt. I was the head of brand and communication at Airtel. And then a couple of sabbaticals and some very interesting stints later, I am now the head of brand and sustainability at Coforge, which is an IT company.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Jaswinder Sodhi. I represent HSBC today here. I've been in the BFSI sector for 2.5 decades now. Been part of the founding teams of a couple of digital banks in the country. With HSBC for the last 5.5 years and building the brand for future. Nice to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. So, okay, beginning the session, the panel discussion. So we all love, happy, successful campaigns. But failures are as important as successes. A very wise man once told me that you should know what not to do. You get to learn what to do later. But knowing what not to do becomes primary. So I actually would like to request all of you, I'll start with you, Mr. Sodhi. Any marketing campaigns that come to your mind which, according to you, have done exceptionally well, or where you think that they took bold risk and the reward was not what they expected?
Thanks, Rima. It's an interesting question because how do you define failure or how do you define a less successful campaign? As marketers, we are always in love with the campaigns we run. And many a times, there are different stakeholders who define success in different metrics, right? So we've been in this industry for long, and HSBC, as you know, is an international organization. So we ran a campaign called India Beyond Boundaries, I think around 5 years back, right? And it was about breaking not only cross-border boundaries, but it was also about mental boundaries. So we kind of touched upon the non-stereotype jobs which are coming up, which the new generation is taking. And we tried to mix that with, how HSBC is not only breaking boundaries across borders by way of cross-border banking, but also by way of suggesting that the new age thinking doesn't mean that, one cannot be in non-conventional roles, non-conventional profiles. It was a beautiful campaign, very well accepted. But when you look at returns, when you look at marketing metrics, it was not there. But if you look at the theme, if you look at the message, what we wanted to deliver, if you talk to anybody, it was a great campaign. But when it came down to hard metrics, when it came down to, did we really move the needle? Probably not. Probably it was ahead of time, probably it was too bold to talk about it. But that's something which reminds me to, and something relates to, whether you want to take bold bets or whether you want to be commercially popular. I think that's something which we face every day, but it's good to have such campaigns once in a while.
From a marketer to kind of admit that there was a campaign which we loved, which ticked all the boxes creatively, but did not. It's something that, you learn in hindsight, with that wonderful thing called hindsight. A lot of things become very obvious because at the time we're all in love and we are very convinced of what we are doing. I'd like to give you a couple of two examples from one of my stints in which, the brand is Airtel. I think everyone here is aware of that brand. We relaunched that brand because we wanted to reposition it for young people. It was a brand that fathers were using, dads and corporate heads were using, but not youngsters. And people, there was SL and Voda with the Zuzus and younger, more happening brands. Idea. And Airtel had been positioned as I was getting positioned as an older, boring brand. So objective is very clear. We wanted to reposition ourselves, and there was 3G data coming in. So we launched a campaign, and we sometimes these theoretical things. We said, all right, let's international locations, 3G, a concept which was kind of a little bit of it was almost like mind games. It was like Matrix. You couldn't tell what was. It took you a few times to see to make out what was going on. So, we thought very cool. Young people will love it because it's not so obvious. We are not dishing everything out on a plate to people. It's very intelligent. It was shot in a foreign location. So Prague, foreign models, the music, the iconic tune of Airtel was reimagined, set to African beats, and 2 beautiful ads were put out with 3G. It bombed. It completely bombed. It sank without a trace. Because we had ticked all the boxes. It was, just the right things to do, foreign models, great music, stories which were very intelligent. And what we realized was that nobody knew how to relate to it. So when you talk of taking even bold bets, I think the one lesson is that, is it relevant for the people and does it resonate with the people and the lives of people who you are trying to address? Cut to a year and a half later, when we came up with, and that's another story of how we came up with that campaign, we came out with a campaign that spoke to the 18-year-olds of India in a language that they understood, reflecting their lives, their irreverence, not soppy, no tears, no emotions, which was a big, bold step for Airtel because Airtel ads were very soppy and emotional. And we realized that young people they just said, spare us the tears. They didn't care for that. We still took a risk, and the campaign I'm talking about is Har Ek Friend Zaruri Hota Hai. We still, in that campaign, we took a risk of, there were 2 words, I don't know if you remember, these words were kutte kamine. It was a risk because for a very, very established, respectful brand, in its campaign to launch with words like this, to have a campaign that was very random, not a happy closure, was a risk, and we took that risk. And those 2 things actually, with that wonderful thing called research, when we found out, are the things that tick the boxes the most. So risks, in communication and marketing are a part of, that's the nature of the beast. But these are learnings for me to kind of see that the relevance to, and sometimes, not sometimes, every time actually, your consumer, when you sit down and have a chat, will tell you exactly what's working and what's not going to work for them. So knowing who you want to talk to is the most important.
So I'll give you 2 examples of, where brands have taken some form of risk, and more importantly, how did we address the risk? One is an international example. It's not from India. Now, of course, most of you, all of you would be aware of a brand called Nescafe. It's a coffee brand. And imagine, of course, in India, coffee is becoming more and more entrenched. The penetration is rising. There are a lot of coffee brands which have also entered. But imagine the Western world where, Nescafe is a mainstream brand. It's, of course, a very, large market share brand, but more mainstream brand built over periods of legacy, built with a lot of strong brand fundamentals, but still about, mainstream storytelling and all of that. And of course, to make, younger consumers more interested in a brand like that, of course, we did 2 or 3 things. One is we introduced some new formats, which were more appealing to them. Like Nescafe, espresso concentrates, more like liquid coffee, which you could pour in, drink a lot of cold coffee, hot coffee, etc. But more importantly, all the communication was creator first, influencer oriented, short social videos, not about mainstream storytelling that a brand like Nescafe were to do. And, we got in Zach King, who is a very popular wine creator and so on and so forth, and very youngish, very Gen Z, but with all the elements around it and with a lot of, different things around it which still were about Nescafe, but still appeal to this Gen Z audience. And it was very difficult to draw the line, to tread the line, to see how to go about it. And a lot of nuancing and learning came on the way on how exactly to position the brand in the right way. And we learned a little bit along the way on what really works with Gen Z, what doesn't, but finally we got it somehow. But it's a step that if you were to become a creator first, influencer first brand, very social forward, then that's a step that you have to take while still being true to your brand, while on the other side also taking risks. And the big learning was that, a new product format or new product innovation, when with the right things, gives a legacy brand also the room to kind of innovate and look at it in a different way. May or may not have been possible with the sort of, with the classical way. The other one is more in India. We had a crisis on one of our main brands, Maggi, many years ago. And, and after a brand has been through a crisis, it's always, bold step to see what next. How do you come back? Yeah, what makes you really come back? How should you tread the path of coming back? And David did, two things, where we understood two important elements. If a brand has been in a crisis, come with proof points to show that you are what you are, not what the crisis has been talking about. So bring a lot of proof points that, this is what the brand is, and this is what the product is, and so on. And the second part of it, we learned that the major, sort of big springboard of the brand is really the equity and the love that the brand has. So play on that. And really the risk was a measured risk, but taking these two elements of proof points and the equity of Maggi, and we developed a campaign, We Miss You, and You Missed Us Too, and then we came back, and again, it was a measured risk, but play on what the brand really is, be authentic, and that's the, understanding that we had, while it was a major risky, proposition of how to really come back. So those are two sort of, examples of how we went about it.
I'll talk about two failures. One is very recent, and some of you would have come across it, and one is from my own experience 15 years back. And I'll also tell you what are the two things or two lessons that I've learned. You would have come across the Yes Madam controversy, right? For people who are not aware, Yes Madam is a brand like Urban Company. You can book a makeup lady, masseuse, etc. And for some reasons best known to them, they ran a survey to understand what's the stress level of people they deploy. And a lot of people, even if you ask somebody, are you stressed? I'm stressed. I'm not in stress, I'm chill. Especially when your employer asks it, right? So it was an anonymous survey, people responded saying ki, we are in stress. And then they released on social media a letter or an email that was sent to the employees. And what it said is that people who are in stress are fired. And whether it was a ploy from their end to get trending, etc., but it did create a lot of, and rightly so, a lot of trolling for them. So for a brand which was not very known, it started getting known for the wrong reasons. And one big learning for me is that, first of all, know your proposition, and second is stick to your proposition. It's very important. As brand, there's a promise for consumer to consider us. It's very important for everybody in the organization, even the intern and the coffee boy, to know ki bhai hum karte kya hai, what is our proposition, and stick to your proposition all the times. So that's one big learning. The second is 15 years back, I used to work in Bangalore with a company called Britannia. And Britannia at that point in time was in a very interesting space, right? Frito-Lay was trying to get into biscuits, and Britannia was trying to get into chips. It was a very interesting, and Aliva, etc. ITC was also trying to do something very interesting, and I was running the innovation space for them called Crackers, and we launched something called as Time Pass. Time Pass was the brand, and it was very funny for me to tell people that I do Time Pass in Britannia. So it was an innovation. It was rusk which was flavored. Essentially, that was the product. And Britannia said that let's do full-fledged. Vinita Bali was driving this innovation. She loved the product, so naturally everybody loved the product in the company. And in Tamil Nadu, which is a media isolatable market, we went full hog. Our Balki shot 32 films himself. And unfortunately, in my life, the best work is in my laptop. It has not gone to consumer. But those 7 films, and they're beautiful films, they're on YouTube called Britannia Time Pass. They're beautiful films. And we did a link test, we did an ad test, and the campaign was green. And we deployed in Tamil Nadu market in 2008-9. We put 10 crore rupees of media campaign, right? It drove trials, and I declared victory. And I started saying, now I will get job offers, etc. The second trial never happened. The product was bad. It was very bad. And of course, a lot of analysis, paralysis, fought with sales fighting with marketing. The second lesson that I learned is you can't market a bad product. If the product is not good, you can't market it. So 2 examples, 2 failures. One is know your proposition, stick to your proposition. Second is you cannot market a bad product.
Thanks. So I'll just give you a context before I speak about this campaign. So Bharat Matrimony, the brand that I represent, it's a matchmaking platform, and we are a brand which is very women empowerment kind of in the space of women empowerment, because in India, even after 75 years of independence, or the way culturally we are, women really don't look at this room. In India, largely when I say, women really don't have too much of a choice when it comes to their own marriages. So that's the broader space in which this brand operates. And so there is a lot of product features and obviously communication that goes in, which tries to bring out the proposition of the brand, which is about it being for women and supporting women in one of their lives. So every year, just like any brand, and it's not like a big campaign that we are breaking. Every year, like most of there is any moment where we feel we can have something put out from a brand, we get into it, like all brands do. So I remember 2 years back, during was this thought that came based on insights, and especially markets. I'm talking about up country UP or Bihar is played in a very bad way. It's almost tantamount and like an invitation for men to behave inappropriately with women. So we wanted to just put a spotlight on this issue, and we came up with this small Insta reel, I would say, wherein we show a woman who comes back from playing Holi, and the moment she starts washing her face, washing the color out, there are assault marks on her face and arms. So that was the whole concept, and we were just making a message that Holi should not be fun for only one part of this country. The other part, which is women, it should be as fun for them also, otherwise women will stop participating. And a lot of insights we looked at which actually showed that women are very wary about venturing out during this time. Put that video out. I think within 20-30 minutes, my PR head called me up. I was in a meeting, and he was constantly calling me up. So finally I picked up. I don't know what's happened. And we are not a conservative brand. Generally, we're in a very space because of the nature of the product as well. Traditional matchmaking, appealing to parents and women and all that. So he told me, have you checked the internet? Have you checked Twitter? Twitter exploded. And even if you check now Bharat Matrimony Holi campaign on Google, you will find thousands of comments on that. So what had happened was one, hardcore Hindu religious group picked up that ad, and they exploded on the internet, especially Twitter or X at that time, and we did not know how to manage this crisis. Suddenly, our call center was getting abusive calls to our women employees. Our apps on the Play Store were being rated within seconds with a 1-star, and people commenting on the apps that this app should be deleted, so on and so forth. Immediately all of us got in a huddle. The first obvious thought was, we got our PR agency involved. They said withdraw the ad. So me and my CEO went through, and there was a lot of hate which was coming to the CEO or the founder also on the internet that we were seeing. So we got into a huddle. We looked at our ad or the message that we had put, and we realized that we stand with it. We stand for women empowerment. And there is nothing wrong in the video that we have put out. We spoke to few people, few other brands. We spoke to Google and all because of the app, getting very badly hit. Fortunately, everyone that we spoke to said, stick to your guns. You have not done anything wrong. You did not have a thought that a simple message, which was not on religious lines, also is being diverted into that line. We got court cases, so many things happened, but we kind of stuck to our stand, our proposition that we stand for women, and we want to spotlight an issue which is happening. Fortunately or unfortunately, rather unfortunately, while this controversy was happening, a Japanese traveler women traveler in India was badly molested on that same day. And suddenly we also started getting some positive comments from a whole section of audience that, look, what they were saying was also not wrong, right? You are giving it religious flavor and all that. So net the learning for me was, or for the organization was, as Nimish was also mentioning, one, obviously, if you stand for something and you're not fundamentally doing anything wrong, you should stick to it. The other thing, of course, was, as a marketer and, leading a team, is to have a very strong checklist. You might have a message, but you really don't know how it will be taken, in the larger context. Nothing to be scared about, but at least be aware about it. Like, our intention was never to give it a religious tone. Holi as a festival is a festival. We never thought of it as a Hindu festival, or we are anti-Hindu, as it was claimed that this brand is anti-Hindu and all that. So those were the two lessons that we got out of controversy.
So I'm going to talk about a campaign which is very, very recent, but where brand has taken bold step, but it has been early success. This is for Swiggy Instamart. Just for the context, I've been at Amazon. I've led media there for 6 years. So what Swiggy Instamart is a festival sale campaign, competing with the legacy players like Flipkart and Amazon. So it is like a bold step, right? How do you kind of reset narrative which is kind of dominated by Big Billion Day and Amazon Great Indian Festival? So we had a campaign called Quick India Movement, and also kind of on your own strength. And how do you reset that narrative? So one, we been on that side, I know what the playbook is, and it seemed like a daunting task to be able to establish in that space. But what this campaign has can always reset the narrative if you have a unique strength. One of the things that Swiggy Instamart wanted to achieve with this is to go beyond the conventional categories that they operate in, which is basically groceries, and get into lifestyle and personal care. That they have managed to do. The other thing that they had tapped into, and we thought it could be a risk, because one, it was a very, very intelligent word play on Quick India Movement, and we were also anticipating some sort of a backlash saying that, it is Quick India Movement and Quick India Movement and Quick India Movement. But thankfully, people appreciated this word play. So we were saved there. The last thing is, because Swiggy Instamart is a Gen Z brand, and we continue to be irreverent, and we have a certain kind of association that we always look at. But we, as in the brand, chose to have Ajay Devgan, which I wouldn't say that is a Gen Z representative. But there are certain cultural movements that stays, in the conscience of people and the country. And that split that he had in Fool or Kante about 25 years back is something which is still celebrated. So that is what the brand has done. While everybody has spoken about some of the campaign where they have taken risk and the result was not as encouraging, but here is the brand who did take a risk, challenge the erstwhile, the legacy players and reset the narrative, and this is just the beginning. So I'm hoping that we'll we'll go bigger, better next year.
Thank you. I think I've asked the first question as the most challenging one and most interesting one, where everyone actually had a lot of inputs. Okay, we have roughly 6 minutes. I'll quickly, come across one question that is, with all the conversations we had till now, one thing that I understood, one thing the baseline was that it is all about the youth, the targeting of the youth. Now, when we talk about the young generation, how do you explain them data privacy when all they want is personalized experiences? We have a lot of young people here. How many of you have tried the Ghibli trend or the Nano Banana trend? Have you realized that you have been giving data which companies have been demanding for? So on that note, how do you micro-target these particular cohorts when there is also privacy concerns which people don't realize? 76% of youngsters are talking to ChatGPT and discussing their personal life when all the data they are giving. How do you take an approach to that? I mean, Chandan sir, if you would like to have a take on that.
Well, I think, privacy and personalization both have value propositions. We need to understand that. The way, we as a sort of an organization, or the way I would look at it is, of course, to do personalization which is privacy safe. Now, if you look at, Nano Banana trend or some of the Ghibli stuff, of course, people are giving out data. It's important that people are aware that they're giving out data, that there is consent that brands take about when they give out such kind of data or when they take such kind of data. It's of course, important to understand that, if you give out so much of data, the data can be used for some harm. You could have deep fakes, you could have misuse of data, you could have the data being used out, or your identity may be, out, and so on. So I think it's important for brands to follow 2 or 3 things, while people do want personalization and so on, and you do need to have that. One is, of course, to have the right kind of, privacy safe engineering, privacy safe elements, so that you are ensuring that, privacy is kind of, maintained. Second is consent, of course. People should be aware of things and people should know that, they are giving out the data. And maybe, with these kind of micro-targeting opportunities and all, to also form a way by which brands should, sort of maybe keep the data only for a certain period of time. Maybe people can then, get out of it at a certain point in time. And we'll have to also look at how do we have trust as an ROI metric, in the sense that, how many people are opting out of it, how many people are complaining about it, how many people are looking at other kinds of elements around it, so that we are able to personalize when it's privacy safe. So, but I think people need to be aware of it. Otherwise, some of it is also lack of awareness that people give out the data and they don't even know that they've given it out.
True. I mean, similar on the lines of, Anuradha, if I may ask you on this, that we all saw the Poonam Pandey's campaign. Do you think the storytelling is the way where they went from how do you see out of it? It just doesn't make sense.
So they're pushing boundaries and taking risks, but should you take it at the cost of ethics? Authenticity? Never. Because any brand, a sprint. We're looking at brands that have been around for 50, 60, 70 years, and you always want the brand to live for a very long time. It is a marathon. thing that you cannot afford to do is lose trust. It's the hardest thing, and you would give an arm and a leg. You work very hard to first build that trust. If but some lose it, then to win it back. But to therefore be consciously looking at some shock kind of the two things, I mean, it did get some 500 odd head that campaign. But I think what it did do is forever eroded the credit of the influencer in question. The second thing it did was it actually did a disservice to such campaigns which are about health. Because nobody remembers what about, which was really cervical cancer can prevent it. But everyone remembers it's death. And so what is the message? That actually, nobody dies. You're actually confusing the messaging. So I would never, one of the things to never, authenticity, if you notice, is something that is coming across as value, and you cannot compromise on authenticity. It's a cornerstone of successful and good communication, is to be authentic and credible. Never be sacrificed at the altar of eyeballs, views. It's not worth it.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sodhi, on that note, if a campaign goes unnoticed, is that more important, or a campaign like are massively noticed, but eventually we need to learn from them? What do you think has a bigger?
See, first of all, I think the choice is on trust versus virality. I think 10 out of 10 will agree that we will never compromise trust, right? So if it is coming at the authenticity, the answer is no. But if I look at psychologically, behaviorally, anything which gives unnoticed or where the different to your campaign, I think you've lost them. If there is a positive or a negative emotion coming out of your campaign or after in response, it means that they some form for your brand. So now, where do we put the boundary? Push, I think it's left to each industry in each brand. Play in banking and financial services, we are very particular about trust. We are very particular about privacy and things like that. So we will never play with it, right? But it does. To what extent your end expectations will give you more eyeballs, but where it kind of just breaks it.
Sujata, from an agent, various brands, how do you see these campaigns when you risk with them, discussing the process with them? How do you channelize those aspects that, okay, this is the point where we take a risk, or what's your take on it?
Okay, so to your original question, I think, not all campaigns which go unnoticed is unsuccessful, because we live in a social media environment where everything has to be chatty, buzzy and stuff. But if you look at a lot of the marketing campaign, they don't create buzz. Consumers talking about it, but they are extremely successful. Those campaign run for weeks and weeks and weeks. So I think there has to be some bit of a differentiation in terms of what is successful and buzzy, and what is just buzzy. So that's the kind of differentiation that we see. And also, when you are looking at a campaign, and if you have something unique to say, right, which you think is something that has a potential to, catch on, what as a brand you try to do is to facilitate that conversation. And that is what we try doing it, but not at the cost of, being frivolous, being irresponsible, or to an extent, maybe to an extent going to the extent of eroding trust. So some of those things we do keep in mind, but as a agency and we consider ourselves as an equal custodian of brand, and we do have that deliberation and discussion in terms of where, it is okay to, push the boundaries, and where we think that we might be risking, the brand stature, health that we have invested so much into in building it.
Thank you. Arjun and Nimish, like a quick question that I have with you is that with AI, with data, predictive analysis coming up and shaping decisions, do you think that they will give us new kinds of failure or new kinds of learnings? What is your take on it?
Okay, quick answer on that. I feel AI is an enabler. Okay, I don't think so. It can define success or failure. Ultimately, it's the human being who's drawing insights from it and making, going in places where we have not gone earlier. You know, if there are certain insights which are coming, which the larger data does not show for a certain cohort of your customers, can I amplify and build on that to deliver a campaign? It can be personalized also, it can be for a bigger mass of audience also. So it's not really that AI is defining success or failure, it's more of a co-pilot or an augmenter for you to go through extreme amounts of data and understand, you know, what is it that you are missing from an analysis or insights standpoint and make your campaigns work better.
Ditto.
That's the shortest answer then.
I'm very happy that Poonam Pandey is alive. And yeah, I mean, AI is an enabler. Your last question was very interesting. And I think it's always about, rather talked about, credibility is very important. You cannot know your proposition, stick to your proposition. Very, very important. It's fundamental. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your time. Yes, you can take it ahead.
Thank you so much.
Awas. Applause for that, please. Rima, can you do the honors? नहीं नहीं Thank you. A group picture as well, please. And thank you so much. Thank you. Next panel discussion, quite interesting. Sports, cinema, pop culture. We are all so much driven by what we see and how all of these bridge or act as a perfect catalyst between brands and audiences. By tapping into our shared passions, our different cultures, brands and marketers help their very product become feel authentic and memorable at least. इसके बारे में हमसे और विस्तार से बात करने के लिए to dive and also dig deep into this session, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Manish Sharma, President, Arena India, a part of Havas Media Network India, Rahul Talwar, EVP and CMO Axis Max Life Insurance. Joining them is Rohit Talwar, CMO, JSW Paints. Also, Sachin Chabra, former CMO, Adani Cements. Joining them is Tarun Jha, Head Marketing, JSW Steel. And this session will be chaired by Tushar Malhotra, Director, Sales and Marketing, Bisleri International. Yes, please welcome them. Tina, can you please help me? wondering where are they.
Follow the sequence. Critical mass. धार ही तेज हो जाएगी दोनों से धार तेज हो जाएगी
Give us a minute to start getting.
Oh, yeah. Mic testing.
1 2 4 1 2 4 3 का क्या लिखो रहा है
आंसर देते हैं तो साथ में क्वेश्चन हाँ आप दिल्ली में ये हो रहा है लैंड ऑफ द तलवार तो शाम को खाने की जरूरत नहीं भाई दिस इज वो वॉकर मैं कैसे ग्राउंड 38 मिनट है तुम्हारे पास हमारी जिंदगी के सबसे बड़ा
We can make an announcement outside as well. हम भी कर सकते
There is an incentive to come and serve. सीमेंट और स्टील मिलकर करवा देंगे पेंट आप करवा देंगे उधर रहने वालों के इंश्योरेंस हम करवा देंगे पानी तो बहुत जरूरी
Nothing has changed. We've done a discussion. The moderator goes there.
I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't figured it out yet.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a very august panel over here. We've got some stalwarts from the industry. They need no introduction, but just in case you want an introduction, our names are up there. Right. And the topic today is a very interesting topic. It's about movies. It's about pop culture, about sports. Right. And I believe these three aspects are critically important to what we call Gen Zs today, because today they're looking to get entertained, right? It's all digital, and ads are competing with reels today.
Sports is a phenomenon today, right? Fandom is an emotional connect with everybody, and I mean, music festivals and everything are back with a bang right now, and there is a lot and lots of action happening over there. So we'll explore with the panel the nuances and the impact that it had on how a marketer thinks today, and how are they leveraging the channel. So I'll start with Tarun. Do you believe that today an advertisement has to be entertainment? Is that you need entertainment to tap into pop culture of today?
See, advertising has always been supposed to be, entertaining. Otherwise, how do you grab attention? It started off by being, informative, but over time things have blurred because, see, we as consumers have become extremely entertainment starved, so to say. We want thrill and excitement in everything that we do. So advertising has to be a little entertaining, otherwise you will not grab the attention of people. So I think the lines are blurred, and I believe yes. The answer is yes.
Sachin, do you believe today an advertisement is competing with reels for screen time with the Gen Zs? And how are you looking to adapt to that?
No, I completely agree because, the times have changed apparently now. We are not living in 2010s or 2015s where, TV used to be ruling the roost. Today, audience is much more evolved. They are phenomenally always on digital. So even the advertising has apparently changed. So TV advertising is completely different from digital. Today, audience who's kind of glued on social media or digital, for them, reels or, short-term content is a way of entertainment, and if you can kind of bring the brand into it and be a part of their culture, then I think advertising will be kind of doing its job. But if you're not talking the language or you're not being a part of their culture, then, something will go wrong. For sure it will go wrong because it's very difficult to be part of their life. They're youngsters. They look at advertising in a very, very different way.
Rohit, you in your previous role, you made one of the most entertaining ads with we brought Shah Rukh Khan to Castrol. What was the insight behind it?
Yeah, I think the subject, and you talked a bit about pop culture. And I think all of us in our roles, one of the things we have to do is keep our brands relevant and engaging with the audiences of today. And the category said traditional, right? And I think, to the point that Tarun was making, finally, you have to be memorable. And is to have a celebrity, somebody that consumer, and then use the relevant way that plays back to the brand. That was the thinking behind it. And, I was just in some consumer emotions today in a different category, and I met a 45-year-old homemaker. And I asked her, how do you spend your time? And she said, I started painting my house, and it became this big project that's lasted 6 months. And as a result of this, our TV was put away, and now I don't miss it. Okay, and she's spending her time online, she's looking at reels, she's doing all of the stuff that we think very young consumers are doing, but it's actually all pervasive. And I also went quite deep into rural India to look at what's happening in small villages, and actually digital is reaching everybody now. So I think, there are various ways to engage consumers. They're time poor. I was looking at some data that said advertising now, 50% of ads are seen for 2 seconds or less. That's something that all of us need to be aware of. So how are you going to cut through? How are you going to grab attention? That's really the game. And then I think the medium plays its role.
You've been now a veteran of the financial services sector, and previously you worked with CPG brands as well. What is the difference in your approach when you take at sort of interpreting pop culture, and how is the interpretation different from a CPG brand to a financial services brand, and how do you implement that?
Thanks, Tushar. I think fundamentally the difference is to be able to land financial services conversations in conversational way to make it more engaging versus trying to make it more technical, producty, and make it more one way. So I think the first filter that we've applied at Access Max Life or in general at a category level that we have borrowed from the CPG world or FMCG in that sense, to be able to make it more conversational, engaging in that sense. And I think the evolution that we've seen is that, say, a product like life insurance is in a way trying to find its balance between push versus pull. Largely, it was always a push conversation, and to borrow codes of how to make it pull, seeing a large influx of audience coming in from direct digital gateways to us directly, thanks to what's happening in the aggregator space, in the e-com space for that sense. And I think that's where brands like ourselves have been able to just be a little ahead of the curve. So borrowing something from what Rohit mentioned, I think more emotional-led conversations, but more authentic, more engagement for sure. Because unlike many categories, ours is one category which, if you typically look at the time duration of consumption, from the day you buy to the moment of truth, could be anywhere from 5 years to 10 years to 40 years if you end up buying life insurance at an early age of 25. So in terms of the entire brand life cycle and product life cycle is that much more longer, and hence that much more need for it to be engaging, unlike say an impulse category from say an FMCG space. So yes, to get them onboarded is one part of the conversation, but to keep them there, keep them engaged. There's a very interesting saying we say at Access Max Life Insurance. You get them young, keep them happy, allow them to buy more, and in turn, say word of mouth. Because that's the entire cycle that we have seen typically life insurance go through.
Manish, you worked with a diversity of clients, and recently, when the interpretation of pop culture comes to you in a brief, just do celebrities as endorsers mean pop culture, or is it influencers today?
So I'll tell you, audiences are becoming smarter day by day. For them, whether it's endorsement through celebrities, influencers, they just don't want any interruptions in between to believe in the person they believe in. Any big celebrities is not a guarantee for a brand purchase in their lifestyle. It will never happen. Influencers just take the journey forward along with them. And we heard Shubhranshu in the morning, it is not big is better. You know, it is what is more relevant, what does more resonance with the brand and in my thought circle. If and as an audience, if I am relatable to a person who is staying next corner, the panwala, for me that's a bigger influencer. So, you know, that's how it's, so it's not an endorsement, it's not a celebrity that sells a product, you know, it's the relevance, it's the connect that I can build with that particular person as an influencer is what sells. A lot of successful brand does not have any celebrities, but they are still much larger, much successful, and not every success and every unsuccessful brand has a big celebrity. So that's where I would agree.
Tarun, steel is known for performance, you know, it's known for durability, it's known for lasting the times, you know. And do you believe that there a big connect with sports and steel? And if so, what are the associations that you've done with the sports industry?
There are two very important things in steel in our trade. One is, like you said, performance. The other is trust. Plus, we are a homegrown company in all that, which is where our association with sports, especially sports in India, of Indians, people who come from humble backgrounds, perform and reach a certain stage at the global level. That kind of resonates with the way JSW Steel as a brand is seen also, because we started very late compared to old brands which have been around for almost 120, 30 years. Our journey is much shorter than them, 40 years. If you see the trajectory, it's very similar. A small town becoming big, India's largest producer of steel in the country. There is that little bit of truth in those stories. They run parallel. And quite honestly, a lot of our customers come from, B towns, C towns, absolute rural part of India. They see that connect. They believe in the authenticity of the message and the connection, which I think works brilliantly well in our case. If we sponsor, let's say, that authentic. All the people connect JSW, all the JSW brands with sport. But that parallel story is what works in our case.
I think JSW sports franchise as well, which they're doing a
we
lot
have-
of associations
We have
with.
something called the Inspire Institute of Sport in Vijayanagar in Karnataka, where we have the biggest steel factory. So just a bit of study. In the last Olympics, I think India sent about 120 odd athletes, out of which 8 of them had trained at our academy, which is also, and we don't use them for publicity, no, not at all. It is one of the ventures which, the promoters of the group, are, and again, it works in a way that we are not pushing it in your face saying, see, we've done this. We are not making, a story around it. The story is picked up by people. You see the
Gone to the JSW bandwagon right now and ask the same question. Rohit over here.
So why?
The connect of JSW with sports.
Yeah, I think Tarun put it really beautifully. So I don't think I can add much. What I can say is that there is deep passion that sports, right, and is led in our country by cricket, which is why cricket is a pervasive sport and medium that many brands engage with. But I think the real sports well goes beyond just the media and just, I think if you can create a kind of a immersive partnership in a way that not just makes your brand visible to consumers, but can actually for consumers, experiences for customers, give them access that they wouldn't have with your partnership and what you do with sport. That makes it very meaningful, and that's what really the strength of the partnership alive. I think, you were talking a bit about influencers and how consumers are smart. Consumers are always smart, right? They can see through everything. So I think you build long-lasting, authentic relationships. That's what becomes more and more meaningful, gets reinforced again and again over time. And I think as marketers, we tend to get bored most easily with what we do. But consumers really value and see consistency. I think the work that JSW is doing in sport is so meaningful and building on its strength year after year. So I think you'll see the group stay that course, and that's what will really make it even more meaningful in the future.
Sachin, cricket is a religion as far as the country is concerned, and I think with your name as well, you'd have a deeper connect. We'll all start cheering for you soon.
Thank you.
And other sports association are also coming into fore with athletics, and how are brands looking to tap? Is there a deeper emotional connect while you get a wide mass connect with cricket? With other sports, is there a deeper emotional connect present with the consumers?
Oh, absolutely. India is a diverse country. Yes, cricket is a religion. But the moment you kind of move into tier 2, tier 3 kind of a markets, there are many sports which are kind of getting a lot of attention. You see the kabaddi leagues which have kind of happening for the last so many odd years. It's kind of grown phenomenally. And the reason only why it has grown to that level is because of the connect it kind of has with those kind of audiences and those terms. And very interestingly, it's also kind of inspiring a lot of people to come into sports. Like JSW is doing a fantastic job in kind of grooming of sportsmen. Kabaddi is gaining a lot of attention. Kho is kind of coming up big time. And, for you to kind of take sports to the grassroots level also. It's apparently, engaging anybody and everybody, and sports is one element which basically it connects with over 200, 400, 500 million kind of an audiences. But these kind of it's kind of getting a wider kind of an acceptance, not just, like I said, tier 2, tier 3 definitely connects, but even the kind of association, even in mini metros is kind of gaining. So I think how things are moving from a sports level, and the government is also pushing. They have their own plans of in terms of making people more fitter. and it encourages people to kind of adopt more sports. And the way things are moving, things are shaping, I think a lot of sports are going to be getting a lot of visibility and getting connected.
Rahul, your views on it, do you believe that is sports bigger than the IPL spectacle that we go through every year? Are brands kind of associated with and putting in money and investments into other sports as well?
I think at a high level, yes. I think three things are happening that the way we see it, again at Access Max Life, and the way I've seen it evolve, thanks to my time at PepsiCo to where I am today. I think sports being evolved from just the sporting event to an experience, and to the fact that yes, a sporting event may be time bound, but the experience can be a lot more longer and have multiple touch points, thanks to the way the audience is engaging today. So I think that's one evolution that we've seen, and it's true about cricket, it's also true about non-cricket as well. We heard about Kabaddi, we see what's happening with, say, Kabaddi League as a platform, but it again cuts across in many ways than just the season that Kabaddi League comes, say, on air. Second, I think what we've also seen, and maybe a dimension of cricket, that there is this entire diversity agenda attached to it. I think cricket has got broad-based beyond just it being a male-dominated sport. And interestingly, there are brands which are able to now invest ahead of time on say, women's cricket, and again down. So that also just allows us that while IPL got the women audience to be sticky to the television screen, but you also have a way to take the sport beyond the gender. And again, we have done partnerships with the women team at Mumbai Indians, etc., to again understand what happens on the ground. And I think it's a great positive reaction to the investments that we've made. And the third one that I've seen evolve over time is that content around cricket has also gotten a lot more broad-based. Obviously, media has allowed it to broad-base itself, but content has also gotten a lot more broad-based. Yes, there are expert views and dime a dozen, but you could be able to look at influencer into a sport, you could be able to look at around sport. So brands have been able to build themselves by necessarily not being in the sport, but maybe around that sport. And again, at a higher level, cricket and beyond is emerging. For many brands, JSW, one ecosystem that's taking it down. We've seen Tatas do that. I think you also have a regional play to it. You go to East, it's more about soccer, stroke football, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's the experience that we have seen at Access Max Life.
Manish, your views?
In my view, sports bring two things. Sports bring passion with scale. I mean, scale is something as marketers, as agency, we really look forward to. Cricket clearly, undoubtedly, is the larger pie out here. But what has happened in the last few years is, apart from cricket, which is a team sports, individual athletes have really come up. Now, the moment you talk about top, Neeraj Chopra will be way high. You know, recently we see a guy, Sachin Jadhav, who's outnumbered. PV Sindhu is doing name, earlier Saina Mirza was there. So what is happening, and thanks to brands like JSW who have really come forward and really partnered with athletes to give them that platform. Talk about Kabaddi, you know, people have started talking about Kabaddi. I come from Jaipur. When I go to Jaipur, they talk more about Jaipur Pink Panthers and the team around that. You go to Haryana, people talk about, you know, wrestling and all. All these talks are now becoming more prominent. Cricket, while it's not left behind, but the other sports have really come up. And the monies that you see pumped in, you know, no one were talking about Odisha as a state. Odisha is the biggest, world largest hockey stadium. You know, that's the change that when you talk about sports.
I mean, couldn't agree more. I mean, at Distillery as well, what we've got about 56 sporting associations starting. Yes, we do have 5 IPL teams, but then we have all the marathons in India and Dubai. We've got partnership with tennis, with racing, and esports. Has and will build a deeper emotional connection with.
I think there's another factor. In the last 2 decades or so, I think Indian athletes have started performing so well globally that there's this resurgent pride in us. Earlier, we would be extremely defensive about our performance in anything. 173rd ranking in football. I remember that data from my childhood. To now, I mean, we have champions, we have world champions in so many different sports. So, and with the, the renewed nationalism, national pride, or whatever you might call it, I think it also makes us happy that sport is doing so well. So it works in our favor as marketeers.
The next genre of entertainment, movies, right? Movies are part of pop culture. The film stars are part of cult icons, especially if you go down to South India, you just have to say Rajnikant and everybody will be like, this is God for us, right? So into that psyche, how are brands that are looking to authentically integrate with movies and build on this deep emotional connect that consumers have?
I haven't done too many movie associations, but in India, that is. So we were lucky in my previous, outing with Skoda. There were Skoda cars being used in certain movies. Of course, it was not an official placement or something like that. But in Europe, if the films were shot in Central and Eastern Europe, you had by default a lot of Skodas in it. If you remember Vin Diesel's first outing, which was XXX, right? It was shot in Prague. And if you see, most of the chase sequences had that car. So somehow, I mean, the association of the country with the brand worked brilliantly well. James Bond, we of course know. There are certain brands which lend themselves beautifully to that whole cinematic environment. Not all of them do, because a lot of times it looks forced. And that is the pitfall which, see, the problem is a lot of us as, custodians of the brand, when we have the money, we go berserk. We believe we can buy it, we have 50 crore rupees, laga do film mein. Is there an association, is there a relevance? Keeping our, I will not say a bottle, a jar of something on the table is such a forced kind of a placement, it does not possibly make sense. But because I have the money, I can buy it. So that arrogance of brand custodians is what doesn't work, and customers and viewers see through it. So I would recommend not to do that. Unless you're part of the story, please don't pay that money. It's a waste of effort.
Interesting point. I mean, as Alexa calls the bads of Bollywood, is supposed to have the most number of associations of any Netflix show so far. But is authenticity required, or is awareness enough? Such in your view?
No, I think it has to be authentic. I think Tarun is rightly saying that, the consumers see through it. Gone are the times, when there used to be on your face kind of in movie association or in content association. And we have seen a lot of FMCG brands doing, not just in movies, but also in TV shows as well. So, somebody is using a moisturizer during a shot, and, the company is apparently paid for it. So that is happening. And that was happening. That still happens. But I think consumers do see authenticity when a brand is basically being a part of that scheme of things. I'll give you one example. At Adani, we have this brand called ACC. And obviously, we as marketers, we do get a lot of kind of offers. Okay, ye movie aa rahi hai, that movie is coming. We are part of the scheme of things. Invest so much money. There was one movie which came, and we will not get into the success because it flopped badly. The movie was Bhuj. And the reason we took it up, because, it was built around a narrative of India-Pakistan war. Bhuj runway was kind of created by the women of those, that particular village. But when we just dived a bit deeper into the context, and the reason why we kind of agreed to be a part of that narrative was that runway was built by using ACC cement. So, it became a lot of relevance for us, when we were kind of looking at that, and we partnered with that movie. So, because, and we created that whole kind of an environment, okay, wherein, ACC is being presented as part of that narrative. But yes, I kind of agree, because, the consumers do see through. They are kind of looking at brands as an engagement now, not just like in your face placement. So, and courtesy digital also, things are changing dramatically. You gave an example of Bats of Bollywood. I think I haven't seen the show, but I've heard a lot of things about, how the brands are getting leveraged in the narrative. So yeah, so in the coming times, brands will be kind of looking at much more deeper context, how, they need to be placed, and not just like a subtle in your face placement.
Rohit, your views?
Yeah, I'll give you two examples. I think just take Omega and James Bond as an association and partnership built over many years. And they've been able to anchor a product line around that and leverage that beautifully through experiences and taking it well beyond just the movie. I'll give you an example from my now previous life, which is 1 month old. The last brand I worked with is an engine oil brand. And many years back, we wanted to create the world's first really performance engine oil. And we did a partnership with Fast and Furious, where before that critical race, Vin Diesel changes the oil, does an oil change and uses that thing and wins the race. So I think it comes down to contextual relevance, and that's what helps build a bit of spontaneous recall and then eventually some kind of associations with the brand, because I think just total awareness is not enough. And if you want to take it a bit further, you have to stand for something. And as long as you can do that in a way, to your point, that doesn't feel forced, that's when you become a bit more memorable. So,
well, there are two aspects to an association with a film that I'm going to talk about. One aspect is, of course, in-film placement. The other aspect is also once a film is released. I mean, at Bisleri, for example, we do limited edition association. The last one we did was Mission Impossible, where we had Tom Cruise on the pack. We've had Rajnikant and all that, right? That's kind of worked with us, especially from a retail angle, because it's collectible to the consumers. Any examples that you've seen of a brand kind of leveraging post a film's release, and how's that done?
I think the example that that comes to my mind is less from the current category, which is say life insurance or BFSI. But if I was to go back again to say foods and beverages, I think this theme of collectibles, pre-release excitement and post-release. For example, there was this massive integration that was done on Mountain Dew with Bang Bang and Hrithik Roshan, where and there was an in-film for sure, but it was more about this entire collectibles on a can. On this entire piece of, say, the chips category, on-pack, you've got on-pack collectibles, which typically comes in with a play of either a flavor on chip or, say, again, a collectible kind of an engagement. So I think it works. I think what brands have been able to do, which, again, say, categories like BFSI are trying to pick up for, is to something that we just heard. Is it about awareness? Then over-the-top branding, over-the-top visibility. If it's more about, say, an in-film placement, for example, it's a story about a family where the father or the mother happens to be a life advisor. Now, if he or she is coming out of, say, an office of Axis Max Life Insurance, subtle part of the story, but if it's just put out as a wall painting behind a street wall in a particular scene, complete misfit. So I think it just needs to be identified, say, again, by the brand owner, that what's the objective of doing, say, a particular kind of a film. You could do a regional story around it, for sure, and I know what works in South necessarily doesn't work exactly as is, say, up in the North. So I think the objective needs to be fine-tuned, and there are workarounds for it, for sure.
Manish, there's an amalgamation of both of this is why brands are kind of funding short film content, which is entertaining as well, but with the brand purpose or message embedded. What is your take on that?
When you talk about authenticity and awareness, and we all spoke about, I think, respect, something that comes into my mind. The viewers today understand whether the brand respect them or not. There is obviously an advertisement, TVC, which is made to talk about the brand itself. They are going to watch movie for entertainment. How meaningfully can we really weave in the entire story? One very small film that comes into my mind is Mere Dad Ki Maruti. Now, very small, cute film, I would call it. It stayed in my mind, and being from this industry, I mean, it stayed beautifully. The story was weaved in. I mean, Tarun talked about it has to be a story that should be the biggest thing. The Badass Bollywood, I have watched 3 episodes, still need to watch 4 more. I mean, you name the brand, it's there. You are just fitting in brands for the heck of making money. I mean, do you really talk about people out here? I don't think people will even recall the brands there. When it comes to doing tie-ups outside the movie, I remember one of the associations that we did at Havas, we handled Voltas. And we were just looking at around the season time for cooler as a category. Cooler for Voltas is not a big category which we advertise. There was this movie, Badri Ki Dulhaniya. Now, Badri Ki Dulhaniya was
the entire backdrop was UP. These guys in UP, middle family, you know, it's where, you know, the cooler and all. You know, we did a tie-up with them, and, you know, whether the movie did great or not, but, you know, the tie-up really excited the dealers, you know, the trade community. I was part of those meet and greet where, you know, the dealers from UP and all were they just waiting in lines to have one single photo with Alia Bhatt and Varun Dhawan. You know, that's how we need to do it. That's where the respect and being meaningful comes into the forefront, and we talk about association with movies.
Right, so time's up. So I got one last question for everybody, which will be a very quick fire one. One of the aspects we've not discussed is on music. Now, as a marketer, would you want to create your own music IP, or would you want to create an experience in an existing music IP like Lollapalooza?
So I've done both. So when we were at Skoda, and with the purpose, because we had to we had to actually grow in the South market. It was very important. So we created certain IPs. It was called Sonic Roots. So Skoda had completed 120 years, and being a Czech brand, very deeply associated with music forever. So we wanted to create an IP, which we did, called Sonic Roots, where you go back to your roots, pick up those almost extinct folk songs, give it a new avatar. Then we did something for South called Deccan Beats, which was a talent hunt for musicians and singers in the South. And on ground, we did something called the Bollywood Music Project, where the whole idea was to showcase your car to 20,000 people who gather at Geo Gardens. So it does work, but again, context is important.
I remember that one. I was there too.
So, you know, I have a different perspective. I've kind of attended all these concerts and everything, but, you know, from a marketing or a brand perspective, when I go to them, these kind of concerts, one thing which I basically see is that, you know, there is a huge amount of list of sponsors, which is kind of displayed on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. But I think, you know, it would only work if during the concert or after the concert, the brand becomes a part of the audience's conversation. That's when the integration has succeeded. Otherwise, it's just going to be any other kind of a brand association. And one example which I can give you is apparently your product only. Just an example, I don't know whether you take it up or you don't. But next Lollapalooza, if you kind of distribute Bisleri bottles, because water is something, you know, which is everybody is kind of after, because it's so much, heat around, and, you know, there's a lot of people who want water. If you just distribute Bisleri, Bisleri will become automatically a part of their conversations कि अच्छा Bisleri ने हमको Lollapalooza में हमको ये दिया वो दिया, and automatically Bisleri has created that kind of an engagement without even actually spending money like a sponsor. I don't know.
In fact, we have a long-term association with Lollapalooza where 5.5 lakh glasses of water are consumed every year at Lollapalooza.
Yeah, so the moment you do that, and the moment any kind of a brand does that, and it becomes a part of the conversations at a concert, I think the job is well done.
Rohit?
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I think you've covered the consumption at the event at scale piece. I'll give you an example from another market. So I've actually done the music creation piece where the brand has a role and we use music to bring it to life, and it was very, very successful. So I think it's horses for courses. I think it depends on what your objective is and how you leverage it. But I think if you can create something with music and that kind of really catches people's attention, it becomes a very memorable piece of work, and it did set the brand on a different trajectory after that piece of work. So either can work, it just depends on what you want to do.
Rahul?
I think largely +1, but I think, yeah, brands to have a sonic asset, keeping music at the core of it, I think can work, should work. It's a part of a mind memory map over time that gets built. As long as the brand can stay true to it, I think many examples that we can rattle out, so I'm keeping that aside. The other one is a category play into music platforms or music as an experience. I think certain category would lend themselves bang on, certain are going to be on the periphery, and certain are going to be complete misfit. So the misfit brand owners need to stay away from it for sure.
Manish, very quickly.
+4, only if has the lens of 3 C's, which is content, context, and connections. 2 examples that come into my mind when I was in college is Bacardi Blast Weekenders.
still stays. You know, I was not drinking at that point in time, not a drinking age, but I still remember Bacardi Blast. The recent one, because everyone is talking about digital, everyone is talking about immersive, everyone is talking about individuality. Coke Studio is one example that stays with me. Music as a pillar is a great pillar, done exactly the way everyone has spoken here.
Perfect. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this amazing session. And thank you, Business World, for calling us and making us all meet together and have this wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tushar, for moderating that. Now, please request you, Tushar, to do the honors. Can all of us please present one to, we collectively present one to Tushar. Oh yes. Tushar, thank you. Your group picture. Done with that? Group picture. Group picture. In the front please. Thank you so much. Thank you. अब देखिए ताली बजाना चाहते हैं तो फिर अच्छे से थैंक यू. Next one, extremely important and interesting. As Shubhanshu had mentioned in his standalone की हर मिनट लगभग 500 घंटों का, every minute at least there is 500 hours worth of content being uploaded online. With content being endless, attention shrinking, how do brands make sure that they cut through the noise with clarity, with creativity and also with genuine value? Our country's leading CMOs will now deliberate on why winning in the attention recession means not just being seen, but of course also being remembered. And to share their views on the same, please join me in welcoming our experts. First, Amandeep Malhari, Head Marketing, JK Maxx Paints. Also Mayuri Saikia, Director, Marketing, Consumer and Small Business, Dell Technologies India. Joining them is Rupali Sharma, President, North and East, Havas Media India. And this session will be chaired by Rajiv Dubey, Vice President, Marketing, Dabur India. Let's welcome them collectively. तो एक बार टेक 2 करते हैं. Let's welcome them, please. Thank you.
Hello, it's working. I think I can see a lot of attention here from people. People are not looking at their mobiles, at least. But I'm going to look at my mobile because I've got questions here. So, the topic is on attention economy, and, a few years back when I was introduced to this term, I said, what is the attention economy? I was curious to know about the subject. Then I realized that, whatever we do online today, whatever time we give to social media platforms, etc., that is traded, right? So my time, which I spend online, gets traded by somebody like Meta and others and sold to advertisers like us. We buy that time and we reach out to our consumers. So that in a nutshell is basically trading about attention. Then, attention is coming down, and then we got to this term a few years back where it was fish attention span is 8 seconds and human attention span is shorter and shorter and shorter now. And it has come, we talk about attention span being just about 3 seconds. The time you take to scroll from here to here on the screen, when you go from one reel to another. So in such era, what is happening? How are brands interacting with consumers? How are brands trying to reach out to their consumers? Is brand building possible in 3 seconds, or do we still need larger form? Is attention a problem, first of all? I think, it's a question of relevance. I'll ask you one question. How many of you have watched a series called Game of Thrones? Yeah. Quite a few, right? So time is not a problem, right? People have time, right? We have time. We have time to watch 8 seasons into 10 episodes. For us, it's not a problem of time, right? There is a series called, I'm from old school and we used to buy a lot of TV once upon a time. Ram Sai is here and he's been buying it as well. So that series has been on season 7. And it has been able to grab attention. Like 18 years, still on. Now, coming to how do brands like I work for a company which manufactures and sells consumer products. We sell across all categories. We have been there in the business for 140 years. Started at the time when Queen Victoria was running this country, till this is running the country. We've seen everything, been through. Communicating younger audience. Now I'll come to questions to our panel members, starting with, can I start with you, Mayuri?
Of course.
So, how do you strike a balance between, say, brand building and performance in an era when Gen Z is very, very important, and you sell a product which is not necessarily, the decision making doesn't happen at the consumer standard most of the time. So how do you work on this?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, right? Day in and day out, me and some of our team members are here. We work on brand building and performance marketing all the time. Now, we as marketing team, we always have to make sure, you can hear me guys, right? Yeah, okay. We always have to make sure that the brand is on top. Right? How is the brand is on top? And we have all the measurements like relevance, awareness, consideration, purchase, and you have the top metrics. And that was, many years back, we used to look only at those kind of metrics. And you need to maintain that. But at the same time, which is like long-term and short-term both. And you have got different measures, right? You have got third parties doing, you have got many other measurements, and all those comes out to you, whether in 3 months or 6 months or 1 year. But at the same time today, what is happening is that your performance matrix, which is a daily number, your performance marketing has become so important. So because you can track everything what you're doing, whether you're putting money into social, whether you're putting money into influencer or into search or whatever vehicles you say, right? And it's not just about tracking at your .com, it's tracking even at your retail level. I think the data marketing has become so advanced. Like as marketers, you need to be on top of the brand. So what are the things we need to do? Where of course, your content, how much investment we are doing, then what is the period, and the whole matrix, how you work on it. But I think, and I love performance marketing, because that kind of, when you are at a time and you are actually looking at live dashboards, what is your number, and go by the hour, and you have a target for the day. So it's like you have a plan for the year, you have a plan for the quarter, you have a plan by week, and you have a plan by day.
By day, of course.
Right? So where you're hitting spends and making sure your revenue.
So this sounds very familiar. In our business also, we look at everyday numbers, and if you don't do business that day is gone.
It's gone.
Every day is a refresh.
Yes, and you cannot, and
And that day doesn't come back.
Correct.
Doesn't come back. Yeah.
So I think it's very, very interesting for us marketers, but also becomes very interesting to see that any marketer, how they have dived into each and every, we call it vehicle, but at platform level, I would say. But every person, like earlier, you know, one will feel that, oh, I am doing only this much part, right? Because we all used to do, like, I'm talking, I will not say how many years back now, but we all used to do like everything in marketing, right? Right from your, you know, going on ground, activations, retail, digital, traditional, everything. But today when we look at the youngsters, right, it's so interesting to see the level of depth they have if it's for search, only search, and huge groups working, but the amount of work. I have got one person here in the team from social. The level of detailing, the level of work which happens, it's amazing. So I think it's like it's evolving, you know, into, and as you mentioned, a 3-second span. And that tells so much. How will you hold the consumer? For performance marketing, right, how will you even hold to even say that, okay, come, buy, get into the cart and buy? Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would like to say.
Coming to you, Aman now. Aman, in the industry where we're trying to sell paints, like paint is a very interesting category, you know, and been dominated by one big player in the country, and now we have one big player, 4 sub-players, and lot more new entrants, and that's bringing the stock prices of Asian Paints down every year, unfortunately. But you know, how do companies like yours, I mean, which is just come in, this started about 2.5 years back, trying to navigate in a system which is where attention is very short, and secondly, the competition is huge, and you're like the story of David and Goliath kind of story, right? So how do you navigate through this?
Sure. Thanks. So, as you rightly said, as a new player, which is a challenger brand, you cannot end up playing the, you know, the FCT game with the market, because at the end of the day, all marketing spends are tied to a top line. Someone who is a market leader will naturally have that advantage. The idea is, if you can find that niche and work on that niche and build your brand from there. I'll take an example because you just picked up. So 2.5 years back, JK Maxx did not exist. We picked up this thing, and it was like literally like a baby being born. With my team, we actually started the social media handles. We were so excited when we got the first follower on our handles and all that. So we have been following a strategy to get authentic content onto our this thing. So for example, we are leading one of the largest influencer marketing campaigns, which is, while it's quite prevalent in a category like fashion, which I also have worked in previously, but not very native to paints. So influencer marketing is not very common in paints. But we have ensured that we have tied up with a pool of 100 odd DIY artists, home enthusiasts, who actually end up creating content which looks very, very genuine and authentic, and ends up, building the, attention and the consideration for the consumer. And the results, I think, there, we actually have surpassed everyone else now except the market leader Asian Paints. We are the second largest brand YouTube channel now, and have got the silver play button from Google itself. Amazing. So I think the results speak for themselves.
That's fantastic. Now coming to my industry friend and colleague, Rupali, and who's a sponsor of this event as well. Thank you so much, Rupali, for sponsoring this.
That's Mohit, not me.
So, in attention economy, what do you think works best? The purchase media, the borrowed media, which is like influencer, or earned media, which is, something which you get through variety. So at one hand, you have creativity, which is in the earned media, and borrowed media, you hired some influencer, and paid media, where you buy like hardcore media. What works best? What is the best way of navigating through this?
See, I come from an era where, offline was the medium at that time, and now we are in a medium where we are media agnostic. There is no media per se. However, to answer your question, I think each, let's say, paid media vis-a-vis, earned media vis-a-vis the virality that we talk about. Paid media has its own role because, it gives you that instant reach and connectivity which no other medium can, provide even till now. Maybe a YouTube or a Insta, still it cannot beat a TV or any mass media that you have. However, while saying that, influencer marketing has become really big in our era. Influencer marketing per se, when we say influencer marketing, well, it's a buzzword. But I feel in today's world where, people's attention span is so low and so limited, people follow people. It's not like that I'm following Rajiv and that is why I'm doing that. It is like because Rajiv, I can relate to Rajiv because Rajiv as an influencer has given me something that I relate to him, and that is why I'm following him. And if Rajiv is talking about a brand, then yes, definitely I'll have some resonance, towards that brand, and I will have that affinity, which perhaps, just by advertising will not be built. Third and most important thing, earned media, which is really hard to get, by the way. I think we all aspire to, have that. Earned media is all about creativity and, what kind of storytelling a brand can have, which make people follow. Virality, we do get briefs every day from clients, that we need to build, virality for this brand or that brand. But until and unless the messaging is that strong and, you're bringing that creativity in your storytelling, I think you can't do that. However, if you are able to do that, for example, I'll just take an example of Dove. Dove, when they did that beauty sketch, campaign, beautiful face campaign, they did not sell soaps. They sold a concept. They sold a conversation which started close home and went global. So I think virality is all about how you conceive an idea and what creativity you bring to the table.
So follow-up question now, long format storytelling or short format storytelling? What does work?
Well, I think again, it's...
So just keep a filter of your clients in mind, right? Like you handle Swiggy, you handle Hyundai, you handle Kia, you handle like lots of brands you've handled.
Yeah.
And you've worked in some big companies and run agencies for so many years. So amongst the brands which you work currently, which are more...
So I'll tell you what, there are these new age brands, there are these legacy brands, and there are brands which are somewhere there in between, and they're just trying to find their niche, whether they are mass brands or whether they are new age brands, okay? However, just to give a small example, Amul. Amul is a legacy brand. I think we all, as kids knew Amul, and now we are, in whatever age and stage of our life is, we still know Amul. I think there's no other brand in this country who's captured moment marketing like this brand has. They are absolutely topical. Any new topic that comes, Amul comes with, a topical ad, and we all, notice that. So that meme culture, that topicality, Amul has built very beautifully. Short format works, for example, if your goal or your brief is that you want to be, let's say, on Insta or you want to be on social media platform, then definitely, bite-sized, snackable content is something, that you should work on. And, that's where you go. However, if you're launching a brand, if your objective is to tell consumers that, hey, I'm there, or I'm coming back with certain proposition or certain promise, then long format still works, to an extent. And just to answer your question, for example, automobile as a category. Let's say if somebody is launching a car, just by doing a 3-second or a 6-second or a 10-second perhaps may not suffice.
Absolutely.
However, a long format might.
Yeah. Mayuri, what's your take on long format versus short format?
I think I agree with you. It really depends on which audience you're going after, right? When you are talking about, okay, which is the product, what is the audience? So, and you spoke about the young generation. We all know that the young generation has got a short span, correct, of attention. But at the same time, what I've seen, and I've got 2 daughters, and what I've seen with this generation, in that 3 seconds, they are so fast in everything, right? And they can capture so much stuff in actually the 3 seconds. Maybe what was 15 seconds earlier for us, I think it's 3 seconds for them. So hence, if you look at, so how they are, so which is the audience? Because some like you want to go into details of some kind of product. So it will depend on which is the audience, which is the product, and then what works. And we have seen, right, we have seen that long formats like 45 seconds, even like 1 minute just work at times. Because your story is so good, you don't want to stop. But at the same time, there can be products for which, even your 3 seconds has been like extremely, extremely difficult.
Yeah.
But at least like a 6 seconder or 10 seconder. There are campaigns which are like 6 seconders and 10 seconders. And I think some of the brands have really been able to crack that.
So for the audience information, I just want to grab your attention for 1 second. We are seated in different places. The guy with hair is Aman and the guy without hair is Rajiv. So don't look at what is behind the screen right now. Okay. I just looked at the picture. I said, no, this guy doesn't have hair, and this guy has hair, and I realized, no, the wrong people. Yeah. So coming back to our session now, Aman, how do you engage with younger audience? I mean, how does a paint kind of brand interest a young Gen Z or somebody like who's trying to do a home, a young person who's trying to buy a home? I mean, how do you reach out to these audiences, and what is the what do you think is like a message to people who are trying to navigate in this kind of a thing?
So the way we try to do, although the young audience by design is not a core TG for us. Our core TG in a paints is typically a 35, 40-year-old male who is actually, research proves that he's the sort of a decision maker when it comes to the brand decision. While the color decision, which is different and happens post brand decision, is a collective decision of the family, the brand decision is done. But still, because there is definitely a coercive power which this audience, the younger generation who are college kids, and they definitely have a role to play. The kind of content that they are exposed to, the kind of new trends that they see, which perhaps we did not have access to, given that these guys are more digital natives, whereas when I think of when I was a teenager, if I had to get that content, I would have to scroll through some magazines or something, but which is now available at the fingertips, and that too like a infinite library of content. So these guys actually play the role of building the consideration set for the brand. So I am looking at a painting, I am a 40-year-old guy, I have to pick which brand to go for. What this generation will end up doing is get those brands which will eventually become a part of my consideration set into my head. And for that, the way we reach out to them is using content which is native to them. So if I have a campaign right now, in the middle of a campaign, given this is a season for the category, the same long format ad, which is there 30, 45 second playing on TV or a digital platform, has been broken, picking the most humorous and the highly impactful moments from that, turned into a snackable 5-second shots and served to these audiences, specifically targeting them. The idea is you engage them, and of course the hope that within some time in the consumer journey, these guys play a role. Also the fact that what someone like, I would say an example of a Nestle has done, you engage the audiences at a young age. You like if you are a mother and you are feeding the child, maybe that child, a girl child, will become a mother someday, but she is naturally exposed to your brand at a very young age. So the idea is these consumers, Gen Z consumers of today, will eventually become my core consumers for tomorrow. So if I get my brand buy-in with them today, maybe they will of course buy me.
So next set, I think the time is running out. I don't know why. We just started. I think
10 minutes.
I think they did some cheating with timing. It looks like no. नहीं कुछ किया तूने नहीं. Okay, I need another 5-10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So a lot of companies work on the sonic logo, right? Like for example, when you start Netflix, there's a sound which comes ta-dang, right? Something like that. When you listen to any ad of say McDonald's, there is a pa-da-pa-pa-pa, that logo. So similarly, a lot of companies have been trying to develop a sonic logo for the company. We ourselves have been struggling with it. We don't have it yet, but we're working on it for like past 1.5 years. Do you think now, starting with Rupali, then Mayuri, a sonic logo for a brand will work in attention deficit world?
So interesting, while you were saying this, so there were two brands that came to my mind. One, Airtel jingle. We still, when Airtel launched and their, that iconic jingle that they launched with that, and washing powder, Nirma, wash. So for that you did.
So that's jingle, that's not sonic logo.
No, I know it's not a logo, but then. Sorry?
Britannia is a great classic example again, Intel has such a fantastic logo, every sound which you hear when you have, when you get a notification on the phone, that's like an entity which goes and rests in your head. So
I think yes, it does work because today's world is about visual, right? I mean, everything is visual. So sound anyway has taken a back seat because it's all about storytelling. It's all about, being immersive. It's all about being, relatable to a brand. So I think yes, it does, to answer your question.
Mayuri, I know you don't like this question, but I still want you to.
I love the question. It's just that, we have not been able to crack this.
Yes. Yeah, you haven't been able to crack it.
We haven't been able to, we haven't thought actually in that area for Dell. But we work, as you say, we work very closely with Intel. It's like one team. And it works. Like we remember, and I don't know today's children will remember which all Sonic logos. But at our times, I think we remember so many of them. Like you talk about Docomo, I think even Colgate, right? That one. So it works and it's beautiful if you can continue it for years. But it's an extremely difficult piece to
It
crack.
takes a lot of time to establish it.
Yes.
And you have to continuously use it for number of decades for it to establish.
Yes. Because instead of coming up in a static way or whichever way, right, it comes with that sound, it resonates or it stays with you for so long.
Aman.
Okay, so absolutely, I would agree. I think particularly it has become even more relevant in today's this 3-second world, which is the main topic. I think I would just take a step back to the core marketing principle. The more senses you engage the consumer with, the higher is engagement. So you have a sense of sight, touch, smell. So Sonic engages the consumer beyond the sense of visual, which is there definitely with him. So, and I think we discussed about the examples of Britannia and so many of them from within the category. Also, you have, Asian Paints also had one point in time. Narulac has been able to bring jingle. If you talk about the larger, the music aspect as well. And yeah, so definitely we also try in the category, the more senses we are able to engage the consumers with, the better it is. So you already have a sense of sight, which engages the consumer through a good looking wall, but can you introduce a sense of smell by introducing a slight fragrance? Can you, through a designer wall or texture, induce the consumer through a sense of touch? So simple principle, more senses, better engagement.
By the way, I saw your commercials while I was looking at your work. And I saw the work which you've done, amazing work.
Thank you so much.
When you talked about the wall, I just remembered it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Rupali, what is your take on the ROI for the work? I mean, across the platforms when you work on short format, long format, and what do you think, where's the ROI in this whole game? Is it important? I mean,
we're all asking that question forever.
for a clients, that's the only thing matters. I mean, where is ROI in this whole?
I think ROI is a combination of, there is the right messaging, the right platform, and the right consumer. If you're hitting all the three, in the right way, that's when, you get your ROI. But to be, more precise, I think digital as a medium, at least we are able to calculate ROI on certain parameters. So yes, within digital ecosystem, you still have some method to the, madness that you can. Other formats like TV, print, radio, etc., while we know their USPs and we still use them, to calculate the bang on ROI that, each and every advertiser asks for, perhaps has not been, cracked yet. But then digital as a medium, I think, there is ROI there.
So Mayuri, now, I mean, this question is slightly off the discussion which we're having. It's more about the DPDP Act now, which is going to come in and is going to make consumer data more difficult to get for marketers like us. How do we, what do you think is going to happen in future? Is it going to be more difficult to target people, or is it going to be similar?
See, we are all working on it, right? How it's not going to be easy for sure, right? But we will have to work on various kinds of data to figure out how do we really reach them. And I think I would just like to, ROI is a very great discussion. I want to follow up on that as well. As you said, right, it's the whole digital medium and, talking about ROI, and I think somewhere we also have become like, almost salesperson, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We all have become salespeople. Because at the end of the day, when we are all talking as teams, and I do that a lot, is that, okay, how much ROAS you're going to give, right? What is your return?
Yeah.
But today, I think we have got so much of data. I think we also have been able to figure it out, okay, every medium, what is your return on investment? Because you've got models like the media mix modeling, or, you have got different types of modeling. Different companies are doing in different ways, but more or less, I will say that the algorithms and everything is the same. But you can actually work on long-term, short-term measurements for not only digital, but even at a traditional level. I know at the same day you don't get it, but it comes to you over a period of time that which mediums are really giving you the right ROAS. And when we look at this ROAS, that's when, how do we do the targeting? A lot of those things also come in, but to your question, it's more complicated now.
Can I ask one more question with your permission, sir? I know time is up. नहीं, आपने कुछ time काटा है हमारा, पक्का पता है मुझे. One last question. Okay. Is attention, are we in attention recession, number one? Secondly, is it a deficit of attention, or is it the choice of attention?
I would say, I think you already quoted some data points at the beginning of the discussion, the goldfish example and the fact that, humans' attention span has less. I would say that it is the choice of attention, Right now, I think you also alluded to the fact how many have watched those seasons of, Game of Thrones. I think the most important asset that humans have right now is the time. And the time is what we are trading. We have an infinite library of content at our fingertips. We can choose which one we want to watch, which one we don't want to watch. And the more increasingly this piece is coming, it's like our natural noise cancellation filter is working overtime to weed out the unwanted content we have. And that's what the same folks whom we quote for lack of attention are the ones who binge watch their entire Money Heist series and whatnot, even the Desi Patal Lok also. At the same time, they will not wait to, swipe up a bad content.
Rupali?
Very quickly, so Havas has this study called Meaningful Brand Study. It's a decade and a half old study. So there is a pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And post-pandemic, I'm just answering to your question. It's not about we are in, attention recession or deficit. I think it's about, consumers now look for how meaningful you are as a brand, or what proposition you are proposing is meaningful. So it is just not about the functional benefits that, we are looking at, as consumers. It's about personalization, and it's about, and coming with a collective spirit. And somewhere, if let's say most of the brands, and that happens, most of the brands do not give that, side of the offering, is when people start losing interest.
Yeah.
So that's where, I feel that recession is there, but also not there if you're being meaningful to the consumers.
Correct. Puri?
Yeah. So I think, see, that first 1 or 2 seconds is required to just make you stop. Just stop, but how will you do that, Okay, you're scrolling through the content, so much of content is there. Where will I just stop saying, okay, can I just have a look at it? And then I think it's the choice, because we, as he said, we do binge watching. Everybody does it. We have time, and we all know that, okay, where do we want to spend our time?
मतलब टाइम है बट
टाइम
तेरे लिए नहीं है.
लेकिन हाँ टाइम है, लेकिन मुझे where will I spend? That I think for the brands what happen or anybody what happens is that okay, how will I make that person see for that 1-2 seconds
Yeah.
after that so that person gives me more time.
Yeah. I mean, you have a point? Okay. No, I think time is up, and this guy is like giving me threatening looks now. If I don't get off stage, I think he's going to kill me. Thank you so much, everyone, for attentively listening to it and not looking at your phones while I was looking at my phone, because I had some questions here. And thank you so much, my co-panel members, Mayuri and Rupali and Aman, for being so generous in answering the questions. I think the questions are not bad. I think it was good questions, right?
It was very good.
We love them. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. I apologize, sir. This is not me, just going from there. But may I please request you, sir, Rajiv sir, to please do the honors and present a token to all our panelists. Yes. Pictures a must. We'll all collectively present it to Rajiv. An applause for all of them, please, also for Rajiv ji for moderating that. Thank you. A group picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. This session spoke of focus a lot on storytelling. We'll dive deep into that aspect with an expert who's with us while the stage is getting ready for the next one. This is on emotional storytelling, as all of you understand. That's the most important bit that transforms your campaigns into meaningful connections, which eventually resonate deeply with audience members. This goes beyond selling products and also, of course, taps into values, inspirations, aspirations, and also shared human experiences. Our upcoming speaker, he'll talk to us, he'll show us how in modern marketing emotions aren't just a hook, that's the real glue that builds lasting brand love and recognition. With your applause, please join me in welcoming to the stage the President and Head of Marketing at Ultratech Cement, Ajay Dang. I have to say this, I understand it's almost evening, but the man is going to walk up. His experience deserves much more applause and emotions. So let's try again and welcome him. Badhiya, thank you.
Hands up, everybody. It's showtime. Grab shell, dude.
Ready?
Ready. Oh boy, oh boy.
Suck it. You got a problem, buddy? Do you?
Where is my super suit? Spit that out right now.
You mean you don't like me?
So long, partner.
So I think it's that time of the evening, and after all the complicated things about programmatic and AI have been discussed, I think somebody will need to do the job coming back to basics a little bit, yeah? So just going back to basics to an extent, okay? Oops. So I think first piece, I think in the age of machines, we are talking to people, right? We're not talking even to consumers, we're talking to people because I hate the word consumers, right? Again, to me, it connotes a container into which you are pouring your products. That's not the people that we are talking about. Okay. So I come from up north, and therefore I can't think too complicated. To me, marketing is adding value, first of all, before any marketing campaign that you see, before you touch a consumer, asking before any media money is being spent, it's asking the very basic question. Those are the tough questions which nobody in the business asks, right? As to who's the consumer, what's the value that is being created, and how shall we frame the task of the business. That's the piece that marketing creates the greatest amount of value. But beyond that, I think the two big pieces where marketing, the role of marketing is, I think most times we think in terms of storytelling, but the biggest value that marketing creates is the listening piece, right? And why are we talking about listening from an emotions point of view, right? Because I'll just go back to my previous slide saying that we are talking to human beings. Move ahead. Yeah. Now this is a strange postulation in terms of listening. This is called Cohen's law of market research, right? Cohen's law of market research is a very important law because I think we have our troubles. Our companies ask us to sell products that our factories are producing, generate greater revenue, and with that task we go to consumers. And Cohen's law in situations like this, specific situations like this, states that if you ask people questions, they will give you an answer. I'll repeat that. If you ask people questions, they'll give you an answer, right? What's so complicated about it? Even when people are not lying to you about it, people will give you answers which are rational answers because they want to appear rational. Like at this conference, we all want to appear logical, very bright, very thought out as how we are running our businesses. That's what Cohen's law does. And therefore, listening is not as easy as putting together 3 questions and walking across to a consumer and saying, or doing in, if I may, the police interrogation style as to why do you buy my product or don't buy my product or don't buy my competitor's product or not, right? Just move ahead. Go ahead. So, this gentleman got the Nobel Prize for saying this, but consumers decide emotionally, human beings decide emotionally and justify rationally. And that is what makes the job of listening really, really tough. And that's where emotions come in. Move ahead. Right. So good listening, especially in consumer work on products, is almost like detective work. There's a body lying, somebody's bought the product, somebody is aspiring, spent the money, and we are trying to figure out the motives, we are trying to figure out the occasion, we are trying to figure out who had the passion in terms of going ahead and committing something, right? And you are going back in time and trying to figure out all the circumstances, the context around which this entire thing happened. Okay. So 3 things, listening well. I think first, as a principle, what's crucial from a listening point of view is you take out your category, your product, your brand out of the full thing, and you understand the context of the people that you're talking to. And second piece is you get to the emotions involved in in the entire piece. Now, those emotions tell you what the real story is, beyond what people have logically explained and said to you, which might be, according to them, might not be lies, but which is the rationalizing piece that is coming across. And therefore, more than emotions in advertising, I think emotions is far more crucial from a listening point of view. Because if you get this right, the letter that you are going to be posting is going to be posted at a very wrong address, right? Your insights are going to be wrong about it. Go ahead, please. Now coming to the second part, second important part and the more so-called glamorous part of storytelling. Please go ahead. Now, I think it's a disease that we have, which is factomania. In marketing, I think the more if we are not able to convince people, we try and dump more data. 99% of scientists in the world put together stuff about climate change, yet if you see the data among people, they don't converge onto it. And what's our answer from a marketing point of view is dump even more data, right? Maybe what we provided wasn't good enough, maybe the quantity wasn't good enough. We try and torture, cajole by dumping more data onto people. Go ahead. We had news outlets in the US screaming from the rooftops, imagining that possibly if they had laid down more facts on the table, things would convince and get people knowing the real truths and they would change minds. I think we've discovered it over two election cycles in US, and I think the world is suffering because I think we didn't get this right. Yeah? Move ahead. Right? This is a famous quote anybody who's followed the last election would remember, right? Patently false, but repeated often enough, it became the truth for most people, for a lot of people. And the many fact checkers, the army of fact checkers couldn't balance that across. Go ahead, please. The real issue is, I'm invoking the same gentleman again. He said thinking is to human beings as cats is to swimming. We can do it, but we don't like to do it, right? I think there's a thin audience, but so let me get one-on-one with you. I think we know what eyes do, right? We know what our stomach does, right? Biologically, what does the brain do? Sorry? Somebody said think. In fact, that's the recent, among science, this is the recent postulation that the first task of our brain and 90% of the capacity that is occupied for the brain is not to think. Think, in fact, is one of the sideshow activities when the processor is kind of idle. There's nothing else to do, and there is huge amount of intention. 90% of the job of the brain is to keep us alive, right? Survival, because it's an irreversible process, the job of the brain is to keep us alive. And therefore, it does that job really efficiently. But this side job, I think you can give it a few passing grace marks when it doesn't do. And therefore, facts don't cut it. Go ahead. I think because facts are devoid of emotion, that's the fundamental problem. Because I think with facts, we define which is the group that we are joining. Because facts challenge our identity. You check the facts whether they are true or not, basis the identity and the tribe that you belong to. And when they interfere between emotions and facts, when things interfere, you always choose emotions, right? And that's the crucial role. I think the heavens are singing. Yeah, I must have made a really nice deck. Okay. But I think we've got to, I think as important as we all feel at marketing forums and media forums, we have to understand that like the main task of the brain is not to think, consumers or people who we interact and who we depend on our salaries for, they have a world of other problems besides thinking of our brands, and we are so bothered about it because our salaries come from there, right? And more importantly, we are so bothered about our brands because we have to show our allegiance that we are working really hard to justify our salaries, right? That's not the case for consumers. They don't care less. They have problems in their life. They have a EMI to pay. They have a tough mother-in-law. They have crying kids, right? They have all kinds of circumstances, and our brands and categories and products don't matter there. Go ahead, please. So, I think this is something this gentleman, Howard Gosage, said. He was one of the more unknown masters of advertising and marketing who was there, is that people do what interests them or their life, and sometimes it happens to be an ad when we hit our mark really well, when we understand and listen really carefully. Go ahead, please. And they are trying to achieve a certain progress or solve a few problems in their life. Move ahead, please. And most times that job's to be done, that role has a, move ahead. There are components, the smallest component of that piece is the functional piece. The jobs to be done typically are stuff which has a huge emotional dimension, it has a huge social dimension, which is why the listening part of this entire piece is really, really crucial. Go ahead, please. And therefore, we don't get the most important, most precious resource that world has, which is attention from our consumers. Because imagine the brain of the consumer is busy doing what? Making them survive, right? They couldn't care less about our products, they couldn't care less about our brands. And therefore the attention is busy towards stuff that they should be doing. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Yeah. And therefore emotions is the one piece, more than any facts, more than any razzmatazz that we do, is most crucial in terms of getting attention from consumers. Because emotion is a signal which the brain understands. It's a signal that the brain gets, because that is the earliest warning of danger, survival, or things being all right, which are all good things from a brain survival point of view. Go ahead. The other piece that I think most programmatic and bottom funnel marketing or performance marketing, as it is called, these nomenclatures are very interesting, because who doesn't want to perform, right? If you name something performance marketing, and that's a great job that digital companies have done, then if you don't follow that, then maybe you're not worth your salt as a marketer, right? But you've got to understand that 95% of consumers are out of market today. Only 5% of the consumers are the ones who are buying your product today. And therefore, your task is not just tackling the 5% people who are in the market today, but also talking to the potential people who are going to be in the market then, right? What time, that's not defined. And therefore, any amount of programmatic, any amount of, if you may, targeting is not going to do the job, yeah? And research doesn't happen when the people, not consumers, when the people need something to be solved in their life. Research doesn't happen at that point of time. That point of time, if you move ahead, that point of time, the biggest search engine, the first search engine that works is the brain. Before the brain, before you type anything as a prompt on ChatGPT or Google, that's the prompt that first works. And for 95% of people, if it is not seeded early enough, then all the targeting, careful targeting that you're going to do is going to be useless. Imagine you are targeting 3 sets of people. If I'm selling Mercedes or a premium car, I'm targeting the people who are in the market to buy the car right now. I'm also going to be targeting the 95% of people who are potential customers. But more importantly, you are also going to be targeting people who will never afford a Mercedes. Because till the time the fame is there, the prestige is there about what product it is, these people are never going to open their wallet for a Mercedes. But till the time Mercedes is not a premium product, an aspirational product across everybody, socially understood, it doesn't have value. And therefore, selling to buyers, current buyers, is the biggest fallacy, that it's the biggest disservice that you can do to your brand. It is like going to my native state of Punjab and saying the only activity tomorrow that you would do from a farming point of view is harvesting, right? All the other activities in agriculture are going to be non-value adding because there is a direct attribution of revenue to this, right? But in the next mango season, you don't plant mango seeds then. You are reaping stuff that has been sowed 20 years ago. And it has to be widely known even among people who are non-customers or non-potential customers, because that's what the brands stand for. So therefore, what do emotions do? They give relevance, they give context, they embed memories so that the 95% people can tap it when the problem occurs to them, right? And more importantly, for even the people who are never going to be potential in the market, your positioning is clear and it builds fame. If in today's world we don't understand the value of fame, I think we'll never will. And sadly, some of our CFOs don't get that. Yeah? Go ahead.
I'm joy. This is sadness. That's anger. This is disgust. And that's fear.
Go ahead. This is how memories, emotions build memories. I'm sure you guys have seen this movie, but I'm just pinpointing some stuff. Go ahead. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Another perfect day. Nice job, everybody. Let's get those memories down the long term.
All right, good enough additive. Call that an unqualified success.
So leave it there. We can skip this. So nobody tells a surgeon that he should learn about surgery the moment a particular patient and a particular disease comes right in front of us, right? Nobody tells a lawyer that he should study the law code when the case comes, that particular case comes to you. It's only in our profession somebody turns around and tells us that you should target only those sets of people who are in the market right now, right? That's the precise moment by which it's a good laser imagery of war, right? You are going to target that one customer who just thought about it and walking towards the store, right? It doesn't work that way. Move ahead, move ahead. Move ahead, please.
But the really important ones are over here.
Move ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
But these are called.
So what does emotion do? Emotions get attention, they build long-term memory. And like I said, long-term memory is really crucial, not only talking to people who are in the market today, but also people who are out of market and builds fame alongside. And that creates action. And that creates a pipeline, that's create a harvest, that you can periodically keep doing, and that's possibly the best financial decision that you do with your marketing money. Go ahead, please. All right. So I think oftentimes the other fallacy that we have is that there is only one emotion to be used, right? Nobody tells the movie makers, right? They're also storytellers like us. Nobody tells that I will watch only a positive, all positive, kumbaya, right, hand-holding movie. There shouldn't be any tragedy, there shouldn't be any suspense, there shouldn't be any crisis in a movie, right? That's the piece that say. And most times, even when we believe in emotional storytelling, we leave apart an entire palette of emotions because, yeah, human beings, we are sensing many emotions across the board, right? And suddenly we are supposed to think about the bowler who only has one ball in their arsenal, right? How successful would they be? Doesn't work. Go ahead. This gentleman, he was the technology king, but he said the most powerful person in the world is a storyteller. Because the value that stories create, the association that the stories create, the context that it creates is far more valuable than any chip, any AI tool can create. Because stories are something that's the oldest and the most robust technology that is there. It's been a technology that's lasted us 5,000 years ago. Anybody remember the metaverse, right? Forums like this, we were discussing metaverse very hotly a few years back, right? Storytelling is a technology that's lasted as long as mankind. Yeah, go ahead. But the truth has to be told interestingly. That's the point. Go ahead. So the best stories take us somewhere because we are, as human beings, we willingly, the biggest gap between a seller and a buyer is the trust deficit. With stories, we willingly suspend disbelief. And we are willing to lower the gates. They say that while logic is knocking at the door, emotions slip under the door. And that's very crucial. Go ahead, please. And this is what has happened over the last few years. This is the chart from 2011 to 25, right? This is the IPA database. The number of brand building effects seem to have come down drastically, right? This is the chart that the CFO should be bothered about because the efficiency of the spend on marketing seems to have gone down. The second piece is emotions in advertising has gone down, and that's a strong correlation of, as strong a correlation as you can get besides physics. Yeah, go ahead please. Move ahead. Move ahead please. Next chart. I think System 1, who we work with, have done, they've touched close to 150,000 advertising copy, and they clearly say that the brand effects, which is the volume, the sales, the equity growth, is far higher among emotive campaigns. The reason for that goes back to my first slide, is because we are not talking to machines. We are talking to people, we are talking to human beings. And the biggest unlock to human beings is not logic. It's not more features. It's not 4 more, right, logical features. It's emotions. Go ahead. Yeah, move ahead. The other piece that works is that we are very impatient because we are type A people and we can't rest. And therefore, even if we have a platform, even if we've learned well, even if we've done storytelling well, we don't stick around to the same point again. Remember, it has to lodge into somebody's memory. If today my name is Ajay, tomorrow it is Vijay, third day it is Ramesh, your brain won't know who you're talking to. And emotional campaigns over a period of time build tremendous value. Consistency builds tremendous value. Go ahead. Yeah. So it's campaigns which have done the emotional story over 3 years per se have possibly the greatest amount of brand impact. Go ahead. Yeah, play please. Volume.
Phone numbers.
Volume. Oh, that's all right. Okay. The only point that the chart or the video made was the simple piece that our brain is unlike, we like to think of our brain, the mental model as a computer. It's not. Memories are not permanent. Memories fade. Things which are not used are thrown out. And things which are stuck with emotion go into our core memory. Which is why we have to repeat our advertising again and again. Simple stuff, but it has to be repeated again and again. Emotional advertising, consistent, repeated again and again over a period of time, that's the piece that creates value. So listening, emotion does the trick. And beyond that, truly doing storytelling because it gets the attention, it creates long-term memory, and it creates fame far beyond your consumer audience, and that creates value. Thanks, that's my time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request you to join us back on the stage for a moment, sir? Please. I have a token of gratitude, which I'll do so. Thank you. A slight change of plan. We had a standalone which was going to be presented by Aditya Babur, which will happen next. But for now, I think they don't quite like the change. But for now, it's a panel discussion, which is supposed to happen in the end. It's going to happen now. And that is going to be on the role. Swami, you're calling a panelist? Yeah, it's okay. Is going to be on the role of CMOs, which is rapidly evolving from being only the custodian of brand communication to now becoming a true driver of business growth. आज के जो CMOs हैं, they're expected to combine creativity with data, innovation with strategy, agility with long-term vision. And now a couple of professional world language that we use, KPIs, etc. We will talk in terms of those, how the CMO's efforts, their vision, their team's vision is moving beyond traditional KPIs to embrace outcomes that span customer experience, revenue growth, and also organizational impact. And we are waiting for a panelist to come. You're here? Where are they? Ashish, go for it. Some hai. So while the stage is getting ready, I'll introduce all of them and then we'll welcome them together on the stage. Our panelists for this, Arvind Saxena, CMO, NEC Corporation India, Gunjit Jain, Executive Vice President Marketing, Colgate Palmolive India. Joining them is Ipshita Chaudhary, Vice President Marketing, Valvoline Cummins India. Joining them is Rajat Abhi, Vice President Marketing, Schneider Electric India. Also joining them is Shivam Ranjan, Global Head, Motorola India. And this session will be chaired by Soumya Bhutani, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World. Let's welcome them, please. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you. You can sit to confuse or whatever works for you. One more chair, please. Soumya, this one coming. Now you also want to choose which side you want to sit on. I knew that choosing a portrait side is chair, sir.
Thank you, Aditya. Am I audible? Thank you for the tone for this conversation. I'm very glad to have you all on stage, and it's wonderful that you are joining us for an event like this. You've been recognized as one of the top marketeers in the country, and I'm very happy to share the stage with you here. All right, so on that note, it is very evident that the role of a CMO is undergoing transformative changes in the past years. What was once limited to just campaign execution and brand building is now actually driving growth, influencing the business strategy, and also shaping customer expectations, if we may say so. So with these evolving KPIs, the rise of AI, and the demand for cross-functional collaboration, I think the CMO of today is expected to wear the many hats, that of a strategist, an innovator, a leader, and also a technologist, right? So on that note, I would want to understand from the leading marketeers on how they look at the next generation of marketing leadership, as well as how are they preparing themselves and their teams today to be able to thrive in 2030. Okay, so I would want to direct my first question to Rajat and Arvind on what are some of the biggest shifts that you're observing in terms of the expectations that we have from a CMO today, that a CEO or a board has from the CMO of today. Are there any big shifts, or are they fairly same that they were in the previous years?
So, thanks, Soumya. And first and foremost, I think what you just narrated as a background to this panel should be ideally recorded and played in front of the CEO and board members as to how great the CMOs are. So thanks for that. So I feel there was only a one way, and I can purely come from my perspective of having played this role for multiple tech companies, and that too in B2B space. So I will wear that hat. CMO's role was always, most of the times, and it is still today, outward looking. Outward, customer, partner, numbers. And the role was aligned to the person that he was reporting to, which is the CEO of the organization. In most of the cases, the poor guy was a sales head, tagged as a CEO. Therefore, the KPIs were all the time aligned only with the outside, outward metrics. In today's world, and especially post-COVID era, a CEO's role has changed. Hence, the CMO's role is changing. Point number two, the board members, the MD or the chairman of the organization, the person who loves the brand like his own baby, is looking at his replica to be a CMO to lead this, lead the brand in the marketplace. These are two things which I feel are changing rapidly.
Thanks. Thank you, Soumya, for having me here. I think fundamentally a lot of changes are happening. The role of marketing traditionally has been to build the brand. Now there is a lot of focus on impact on business. So I do not think that in the age of AI, marketeers will do things very differently. What will change is the way marketing is done, the way we use technology to do marketing will evolve. Yeah, so fundamentally, even in the old days or even now, marketing has been about creating brand and business impact. Yeah, whether you are a CMO, whether you are a CEO, or whether you are a CHRO, end of the day, business comes first. So marketing or a marketeer or a CMO has to understand that there has to be deep impact on business. So you can't run campaigns, you can't create strategies which don't have business impact. What is changing essentially is in the age of AI and with technology coming in, marketeers cannot only be brand custodians. They need to understand technology. They need to understand how technology works. They need to understand business deeply. It's not about superficial knowledge about company's business. You need to have deep knowledge about company's solutions, GTM, how sales is happening, where is it happening, and how can you accelerate. And third, which is according to me very critical, marketeers need to become more as also the chief experimental officers. Marketing is all about experimenting, thinking new, and not, I mean, it's not about thinking new and doing whatever you think you have to do. It is about thinking new, but it has to be differentiated. But you have to be very clear with your vision that whatever new you are thinking in terms of technology, in terms of a campaign, or a long-term vision for the brand which you are creating or for the company, how is it going to help top line and bottom line? And using technology, if you can accelerate, then you will not be a marketeer of today, you will be a marketeer of tomorrow.
Very well put, Rajat. So my next question is for Shivam and Ipshita. And help me understand if there is a different perspective in terms of the genders that we're talking about. So please answer this from a gender perspective as well. So traditionally, a marketeer was evaluated with respect to the business brand awareness and the sales lift that it brought on the table, right? So with now the KPIs are changing. Is there any so basic? Sorry, I'm so sorry. So with the KPIs changing now to more data-driven metrics, how are you really defining success for yourself and within your teams to be able to thrive better in the years to come?
Yeah, I think, like you said, I think the roles have changed. I mean, the metrics have evolved over a period of time, but not significantly. See, at the end of the day, the marketer's role is not just to improve the metrics for the brand, but also improve business, right? So like you said, the brand metrics as well as the sales lift. But I think what has become more important now, especially from my perspective, right, is to create that link and make it visible and make it understandable to the other members or the other functions, right? So it's very important for you to say, explain how marketing actions are making an impact on revenue, on the sales lift, right? And at least one of the things that we have been able to establish, at least at Motorola, is a very strong correlation to search, right? We have seen that, a lot of marketing actions are able to drive searches, right? And the right marketing actions are able to drive searches. We've been able to establish a correlation between the search share of category versus market share of category. We believe that search is a lead indicator to market share. And hence, we've been able to now inculcate that as a metric across functions. So today, the sales head, the CEO of the company, everybody looks at searches today. And if the search metric is growing and the business metric follows, if there is a dip, people follow. So there is strong recognition of that metric. So I think it's not that the core metrics have changed. You end up driving brand and business metrics altogether. But how do you ensure that you create those metrics and then make sure that everybody, all CXOs understand that, the CFO understands it, the CEO understands it, and are as passionate about it as you are as the CMO. So that's what we have been driving at Motorola, and that is one of my biggest KPIs for myself and the team as well.
Thanks, Soumya. Good evening, everybody. I think very interesting question, and I'll take, implication from what Rajat just mentioned, that I think what's happening is the accountability of a marketer is increasing. And I think that's a very positive change. It just makes our seat at the table more prominent, very significant and critical for the business. And the way I see it and the way we are kind of, working out KPIs and metrics for the team is that gone are the days wherein marketing was just about, it's a fancy, function. They just make some very good content. They play some nice videos and, gone are those days. And, you will have a nice top of mind awareness increase and you're done. I think that accountability of driving business is increasing. You have to match your brand funnel to the sales funnel. That's very clear. And I think balancing the long term and short term, because traditionally as marketers, how we have grown up is that brand is long term, right? Don't ask me for ROI today. I'm building brand. It will take time. I think people have started seeing through that. And I think it's good. It cannot be only long term. There cannot be a long term if there is no short term. So you have to balance the short-term metrics. You have to see what your channel marketing is contributing. What are your trade marketing actions? What are your pricing actions? How are they leveraging your brand building that you're doing? I think it's a more holistic approach. So those would be my short-term KPIs, how I am tweaking my trade marketing actions, what am I doing in terms of pricing to manage competition aggression, and then how is that kind of getting completely overlaid with my brand actions. So those become my long-term metrics, but short-term business growth accountability is very critical. That's how I feel it's evolving.
Okay. I would want to take cue from there and ask Gunjit the same question. How do you really balance your short-term ROI pressures with the long-term brand building with respect to your measurement frameworks?
Cool. Thanks for the question, and firstly, thanks for having us over. Super excited to be here. I just realized that, we are all CMOs sitting out here, but we are operating with just one touch point. It's getting passed on. There are multiple touch points on the table. Actually, we can use them. Cool. So your question is that, this always asked question of long-term versus short-term KPIs or, whatever. So, see, the thing is, at the end of the day, it's all about strategy. If the strategy is clear, how much you need to invest in the long term versus short term, depending upon what your business is, what your brand requires at that point in time, there is generally not any debate between the two. Okay. Because very clearly as CMOs, we would deploy the money for long term brand health depending upon the strategy. We will deploy the money for the short term depending upon what the strategy is. So let me give you a very simple example, but an extreme example. We always talk about, new product launches or new brand launches, but let me talk to you about something which at the outset feels like an equity campaign, okay? So last year at Colgate, we came up with a campaign which was called the Oral Health Movement. In the Oral Health Movement, the overall objective is to help improve India's oral health and beauty. Sounds very equity, it's very high purpose, right? Why is that the case? Because 9 out of 10 Indians have a cavity, only 1 out of 10 realize that they do. 5 out of 10 have a gum problem, only 1 out of 10 realize that they do. And they realize it that they have a problem only when it becomes a painful outcome and they have to rush to a dentist. So we said, we need to provide people awareness about what's happening inside their mouth and then access to dentists. Tall order, brand building, high purpose. What are the short-term KPIs here, right? But when we designed the campaign in a way where not only the purpose was important, but short-term KPIs were equally relevant. We came up with you could just scan a QR code, answer a few questions, send 3 pictures, you will get a dental screening report. Based on your PIN code, you will be allocated to certain dentists who are there in your particular geography, you can get a free dental checkup. So we divided our entire campaign into 2 separate buckets. On the top was create awareness about their campaign and raise the importance of oral care. But under that was a full-blown funneled performance marketing approach to get people to scan the QR code and screen. The touch points were completely different, the KPIs were completely different, and the money allocated was done accordingly. You are prioritizing reach and frequency at the top end and measuring brand health, awareness and all of those things on the top. But at the bottom, you are measuring what is the most cost-effective way for me to get conversions with 30 different touch points every day being optimized for performance. Yeah? So something that seems like a tall order equity thing also has a long-term, short-term associated with it. So I think if your strategy is clear, there is never a problem between long-term and short-term.
That makes complete sense. Thank you. Shivam and Arvind, my next question is actually for you. So we're observing that the CMO of today is expected to, collaborate with the CIOs, CHROs, and even the CFOs for that matter. How do you see the role of marketing in driving an organization-wide transformation in that sense?
Yeah, I think a very important point. See, I think traditionally what the CMOs have been seen to do is to drive, just the brand metrics, through campaigns and promotions and etc. But I think the job is of the CMO is not limited to that at all, right? It is, the CMO is supposed to be the proponent of consumer experience at every touch point, right? And if you look at the other touch points for consumers, right? What are the other touch points? Service is a touch point. So the chief customer service officer is another touch point that you have to liaison with to ensure that the consumer experience is great there. What about product? In our case, we are a product company. Product is a very big touch point for the consumer. That is the core of the consumer experience. So the CMO has to play a role in every touch point to ensure that the consumer experience is prominent and the best. So whether it is the product experience, whether it is the service experience, or even the employee experience. And you have to really, for a CMO to today say, okay, my brand values are inclusion, right? Inclusivity, inclusion, etc. You have to first make sure that your workplace is diverse enough, right? So who do you collaborate with? You collaborate with the CHRO there, right? To say, let's ensure we live by the values that the brand talks about. If you don't do that, and just communicate things in campaigns, you won't be able to really be effective enough. So I think that is why it is extremely important for a CMO today to work collaboratively with different functions, heads of functions, to be able to ensure that the consumer experience at every touch point is the best. Yeah.
So I think this brings me to my KPI Excel sheet, which I was scared to look at, especially when it is one-edge closing. In my organization is divided into two halves. One is an outward-looking organization, which is looking at customers, partners, products, marketplace, regulatory, public policy, media, PR. And the other leader in my organization is looking at all the internal KPIs, which is employee engagement scores. How can we make organization more compliant? How can we partner with CIO and CISO to make organization risk-free and stand against the threats like cyber and all the other things that are happening. In fact, a lot of phishing is happening. We were discussing about the banana meme that is going on, the banana campaign that is going on. All of these things, how do we make an organization more resilient against everything that is happening around us? How many times do you have a cup of coffee with your CFO and understand what are his pain points, and pretty much looking at the outside KPIs and the inside KPIs, or outward looking KPIs and inward looking KPIs, I feel the key is to have the communication pillar with you. So most of the CMOs do not have internal communication, employer and talent branding as part of their KPI, and that's a reality. If you want to broaden your horizon, I think first and foremost is to have a wider platform like this so that you can have multiple pillars. That's what gives us a lot of confidence in front of, or rather it gives the management, the board members, the CEO a lot of confidence that this is one go-to person, this is one shop which will give me all the answers. And that earns credibility in front of your internal stakeholders. These are my 2 cents to the cause.
All right. Yes.
So I want to jump in here because I think coming from, different organizations in different industries also gives us the power as a group here to provide different perspectives, right? When I heard your question, Soumya, I actually felt that, it's an irrelevant question. That of course, everybody in the C-suite has to work with everybody. How is it even possible that you don't need to work with anyone? But the second part of your question, which is, how can the marketing team have a broader impact? At least in my organization, the CMO's job is seen as the chief growth architect. It is the marketer's job, it is the CMO's job to actually set the vision of the organization along with the CEO. It is the CMO's job to craft the strategy very, very clearly. It is the CMO's job to articulate what the commercial plan is against that strategy, and then run the entire end-to-end omni-channel demand generation program so that sales actually comes in. In fact, recently our entire leadership team traveled to Vietnam because our global leadership team from New York had traveled there, and India being one of the key markets, we had to present our strat plan to them. It was a 5-hour session. Out of the 5 hours, I presented for 4 hours. Because the vision, strategy, and the commercial plan comes from the CMO, who is the chief growth architect. So I think the job of the CMO is a job that has the widest impact on the organization.
Pat on the back for that. Okay, so my next question is for Rajat, Ipshita, and Gunjit again. What are some of the non-negotiable leadership qualities that a CMO must have to be able to have a seat on the CEO's table?
Okay, I'll go. I think some of the non-negotiables in my experience are today, first is financial acumen. I think it's an absolute non-negotiable now. You have to be very savvy commercially and financially. You have to understand P&L. I mean, you have to really get deep into your business P&L and understand what's contributing what are your costs, how can you optimize, that's very critical. Second, I think the ability to decode from clutter. There is so much of clutter and overload of information with democratization of technology, that's a given, right? Everything is accessible to everybody. There's too many jargons, too many things happening around. So the ability to actually simplify, decode meaningful insights out of that. I think, and that is where I completely agree with what he said. Why do CMOs get entrusted with crafting strategy? Because they are the custodians of consumer insight. At the end of the day, any business runs on insight. It's about people, right? We are in the business of people. And we are the custodians who know what the insights about our target audiences are. So that ability to decode that meaningful insight from the clutter is, I think, again, a very completely non-negotiable. And third, I would say, is agility. You have to be agile. You have to take calls on the go. You can't say, okay, I made a long range plan till 2030 and there are 5 strategies in that and each strategy has 10 tactics and I will only stick to that. It will not work. Every maybe 6 months you will have to go back to it. Every 1 year you will have to go back to it. So you have to have that agility.
Rajat, what are your thoughts?
I think totally agree with Ipshita, and from my perspective, you can't be a CMO if you don't have financial acumen. Yeah, you cannot become marketing head of a company if you don't understand how things work from a commercial standpoint. What, according to me, is important now and fundamentally will be important is, one, are you bold enough to drive change in the organization? When you are in a C-suite, I agree with Gunjit, you need to collaborate with everyone. It's not about your management team. You need to collaborate with management team in India, outside India, regionally or globally, but you need to have that bold ambition to make things happen. That is fundamentally one of the differentiating skill set which marketing leaders need to have. Okay, supply chain leader, human resources leaders will also drive transformation, but it is the marketing leader of the organization who has to set, along with the CEO, the bold ambition, growth ambitions for the group, for the company. Second skill which I think is extremely important is technology. Many organizations have various functions where you have marketing, you have digital, you have IT, etc. Technology knowledge is absolute must. In the age of AI, there is nothing called as digital marketing and brand marketing and comms. In 2 years, everyone will be a digital marketeer. So the marketeer, the marketing head, the CMO, or even the teams under that CMO need to think technology first, but technology from a parlance of business impact. You can't just keep on trying new tools or technologies and later you realize that after 1 year or 2 years of pilot, that is like a failed investment. The third thing, according to me, is creativity. In the age of AI, with more AI, creative marketeers will be able to be easily identified, even more than today. Because when everyone is using the same chat GPT or Microsoft Copilot, really, I mean, people are going to see which are the brands, which are the marketeers who can think differently, who can think creatively, who can bring emotions in machines. You have to really have that art of feeling emotions within machines. So from my perspective, these three things are important for now, but even from a future standpoint, they will be even more critical.
Okay, Punjit, your thoughts?
Yeah, so interesting. You asked the question, seat at the CEO's table. Once someone told me, either you have a seat at the table or you'll be served for lunch. so we rather have a seat at the table. And for the seat, I don't have much to add actually, because everyone's saying absolutely the stuff that I would have said as well. 3 attributes. First, strategic clarity. Second, financial proficiency. Third, courage. These 3 for me would be the must-haves.
All right, okay. So my next question is again for Arvind and Shivam, and Rajat, if you also want to pitch in. How will the teams of 2030 really look like? Would there be more data strategists, data scientists, or creatives, or perhaps a new blend altogether? How will that look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think 5 years down the line, and the way at which, at the pace at which technology is moving, I'm sure things will evolve pretty fast. And I think, as you mentioned just now, right? I mean, it's very important for digital, right? I mean, the knowledge of data, analytics, digital, all of that is growing at a rapid pace, and AI is, of course, going to be accelerating at the speed of light. So, I think some skill sets will remain, right? For example, the skill sets that I believe will continue to remain are the skill sets of creativity, around creativity, right? So creativity that is not following a particular trend, right? Pattern breaking. See, that is the strength of human. So whatever is the strengths of human, I think strategic thinking, creativity, which are not following patterns or trends, I think that those things will continue to be relevant and will stay important from a marketer perspective. But I think a lot of roles will evolve to become hybrid, which I think you mentioned briefly. I think it will be, for example, today, even in the creative front, right? We are not just looking for the standard or old-fashioned art and copy guys. We're actually looking for creatives who are able to use AI to churn out, better, faster, more personalized communication for consumers. So we will need maybe, creative technologists, for example, right? I mean, those kind of roles will evolve for sure, and we will see these kind of hybrid sort of roles evolving in the space of marketing, as well as the role of AI and data sciences and machine learning, all of that continues to increase. But like I said, right, I think it will, certain skill sets which are core to marketing, like storytelling, understanding insights, consumer insights, right? Data and patterns is something that, of course, will be a lot, right? Like Ipshita mentioned, right? I mean, democratization of data. Data will be there everywhere, but understanding the right insights and then applying it, I think that will still be something that will remain core to what exists today. But yes, roles will evolve.
So, I think tech, data, today we talk about digital transformation, we are talking about AI, we are talking about tools. This will be just a ticket. Your mindset and the ability to simplify a complex challenge is the visa on your passport. That's the future of marketing. Marketers who will, irrespective of the level, experience, Anyone who will have a perfect balance and use, by the way, of the left brain and the right brain would be a successful marketer of tomorrow. That's what, simply put, I can think about.
I don't think so. Anyone can predict what will happen in 5 years. No one was able to predict 5 years ago that how big ChatGPT will be. Yeah, but what I believe that fundamentally, marketing teams will not be teams of only humans. Marketing teams will be a combination of humans and machines. So machines in the age of agentic AI, when machine to machine marketing is going to happen, the team is not human beings. I believe that there would be a team which is individuals like us or human beings, and then there is another team which is also your team if you are in marketing, which are agents. So there is an agent, and the agent has to talk to another agent in a different company, negotiating contracts, negotiating pricing, sometimes upselling, yeah, or adding more value. So I think this would be happening. But what I believe, because I come from Schneider Electric, very proud to work for the most sustainable company in the world, I believe one thing which will definitely happen in most of the marketing teams in the coming years is a lot of focus on responsible marketing. Because today's generation is focusing on responsible marketing. You need to be very responsible in terms of how you are consuming things, how are you consuming information, how are you using products. So I would definitely see sustainability becoming an integral part. Sustainability is not about running a different department and there is a sustainability department. I see marketing to become one of the lead functions where sustainability or sustainability marketeers will be must to have. If we scan almost all organizations, we don't have sustainability or sustainability marketeers in most of the companies. That is going to be, according to me, a very, very important trend, with traceability becoming very critical. And I see most of the companies pretty dramatically changing their teams to stay ahead of others.
Okay, understood. In the interest of time, we will have to wrap the session, but I will not let you go so easily. There is a fun segment which is planned for you. So you try and make it as fun as possible. My last question is for each of you, and just one-line answers. If you were to build the future CMO playbook, what would be that one golden rule that you will write on the first page of it? So make it as fun as possible. Arvind, we'll go with you first.
So I'm not sure whether it is fun, but definitely the future CMO playbook is for all of us to create more CMOs of future. And that will happen when all of us, God willing, most of us take up the roles of CEOs. And trust me, this is not fun. This is something that we all should be working towards.
That's a tough one, but I'll say one thing what I would add is no termination or changing of CMOs for experimentation so soon. Yeah, so more appetite for failures is something which I would say.
I would say, stay true to the core, continue to do storytelling which connects with consumers. I think that's going to be key for any CMO, irrespective of how much technology comes in and does the automation.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think we've been all talking about technology. I would say in this today's day and age, be consumer driven, but not necessarily consumer decided.
Okay.
Supposed to be funny.
Yeah, but none of us said anything funny.
Yeah, I think I'll just repeat something that somebody told me, which I've already said before, that be the one who creates and serves the lunch rather than being eaten for lunch. So you are the growth architect, be that.
Okay. Yes. Okay. On that note, I would want to thank all of you for taking out time for today, and I'm sure the audiences will have a lot of takeaways from this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
आप ऑन रहने दो, मैं कर लूँगा. So thank you so much. Soumya, can you please do the honors? Prashant? Prashant? Then thank you so much. And thank you so much for moderating that. हाँ अब उन्हीं का nice to see you. Thank you. So good to see you. Thank you. Please come. Come, sir. While they get the stage ready, next is a standalone. They mentioned agentic AI. We will take that deeper now into this session. Agentic AI is empowering marketing systems to act autonomously, making decisions and also executing tasks with minimal human input. From hyper-personalized campaigns to real-time customer engagement, it is enabling speed, scale, and precision like never seen before. Our next marketing expert will speak on how the future lies in blending human creativity with AI's agency to deliver impactful, intelligent brand experiences. And while they move the table, please join me in welcoming to the podium Aditya Babbar, Vice President and Head Product Marketing and E-Commerce, Samsung MX Division. Okay, you know what? He's specially flown in from Bangalore for this right now. And of course, he didn't want it, but I'm saying it. So I think let's give him the welcome that he deserves. फिर से कोशिश करते हैं एक बार. Lovely. Thank you. You want to hand mic?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a very, very long day. I will not bore you more. I will keep my session very, very short. So my session is, an invisible thread. As a marketer, that's something which has inspired me over the period of time. That do this funnel really work? Do this funnel really work, which we all believe in? A nation which is 1.4 billion, 20 plus languages, half of the population under the age of 35. In fact, almost 50% under the age of 25. Do they really, really understand the way we talk today as a marketers? Now imagine the biggest challenge which all of you, including me, needs to go through. How do we connect to them? How do we inspire them? How do we let them do what they really, really want? And on top of that, this young generation lives very differently, consume very, very differently. They live today on Instagram. They don't look ads. They don't look, banners. They consume reels. Their attention span is just 8 seconds. They consume content every day, which is 300 feet plus, which will give run for his money to the Eiffel Tower in a day. That's the Gen Z I'm talking about. This brings me to a very, very important question. Think about the last time you would have brought something very, very significant, not your grocery or your morning coffee, something you really researched about. And imagine what you were tracked through. You were bombarded with the shoes or the software packages of travel you did not want it to go through. Do you really wanted that? If we don't, imagine how we are doing and what we are doing to our consumers, which is this lookalike theory. What are we living in today's world is the biggest marketing paradox. We build the most sophisticated engine, one of the best search engines, one of the best targeting engine. But at the end of the day, what's happening? We all are losing the trust of the consumer. I think most of you will echo this language. That's yes. In today's difficult world, with the new brands coming in, the rise of D2C, the authentic content storytelling, we are losing the trust. And that's because the consumer is exhausted. They are bombarded with the content. They are not able to retain it. The old playbook brings me to a very, very important question. Is it still working? Because this model is broken in my parlance of marketing. You know, for centuries we have tried to perfect that perfect offer, that perfect communication to the consumer, that perfect storytelling to the consumer. But is it really helping us today? That brings me to an idea of this invisible thread. And I will leave you with these 3 invisible threads, which brings the biggest motivation, connection to the consumers. There is a subtle way, you know, you can today break out of the spreadsheets. Because the reality is, a consumer belief read a word greater than $1 billion ad on India-Pakistan match. So first, let me introduce the concept of from audience to community. You know, and I will throw some example from my learning out of Samsung, what I learned and what I really, over the period of time, evolved, that how we should change and classified our marketing engines into the subsets of the generations, you know. And that's where the concept of galaxy of possibilities was born, you know. Under my leadership, I created this concept called galaxy of possibilities. And the whole concept was, if I can make a gamer play, if I can make a creator create, if I can make a teacher teach, my job is done. It is not about selling the galaxy full 7. It is about empowering people to do more and be more every day in their life. Now, you know, going back to the concept of audience to community, you know, something which has really helped over the period of time with the AI engines being implemented is about creating a culture. I met a friend who's from HP, I met Mayuri who's from Dell, we all sell laptops, you know. Everybody in the month of May go back to the old playbook, back to school. Let's give offers, let's give student offer, let's bring students to the store. And you know, when you really challenge that concept, and very great you have walked in, I love your campaign this year. You know, that brings me to a very, very fundamental question. When I went and met some of the young Gen Z, their answer was, don't tell me how it's done. I will show them how it's done. I'm not taking my laptop for teaching. I will create music out of it. I will play games out of it. And that gave a very, very big dipolar shift into show them how it's done. You know, we create this creator jam at our cafes. We have the world's largest Samsung cafes run out of the Opera House, Bangalore, where we get 500 odd creators to create content, and we call this a creator jam. Now that's where I build a concept of a community. Today I live every day, not with the ad, but galaxy of gamers, galaxy of creators. And trust me, it helps to connect that last dot emotionally. I go back to the concept, 70% of Gen Z buy after watching a video. They will see which lipstick or what product to buy after they see it on YouTube. Our ads are not working. Brings me to the second important thread, from promise to proof. The thinnest, the lightest, the fastest are the passes. Show me what you can do. Prove me what you can do. And that's where I believe in you. You know, good old days, all of us, the way, 20 years back, if I reflect, most of the marketers, our entire department was department of promise. We promised consumers the quality, the results, the happiness. Today, we are the departments of proof. Show me whether your campaign will work or not. That's the first proof we all need to give to our management. But today, trust is earned. Trust is not given. Don't buy this jacket of Patagonia is a classic example to work today in this world, that don't tell me what is to be done. I will decide and I will evaluate and I will. Your brand is a human identity. Put a human face to it. Put a face to it where people can relate to what I am talking to, brand keys, brand personas. Gone are the days when we will meet a consumer and say, I feel this brand is like Amitabh Bachchan. Today there's a name for that brand, there's a person for that brand. So brand persona, brand connections are extremely important. The second thread I repeat in my cloth is put proofs, not promises. Last but not the least, from campaign to conversations. We can build the best campaigns running out of millions of dollars, but at the end of the day, it just drills down to what people write on Rediffs and Quora. Whether they connect to what we say emotionally, functionally, or it is just about a marketer ego like me, that this campaign was great. It connected the dots, what I wanted. Or some creative heads saying that emotions are the one which sells. The brand that wins are not the one with the fastest Super Bowl ads or the biggest marketing budgets, are the one who are authentic today in their storytelling, are the one who brings human story out. Over the years, I've learned it very hard way that if I can show what people do it with Galaxy, how Galaxy is empowering their life, how I transform a guy from Assam to, have a part of a Galaxy Gamers program and go on to the esports event and win a FIFA esport event silver for India. That story is far more empowering and powerful than putting $1 million over a face and saying, buy me. I will not bore you guys more, and I will end with the last part of my speech. The future of marketing won't be with the biggest brand or the smartest algorithm which we all build. Will be with the invisible thread which is not seen in every day. Conversation, community, conversions will be the 3 C's which will replace the 4 P's in the future. So thank you very much for patiently listening to me, and I request all of you to look for that invisible thread in your environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for your standalone. And while that happens, may I please request any of the Business World team members, if you're here, sitting at the back, can you request people to come inside? We're starting with the awards now. With that, we come to an end of the conferences bit. And as says the protocol, it is now time for the awards. But before we move ahead, may I please request Mr. Babba to join us back on the stage, sir. We have a token of gratitude to present to you. And thank you for joining us today. For him, everybody, again. It is time for our evening's celebrations, जहाँ पे we'll be celebrating your creativity, your strategies, and the spirit of marketing leadership. We also honor the true stars of an industry that is not only considered amongst the oldest, but also that is constantly in transition. Welcome to the 4th edition of BW Top Marketers 2025. My name is Aditya Malik, and absolute pleasure to be your host again for this one. And responding to the dynamic marketing ecosystem and the broadening scope of modern marketing leadership, we continue our expanded recognition framework this year as well. The distinguished 2025 roster celebrates excellence across 2 prestigious segments. First, top marketers considered the trailblazers advancing their domains, and also the grandmasters, or the strategic leaders embracing expanded responsibilities and guiding their organizations towards growth. With that, may I please request our team to play the top 100 marketers video.
India's fast-changing market, marketing is no longer a support function. It is the engine of growth, sensing consumer signals, spotting trends, solving business problems. But only a few lead with real impact. After rigorous checks and balances, 6 months of research, validation, debate, we land on the League of True Growth Architects. These are the marketers who steer growth across companies, sectors, culture. The league that defines marketing leadership in 2025. They don't just market, they architect strategies, shape culture, build resilient brands.
And with that, also big thank you to all our partners. थोड़ी light दे दो दोस्त. Our presenting partner, Bharat Express. Our gold partner, Havas India. Our growth partner, Mob Avenue, IFTARS, Sakal Media Group. Our strategy partner, Lima Technologies. Our health partner, Right Shift. Our media partner, One Up Trade, India's most trusted barter company. Tonight's ceremony is being broadcasted live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. Any pictures, any views, any opinions that you have and you wish to share online, please use the hashtag BW Top 100 Marketers. The BW Top 100 Marketers, it's an editorial-led platform. And before we begin with our awards, we also have with us Mr. Sandeep Mahajan, the Executive Chairman of Assurance International, who has also held several senior roles, including the former Chairman and Managing Director of Goodyear, for a special address on journey from CMO to CEO. Let's please welcome Mr. Mahajan with your applause, everybody. हम अवार्ड्स की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं तो आपका जोश जो है डबल अप होना चाहिए. लेट्स ट्राई अगेन एंड वेलकम हिम प्लीज. थैंक यू सर. Would you want a hand mic or this is okay? No, this is fine. How do you move this?
Oh yeah. Okay. So good evening. So I believe this would be the last session before the awards, and I will try to make it as relevant, as relatable, with full of anecdotes. So first of all, I'm really excited to be amongst some of the finest marketing talents in this country. And for that, I would like to actually thank Business World and Dr. Batra. I don't know, I'm not seeing Dr. Batra here, but thank you so much. When this topic was given to me, from CMO to CEO, I promised two things. First is, there will be no marketing gyan, because this is something I should be learning from you at this stage of my life, right? And the second is, keep it as anecdotal as possible. So most of the examples which you will be hearing from me are my own life's journey, straddling three companies, Hindustan Lever, LG Electronics, Goodyear India, both in India and the key global markets. I hope you find it enjoyable. The first question which came to me, how many CMOs make it to the CEO? I've done all kind of research, including all the co-pilots and ChatGPT. But there's one data in the public domain from Spencer Stuart. It has done a research of the top 500 Fortune companies. And the data states, and you hear carefully, 10% of the CMOs who move up from a CMO role make it to the CEO. I repeat again, it is not all the CMOs. It is 10% of the CMOs of the top 500 Fortune companies who then moved up to various roles, who finally made it to the CEO role. Now when you dig, you don't talk only about the 500 in US, but what about India? Data is not available, but one business leading daily has published some articles that 63% of the CMOs today have a profit target in their KPIs, and 52% have growth. And I remember hearing the talk before this. I think the Colgate Palmolive person was talking about Chief Growth Officer, and I think that is a very welcome change. And of course, he will have serious competition from the sales guy, because there is always a competition who's the growth officer driving the business. But India seems to be a little ahead of this data which was shared over there. Now, when I come to the examples, what I want to know is, what is a CEO? And I don't want to go through the whole text, but essentially a CEO is one who puts a strategy, and I heard that in the last session from some of you. He puts a vision, he puts a team, and he delivers results. Or he adds value to the stakeholders, period. These are the 3 steps a CEO is supposed to do. What I will share with you there are some 5 points which I thought are key important learnings as I navigated my journey from an MBA in IIM Bangalore to whatever roles which I have got. And I think they are not full, but at least the anecdotes hopefully will make it interesting for you people. So first thing, I think it was alluded in the last panel also, and even in the one before that it is very important to have the strategy roadmap. See, the CMO focuses on the consumer. The heart of the intersection of operational excellence, innovation excellence, and sales and marketing excellence essentially is what? The consumer, right? But from a CMO to a CEO, you have to move from the brand to the organization. If you are able to do that, that is the role which you need to do. But I will take an example of the bottom left over there. And I'll be honest, it is from one of the leading global companies where I worked in the tire space. Now, a few years back, if you look over there, it says, the strategy roadmap says, being the top 3 global companies in the world. I'm talking about Goodyear, just to be very clear. But 2 years back, after internally debating and whatever we said we will move to enabling mobility. I think this is one of the key differentials and one of the most important decisions a CEO has to take. Where do you want the goalpost to move? When you are a tire company, and I'm just taking one as an example, it's a plain vanilla transactional tire being sold, whether it's a truck or a two-wheeler or a passenger. But when you are doing enabling mobility, the game becomes very different. And how does that happen? We are in Delhi, right? We are Delhi, NCR, Gurgaon. Did some Googling, 125,000 odd app-based vehicles are there. App-based means Ola, Uber, and there used to be a Blue Smart at one time, which is not there, I guess, right? So even if 75% of these are moving on the roads, you have 300 tires moving at any given time on the roads. Look at an Uber and an Ola. You know the business models. They don't want to handle vehicles. They don't want to handle tires. It's a bloody plain point for them. That's where a company like Goodyear, Bridgestone, or any other company can move in. Because 300,000 tires at any one moment requires what is the time, what is the pressure, what is the heat, when do you need to rotate, when you need to replace. And if we are able to make proprietary software, which the companies have made now, you actually reframe yourself from a pure manufacturing product-based company to a software kind of a company, where there's hardly any capex. Your return on capital, your ROI suddenly shoot up. And that is what the importance of a CEO is. Not just think of the product, but how the business model works, how I am able to enhance my ROCEs and ROIs. This is what was done, and the whole way of working for this company has changed. And of course, the standard stuff of how we work, where we win, and how we will focus are some things which we can all do together. But the most important part for the CEO is, where do you want the company, how do you want to shift the goalpost? Come to the second point, business model. You got a great product, you have a great brand. What do you do with it? You can sit at home with it. How do you go to the market, GTM? How do you make it efficient? And I'll give you 3 examples from my journey. 1999, I was a head of beverages in Hindustan Lever in Maharashtra. There was a major issue of going to the tier 4 and tier 5 towns. It was because there were 5 departments in Hindustan Lever at that time. I don't know if any of you were there at that time. Detergents, personal products, beverages, food, ice cream. Everybody wanted to go to the tier 4, tier 5 because they had pretty much saturated most of the other tiers. So a team was built. The project was called Project Streamline. What we did was we took the territory of Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg in Maharashtra. Anybody from that area, anybody familiar? If not, at least it is really sparse. People are far and few between. Cost to serve does not make any economic sense. So we made first a portfolio of 25 items, excluding ice creams. We had the small LUPs, low unit packs. Some of you are from FMCG, I guess. So we had LUP of shampoo sachets, LUPs of tea sachets, small 50 paisa, 10 paisa at that time packets. So once we had the portfolio, how do I reach these guys? How do I make it economical? So there is at least one place which I think you people are familiar. It's called Chiplun. Chiplun was one of them. So we said, okay, let's go to the biggest distributor stroke wholesaler in that place. When we went there, we asked, who all are there in your family? We found 2-3 brothers are there, and when you go into the hinterland of India, you'll see that people are not fully engaged. There is a hidden unemployment. So what happens? They were very happy if you get them to get some assignment for them. So we said, okay, take a van and put the PJPs. PJP, I think a lot of you should be understanding, permanent journey plan of the sales guys, right? Monday you go like this, Tuesday you go like this, Wednesday you go like this. So one of the brothers will go and take the orders, and then the next day the deliveries will happen. The dispatches will happen from Kolhapur to the Konkan area. As far as Hindustan Lever is concerned, they are protecting their cash, they are protecting their exposure. And in a carpet of 50 kilometers, you were actually able to carpet bomb that area. That whole model works so well. Today I understand most of the rural distributor in India is following that pattern. It is called the hub and spoke pattern. It started with Hindustan Lever. I don't know who picked home, but finally a lot of people today when I talk to them, they say we are doing that. That was the first one. Second, 2009, I moved to LG Electronics. I had a Korean boss called S.H. Park. He was the deputy managing director. He said, Sandeep, I'm having a major issue with profitability of modern trade across globe. He had come from US. And I expect modern trade in 2009, he said, is going to let us not make any money. Now, in Hindustan Lever, I was global head of pears, dalda and rice. So I've seen the brutal way Carrefour and the top guys, Carrefour, Lulu, Panda, you take Sainsbury, Asda, Walmarts, Costco, you would find it very, very difficult to make money. And that's what was going to happen here. He said, let's put up a channel called Brand Shop, 2009. And he said, I want 500 brand shops in 1 year. Look at the data. Many of you would have gone to LG brand shops. There were 80 brand shops till 2008. LG Electronics came in 1997. 11 years, 80 brand shops. We made 1,400 brand shops from 2009 to 2012. We did modulation. The rollout was the fastest and much faster than McDonald's or anybody else. And he taught how to do it, the ROI of each of them, support for the key metros because you need to handhold them. It is outside the purview of today's discussion. Today, in a $3.5 billion LG Electronics, 22% of the sales come from brand shops. It is the best poster boy for premiumization. You have the biggest OLEDs over there, the best inverter ACs, you name it, it's all there. And it's the most profitable channel. There was a guy called S.H. Park who thought like that, and that's how it has happened. It's still there all over the country, you can go and have a look. The third one was handling the pairs business globally. I had a major challenge in Canada. I wanted to give a global kind of a flavor so that you understand the challenges. Now, what is the biggest problem in Canada distribution is, you have the East Coast, Toronto and others, you have the West Coast, which is the Vancouvers, and pretty much nothing there in between. So the traditional model of distribution does not work because the cost economics don't work. So after a lot of introspection and whatever, I turned it upside down. We went to the largest logistic provider in Canada. The name was Thomas Large and Singer. We said, why don't you become a distributor? They were so happy. They took it up, consolidated. The last annual report of Hindustan Lever, which I have seen, even after 20 years, they are still one of the distributors of Canada. So you need to build sustainable long-term distribution, a key to the success of a business. People, we always talk about winning teams, but it is not so easy, winning teams. There's a saying, people are the most important assets. I fully don't agree with it. I believe the right people are the most important assets. There's a book called Good to Great, very good learnings, and I've always imbibed it. Get the right people in the bus, get the wrong people out of the bus, then get the right people in the right seats. It's in that order. 2012, when I moved to Goodyear, the global president came and said, we want to close the farm business because it is making a loss in the replacement business. Can you do something about it? You have an experience of LG and whatever else. So one of the frameworks we had in Hindustan Lever is able, unable, willing, unwilling. And of course, you do the other P's of marketing, which we don't discuss here. I said no marketing gyan here, right? So we went the whole team through that. We found almost 40% did not match. We did consequence management. After 2 years, till maybe last month or at least till last year end, the business shares have gone from 18% in 3 years to 36%, highly profitable, and to even today, 10 years of market leadership, category captaincy. So these are not something which is a 1 year, 2 year kind of flavor of the month or something. It has to be sustainable growth, sustainable leadership. That is the key to success. I think the other one which generally we don't talk when we are in the ivory towers of head office, right? We mostly are sitting there, and no offense to anybody here. But when you move out of the CMO role and you look at, other like logistics, finance, and the biggest chunk actually is in the manufacturing. There is a process called CBA. CBA happens every 3 to 4 years where the increments of the labor is actually decided. It is one of the most tough kind of decisions and discussions which happen. Sometimes it goes for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. But alignment of stakeholders become very, very important. If we are able to handle it properly, it really helps your business. If you are not able to, it leads to strike, because that is a period when the unions jump in, the so-called politicians jump in, the vested interests jump in, everybody jumps in, and it becomes murky. So alignment of stakeholder doesn't mean people who are sitting in the head office or the board members. It actually means these kind of people who are there. And how do we make it happen? Integrity and communication, standard stuff. You don't talk much about integrity, and we have seen what has happened in the last 1 month. A leading food company, the global CEO, chairman have left, and we have had so many other examples. I'll give you 2 examples. I became the managing director of Goodyear India in 2020 June. I think many of you remember 2020 was one of the worst years and the biggest disruption which happened, which is, right, COVID. And after 2 months, we were slowly allowed to open the factories. We had 2 factories, 2 companies, roughly 3,000 people and 3,000 more in 3Ps. How do you make sure tomorrow the factory will open? How do you make sure there is no incident? So we made it very clear. We will start small. We will communicate everything. If there is a case, we will tell there is a case. We are isolating. We are shutting this place. We had all the hotels around Aurangabad and all the hotels rooms where we could get around Ballabgarh, so that people do not have to go home, because there was a scare that if he goes home, there is going to be passing of COVID. And slowly we kept on working on it. In the front end, which is the sales side, first it was virtual calls. Then we made sure that you go, but you will not stay in the hotel. You will just work from outside. I think you gave us kind of a safe space. It's not just this company. I must salute the Indian industry, and when we were in touch with all the networks, all of us helped each other, and I think we did a fantastic job around it. So integrity is something, you have to look at. Another example I'll give you, 10 years back, the Maggi debacle which happened. Are you aware of the Maggi debacle? There were quality issues, lead was found, other stuff was found, it was taken away. My boss, Suresh Narayan, he was my boss in Hindustan Lever at that time. He was brought in on 1st August 2015. And later on public domain also you can hear what he said. From day one, he said transparency, we'll tell the way it is, the way what we are doing, what is not working, what is working, and build the trust. And by October, the Maggi stocks were back. 2 examples. I'll give you one business example. I don't know how many of you like B2B, because most of the people here, FMCG and replacement and consumer centric, but I think B2B is also a very important ingredient as you move along the ladder from the CMO role. One of the biggest areas where there's a problem is the pricing discussion. So what happens is there is always a suspicion between the seller and the buyer. Raw materials have gone down, please give us the benefit. Raw materials have gone up, please do not give us anything, we will not take. 2012, when I joined the Goodyear business, within 6 months we put a raw material indexing in place, the first in the tire industry. We were still the market leader at 26. And we said, in a very transparent manner, we'll tell you 50% is natural rubber, so much is natural, so much is synthetic, 25% is carbon black, so much is chemicals. These are the places we are monitoring globally. Every 3 months we sit, see the data, and we agree on price hike or price down. From 26 our shares went to 36, I think it's still 35% and that's why they're the market leaders even today. So it is very important to build a trust when you're doing the business. Technology, I think AI, there's so much of AI, you wonder what the hell is going on, but I'll give you a few examples which will help you understand how you can leverage it and how. So let's take the tire company. You have heard of driverless vehicles. If you're in US, you would have actually traveled into it. I'll give you my example. My own chacha, Bay Area, he had an eye problem. He bought the top level of Tesla. He said, I just stopped over there. And 1600 kilometers we went to whatever place and came back. I didn't do anything. But that's the beauty. But what's the technology behind it? If a vehicle is there and there's a road behind it, what is the touch point? It's the tires. So you put a chip in the tire, you put the sensors in the vehicle, and that actually tells you the topography of the road. It tells there's a pothole, it tells you there is a snow, it tells you where there is a bump coming, there is a turn coming, and that is one of the reasons why an autonomous, I'm making it very simple for this meeting, that actually helps. What is in it for you guys or the producer? It has gone into a subscription model. So if you want that package, you please pay so much, right? So a company like Tire, which is only believing in, oh, I'll sell only one tire, is suddenly becoming an OTT platform, where every month you're getting a percentage of the subscription. That is the power of AI. Second example, in consumer electronic, consumer durables, I don't know how many of you are there. The most important thing, one of the most important things I learned from my boss in LG, Soon Kwan, I think there was a person but Soon Kwan was LG number one. He said, Sandeep, the biggest thing is not only the product, it is the customer service. You have remembered how many Sony Sanyos were there, Hitachis were there in 90s. Where are all of them? It's all LG, Samsung. And one of the reasons is the excellent customer service you get over there. I think somebody not happy with the Koreans anyway. So I had a problem that in the passenger vehicle, if there's a replacement, somebody is saying my tire puncture has happened, I want a replacement. I would take 3 days to replace. Well, the guy will say, what the hell, I have a pain point, please replace now. And there would be fights. So what we did was, because when you replace a tire, you whatever has already been utilized, you give that benefit to that. So we slice the tires in 5, 10, 15, whatever, put all the images, thousands of images in the AI, gave all the dealers in the country that you shoot the tire when somebody comes, it will go to the central, from there they will tell this percentage is what is the wear and tear, and within half an hour the decision will come. So that is how AI has helped. I also am an advisor in a digital transformation company, mostly into US, but 2 companies in India which I was sitting and discussing, one of them happens to be in Delhi. It's a $2.5 billion company. Now, I don't think many people are aware that there are 20,000 crore companies sitting in Delhi, but you'll be surprised it has got 20 different subsidiaries in the automobile space. So the CFO said, I have a pain point. My pain point is I get 20, by the month end, 20 P&Ls. By the time I aggregate all of them, and all of them are indisciplined, so we don't get all of them together, by 2021st, I'm actually able to tell the top management what has happened, which is ridiculous. So now with AI, NML and all the other stuff, the 21 days has shrunk to 3 days, and now it's going to be 1 day. You need to know what has happened last month. You can't wait 3 months and do it. That's the first part. Yesterday, I was in one of the leading food companies around here only, and they said, the guy told me that we have a major issue. Sometimes it rains so badly, sometimes there are floods. I have so much of shelf life, and there is something called, if 70% of the shelf life is not relevant, we don't take it. The retail doesn't take it. Then I have slow moving, and then I have to write off. So what do I do? So now we are co-working with them to shrink it from, and he said that we have 15% of whatever inventory is there, which we have a problem, this way, that way. Yeah. So what do we do on this? So he said, okay, we're working with them and making it 10% of whatever it is. And that is the beauty of AI. You save money, you're efficient, you're agile. So friends, from a CMO to a CEO, it's not a leap, it's a journey. And from building a brand, to building a company. I'm building a company which has a lasting profitability and a business model. That is the journey I think all of you will embark on. Wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir, for sharing with us your journey. And before we move ahead with the awards, for a quick address, please join me in welcoming to the stage Upendra Rai, CMD and Editor-in-Chief of Bharat Express.
थैंक यू बिजनेस वर्ल्ड फैमिली एंड इस सभागार में बैठे सभी लोग मेरे लिए नए हैं। मैं बिल्कुल खालिस तौर पर एडिटोरियल का आदमी हूं, लेकिन कंपनी चलाने वालों के साथ मेरा बड़ा लंबा समय बीता, तो थोड़ा बहुत कंपनी चलाना भी सीख लिया मैंने साथ रहते रहते। मेरा बैकग्राउंड पूरी तरह से गांव का रहा। 10वीं तक पढ़ाई मैंने अपने गांव से 14 किलोमीटर दूर साइकिल चला के मैं जाता था, साइकिल चला के आता था, तो बचपन ऐसे बीता। हाँ, जब शहर में आया तो मुझे लगता है कि 10वीं पास करने के बाद फिर मैं बाहर ही रहा, फिर गांव जाना नहीं हुआ कभी। बात मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग की हो रही थी, तो मैंने अभी तक अपने जीवन में जब भी बोला है, न कभी कोई चिट रखा न कभी कोई पेपर रखा। तो मुझे अभी नूर ने बताया कि सीएमओ अवार्ड्स हैं, और चूंकि आपने अपनी कंपनी खोली है तो पहली 2 मिनट अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बता दूं। जब मैं ग्रेजुएशन फर्स्ट ईयर में था तो मैंने राष्ट्रीय सहारा के साथ अपने करियर की शुरुआत की थी, और तब 3500 रुपये मिलते थे लखनऊ में, 3300 रुपये। और वो पहली सैलरी स्लिप से लेके यहाँ तक का सफर जब मैं सोचता हूं तो एक पल के अंदर मेरे आंखों में तैर जाता है। तो 97 से 2002 में सहारा ग्रुप के साथ रहा। तब मैं दूर से सहारा चेयरमैन को देखता था अखबार में, पास से देखने का मौका भी कभी नहीं मिला। और 2002 में मैंने रिजाइन किया, तब स्टार न्यूज खुल रहा था एनडीटीवी से सेपरेट होके। मैंने लाइन में लग के इंटरव्यू दिया था और मेरा सिलेक्शन हो गया था। 2 साल वहां रहा, फिर CNBC TV 18 में आया, 1 साल 1 महीना वहां रहा, फिर वापस स्टार न्यूज में आना हुआ। और स्टार न्यूज की जर्नी के बाद मैं सीधे एज ए CEO एडिटर इन चीफ सहारा न्यूज नेटवर्क का ज्वाइन किया था मैंने। और तब से लेके मैं कह सकता हूं कि सहारा चेयरमैन की आंख बंद होने तक मैं उनके साथ रहा। और चूंकि मेरे जीवन का लंबा समय सहारा ग्रुप के साथ बीता, तो ब्रांडिंग किसे कहते हैं, एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल, मैं नूर और मेरे ग्रुप CEO वरुण कोहली जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। जब मैं भारत एक्सप्रेस लॉन्च कर रहा था तब भी उस सफर के साथी थे। मेरे एक मित्र हैं, लंदन में रहते हैं, उनका नाम है सुमन मित्रा। साल 2006 की बात है। वो अपने मामा और अपने फादर के साथ सहारा चेयरमैन से मिलने गए थे। सहारा स्टार की लॉबी में वो लोग वेट कर रहे थे। सहारा चेयरमैन कहीं बाहर गए हुए थे मीटिंग के लिए। जब वो आए तो डोरमैन ने दरवाजा खोला और सुमन ने मुझे बताया कि मामा ने और पापा ने देखा कि सहारा सिंह ने हमारी तरफ इशारा किया, 2 मिनट मैं बुलाता हूं आप लोगों को। बोला ऊपर गए और उल्टे पांव फिर नीचे उतर के आए और डोरमैन के पास गए और डोरमैन से खड़े खड़े 2 मिनट बात की। फिर उसके बाद चले गए, फिर सीधे फिर कोई आया ले जाने के लिए, लेके गया ऊपर। तो सुमन ने बताया कि मैंने अपने मामा से पूछा कि मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने दरवाजा खोला, उसको विश किया, हंस के जवाब दिया, फिर गए, फिर उल्टे पांव नीचे आए, फिर उससे क्या बात किया, मुझे इंटरेस्ट है जानने में। तो ये लोग डिस्टेंट रिलेशन में थे, तो पूछा सुमन के मामा ने कि मेरा भांजा जानना चाहता है कि आपने क्या बात की उस डोरमैन से। तो सहारा चेयरमैन हंसे और बोले कि अरे यार, उसकी बेटी की शादी थी और वो मेरे पास आया था मिलने, और उसकी बेटी की शादी मैंने संपन्न कराई, लेकिन मैं जा नहीं पाया, तो मैं उससे माफी मांगने के लिए आया था कि मैंने शादी में कोई कमी तो नहीं रह गई, ऐसा तो नहीं कि तुम्हें कुछ और तकलीफ हो। तो मुझे ध्यान आ गया कि इसकी बेटी की शादी अभी 2 दिन पहले बीती है और ये ड्यूटी पे क्यों है, उसको और व्यवस्था देखनी चाहिए। तो मैंने ये पूछा उससे, बस इसीलिए उल्टे पांव लौट के आया था। आज अखबारों में खबर छपी है कि सहारा ग्रुप को अडानी ग्रुप ने टेक ओवर कर लिया, और मैं ये मानता हूं चूंकि 18 साल मेरे जीवन का समय बीता। 2006 में मैं उनके टच में आया था, और 2006 से लेके 2022, मतलब जब उनकी डेथ हुई है 2023 में, और 2022 में मैंने सहारा ग्रुप छोड़ा और भारत एक्सप्रेस को 1 फरवरी को मैंने लॉन्च किया 2023 में। तो मैं दुबई में था जब वो डॉक्टरों ने जवाब दे दिया था, और 2-3 दिन समय उनके पास था। तो मैं आज भी सोचता हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि उनके जीवन में हजारों लोग थे, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझे स्पेशली बुलवाया। तो ये 2 घटनाएं मैं हमेशा भूल नहीं पाता हूं। एक जो सुमन मित्रा ने बताई कि इतना बड़े एम्पायर का मालिक होते हुए भी एक डोरमैन की बेटी की शादी कैसे संपन्न हुई, कोई कमी तो नहीं रह गई। बहुत कम लोग उतना ध्यान दे पाते हैं और इस लेवल तक उतर के पूछ पाते हैं। और मैं कह सकता हूं कि 2006-7 के बीच सहारा ग्रुप वो कंपनी थी जिसने इस देश के बड़े से बड़े कारपोरेट को 3-3 हजार 4-4 हजार करोड़ का उधार दिया हुआ है। उसके सबूत भी मेरे पास हैं। एक चढ़ने का वक्त होता है, एक उतरने का वक्त होता है। तो सहारा चेयरमैन के जाने के बाद सहारा के उतरने का वक्त शुरू हो गया। आत्मा चली गई, शरीर बचा रहा। वो शरीर भी एक तरीके से किसी और को चला गया। लेकिन ये एक मेमोरी मेरी ये है, और दूसरी मेमोरी ये है कि मैंने उनके साथ 18 साल काम किया। उनके साथ हजारों लोगों, लाखों लोगों ने काम किया। करीब 2004 या 2006 की टाइम मैगजीन की रिपोर्ट है कि इंडियन रेलवे के बाद सहारा को बिगेस्ट एम्प्लॉयर माना था। तो मैं एक ऐसी कंपनी का एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूं ब्रांड के तौर पे कि वो एक बहुत बड़ा ब्रांड बना और 45 साल की यात्रा में पूरे भारत में छा गया। मैं कह सकता हूं कि 17 करोड़ 17.49 करोड़ डिपॉजिटर थे सहारा ग्रुप के पास, जो एसबीआई के बाद नंबर 2 था। उनके पास 7,000 ब्रांचेस थी, और फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में सहारा ने बहुत बड़ा काम किया। और लैग कहाँ रहा, क्योंकि सहारा चेयरमैन ने कभी बहुत हाईली प्रोफेशनल्स को बहुत रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दिया। उनका यह मानना था कि हमें रैंकर्स को चुनना चाहिए, जो नीचे से काम सीखता हुआ है, और उसको जिम्मेदारी देनी चाहिए। इस पर हमारी उनकी बहुत बार बात भी होती थी। मुझे कई बार लगता था कि रैंकर्स के कारण कंपनी का बहुत नुकसान हो रहा है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि 2009 में मैं कंपनी में एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर अपॉइंट हुआ था। मैं सबसे कम उम्र का जरूर था, लेकिन हाँ, मैं ये मानता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे वो जगह दी, और 15 सालों तक मैंने उस नेटवर्क के साथ काम किया, चलाया। भारत एक्सप्रेस लॉन्च करने का ख्याल कैसे आया? वो ऐसे आया कि 16 सितंबर 2022 जब मैंने रिजाइन किया, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं क्या करूं। तो 2-3 दिन मैं सोचता रहा, और मुझे लगा कि जिस तरह की नौकरी मैंने सुब्रत राय सहारा के साथ कर ली है, और जिस तरह का जीवन मैंने जी लिया है, वो मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी और कारपोरेट में या किसी और आदमी में वो क्षमता है कि मेरे को उस तरह से वो बर्दाश्त कर पाए। तो पहले तो मैंने अपने मन को मनाया कि भाई, और वाकई इस देश के मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, मैं कह सकता हूं कि इस देश के तो मीडिया मुगल कह ही सकते हैं। उन्होंने मुझे बोला था जब मैं सहारा ज्वाइन कर रहा था कि उपेंद्र, तुम जा तो रहे हो, लेकिन ध्यान रखना वो सोने का पिंजरा है, तुम्हें वो कोई नहीं दे पाएगा वो जो देंगे, लेकिन उस पिंजरे से निकलने में तुम्हें बड़ी मुश्किल होगी, और निकलने के बाद दूसरा सोने का पिंजरा मिलेगा नहीं, क्योंकि तुम सोने के पिंजरे में रहने के आदी हो जाओगे। कुछ हद तक उनकी बात सही भी थी, उनकी हर बात सही ही होती है, कभी गलत तो होती नहीं। और उनके साथ भी मुझे लंबे समय तक काम करने का मौका मिला और मैं कह सकता हूं कि अभी भी मुझे जब भी जरूरत होती है पुकारता हूं तो मेरे लिए आते हैं वो। तो मुश्किल तो जरूर हुई, लेकिन एक वक्त मेरे पास आया जब मैं बहुत पैसे रुपए से संपन्न था, 2015 से 2018 के बीच। मतलब एक नहीं 5-7 चैनल लॉन्च करने की मेरी हैसियत थी उस वक्त। जानने वाले इस बात को जानते हैं, लेकिन उस वक्त मैं हिम्मत नहीं कर पाया कि कोई एक छोटा सा डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म भी खोल पाऊं। और जब मेरे पास एक कंपनी की नौकरी छोड़ने के बाद पैसे बिल्कुल नहीं थे, तब मैंने भारत एक्सप्रेस की शुरुआत की। और मैं बहुत प्राउडली ये बात कह सकता हूं कि पहले साल में हमने प्रॉफिट शो किया भारत एक्सप्रेस का, और EY ने मेरी कंपनी का वैल्यूएशन 765 करोड़ उसका वैल्यू किया, और पहले साल ही 300 करोड़ के डिस्काउंटेड वैल्यूएशन पे मैंने 10% अपनी कंपनी का स्टेक बेचा। ये जरूर है कि हम भारत एक्सप्रेस को बार्क में लेके नहीं गए और जनवरी तक अभी लेके नहीं जाएंगे। जब 3 साल पूरा कर लेंगे तो मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि बार्क में 3 से 5% के बीच हमारी कहीं रेटिंग जरूर रहेगी, और आप सभी लोग उसके साक्षी रहेंगे, क्योंकि मार्केटिंग और ब्रांडिंग की दुनिया से आप सभी लोग आते हैं। अब थोड़ी मार्केटिंग और ब्रांडिंग की बात कर लिया जाए। मैंने एक मूवी देखी थी, आप सबने देखी होगी, 2013 में आई थी, वुल्फ ऑफ वॉल स्ट्रीट। तो शेयर बाजार के बारे में, चूंकि हर आदमी आज के डेट में जुड़ा हुआ है कहीं ना कहीं म्यूचुअल फंड से, बैंकिंग से, शेयर बाजार से। अगर शेयर बाजार में पैसे नहीं लगवाते तो बैंक वाले म्यूचुअल फंड में तो जबरदस्ती लगवा ही देते हैं, कुछ पैसा तो लगाना ही पड़ता है, क्या करें। तो उसमें एक डायलॉग मुझे बड़ा अच्छे से याद आता है कि वो बेलफोर्ड, मुझे उसका नाम एग्जैक्ट ध्यान नहीं आ रहा है इस समय, अंग्रेजी नाम मुझे थोड़ा कम याद रहते हैं। तो वो कहता है कि ये प्रॉफिट कैसे बनाते हैं, तो बोला कि देखो यहां कोई प्रॉफिट वेट नहीं बनाता, ये मैक्सिमम फुगाजी है, शब्दों की जादूगरी है। एक जगह प्रॉफिट दिखाओ, एक जगह लगवाओ, दूसरे जगह घाटा कराओ, फिर प्रॉफिट कराओ। तो ब्रांडिंग की दुनिया में मैंने जो देखा है, 2 बातें मैंने अनुभव की हैं जो अपने अनुभव से बता रहा हूं। एक, जब हम छोटे थे तो एक विज्ञापन आता था मैंगो माजा का। तो मैंगो माजा का विज्ञापन में ये दिखाता था कि एक परी आती है और बोतल में समा जाती है और बच्चा उसको देखता है, बड़ा खुश होता है। ये हमको आपको पता है इस स्टेज में कि उसमें प्रिजर्वेटिव मिलाया जाता है और वो हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छा नहीं है। लेकिन एक छोटे बच्चे के सामने 4 दशहरी आम रख दीजिए और एक माजा की बोतल रख दीजिए, तो बच्चा माजा की बोतल ही शर्तिया उठाएगा। क्यों उठाएगा? आप सबको पता है, एक कारण से कि माजा की बोतल ने उसके दिमाग पर गहरा असर डाला है, उसे कन्विंस किया है। जो बात आपको कन्विंस कर ले बिना आपसे बात किए, आंखों से देखने के बाद, आप समझिए कि उसकी ब्रांड इक्विटी, उसकी ब्रांड वैल्यू बहुत हद तक आपके जीवन में, आपके दिमाग में उतर चुकी है। और जो बात आपको कन्विंस न कर पाए, जिस बात से आप मुतमईन न हो पाए, जिस बात से आपको कन्विंस होने की जगह आपको एलर्जी पैदा होने लगे, तो आप समझिए कि वो ब्रांड कहीं ना कहीं अपनी जर्नी में फेल कर गया है। यानी रास्ते पर चलने की शुरुआत तो हुई, लेकिन वो मंजिल तक नहीं पहुंचा। बीच मंजिल में, रास्ता और मंजिल के बीच में ब्रिज टूट गया। दूसरा एग्जाम्पल मैं जो आप लोगों के सामने शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि ठंडा मतलब कोका कोला। बिल्कुल ठंडा मतलब कोका कोला नहीं होता, लेकिन हर आदमी कन्विंस हो गया ठंडा मतलब कोका कोला। तो क्या होता है कि जो हमें कन्विंस कर दे, जो हमें राजी कर दे, जो हमें अपने साथ चलने के लिए तैयार कर ले, आप ये मानिए कि उसके अंदर ये अद्भुत क्षमता है आपको मोटिवेट करने की, आपको डाइवर्ट करने की। बहुत सारे लोगों को मैं देखता हूं आजकल बाबाओं की भीड़ लगी है। ब्रांडिंग की बात हो रही है तो नॉलेज पे भी बात जरूर होनी चाहिए। मैं देश के लगभग सारे बाबाओं को जानता हूं जितने बोलते हैं, और मैं दावे के साथ आप लोगों को साक्षी बना के कह सकता हूं, मुझे बिठा दीजिए, मैं बता दूंगा कि इस बाबा ने आचार्य रजनीश की ओशो की किस बात को तोड़ मरोड़ के कैसे पेश किया है। हर बाबा ने आगे महाभारत और वो उपनिषदों की किताबें लगा रखी है, अंदर वाले खाने में सारी आचार्य रजनीश की किताबें और सारी डिस्कोर्स के पेन ड्राइव और डीवीडी सीडी भरे रखे हैं। 2-4-10 बड़े बाबाओं के यहाँ तो मैंने पकड़ा भी है, क्योंकि मेरा रिश्ता ऐसा है और मैंने उनसे हाँ भी करवाया है। मैं कह सकता हूं कि ब्रांड के तौर पे एक आदमी ने इस 20वीं सदी में सबसे बड़ा काम किया ज्ञान बांटने का, लेकिन उस आदमी को सबसे ज्यादा अंडर एस्टिमेट किया गया, वह है आचार्य रजनीश। और जैसे बुद्ध को उखाड़ फेंका हमारे यहां के पोना पंडितों ने, और आज जापान जैसा देश भारत जैसे देश के सामने माथा झुकाता है, या भारत के चेहरे पे जो थोड़ा बहुत नमक है वो बुद्ध के कारण है। और जो सबसे ज्यादा सोशल वेलफेयर के लिए फंड अगर जापान ने भारत को दिया है तो सिर्फ बुद्ध के कारण दिया है। जितने कॉरिडोर, दर्जनों एयरपोर्ट और भी बहुत सारा फंड अभी पड़ा हुआ है जो अनयूटिलाइज्ड है, लेकिन बुद्ध को उखाड़ फेंकने में जितना हमारे यहाँ के दोयम दर्जे के पंडितों ने अपना धंधा बचाए रखने के लिए काम किया, शायद अगर बुद्ध को स्थापित किया होता तो भारत की तस्वीर कहीं और होती। आज आप लोग जितनी विद्याएं जानते हैं चाहे सुनते हैं, वो एक्यूप्रेशर हो, जूडो हो, कराटे हो, समुराई, ये सारी कलाएं बुद्ध की दी हुई हैं। बुद्ध के मन में बचपन में ही वैराग्य जग गया था, तो बुद्ध ने सारी ऐसी कलाएं ढूंढी कि अब क्षत्रिय कुल में पैदा हुआ हूं, पिता की इच्छा रखने के लिए युद्ध करना मजबूरी है, तो कुछ ऐसा ढूंढूं जिससे आदमी कुछ पल के लिए, कुछ घंटे के लिए मूर्छित हो जाए, बेहोश हो जाए, लेकिन मरे नहीं, मतलब वो मरे नहीं। तो ये सारी जितनी कलाएं हैं आदमी को, जैसे एक मूवी आई थी इंडियन, आप लोगों ने देखा था, कमल हासन ने उसमें कुछ कलाएं दिखाई हैं, वो सारी कलाएं मैं आप लोगों को किताब बता सकता हूं कि वो सब बुद्ध की दी हुई कलाएं हैं, कि आपके शरीर का कौन सा हिस्सा ऐसे हल्का सा टच कर दे तो आप बेहोश हो जाएंगे, लेकिन हाँ वो वेग और वो टच करने की कला आनी चाहिए हमें। तो बुद्ध जैसा ब्रांड, महावीर को मैं फिर भी कहता हूं कि महावीर को अपनाया जैन समाज के लोगों ने, और 3,500 साल के इतिहास में बुद्ध और महावीर दो ऐसे महापुरुष इस धरती पे पैदा हुए। महावीर अंतिम तीर्थंकर हुए, लेकिन महावीर से ज्यादा प्रासंगिक तीर्थंकर कोई नहीं हुआ। पता नहीं मोबाइल से कुछ ऑडियो इंटरफेरेंस हो रहा है, अगर आपको वीडियो देखने की कोशिश करेंगे तो 2 बार हुआ था, तो मेरे कारण हुआ था, मैं इस बात को कन्फेस करता हूं, मैंने कुछ हल्का सा दब गया था तो ऑडियो इंटरफेरेंस हुआ था। तो ब्रांड और मार्केटिंग जो आपके लिए प्रॉपर इकोसिस्टम तैयार करता है, और ब्रांड जो आपको पूरी तरह से कन्विंस करके उसके साथ ले जाता है। तो ये विषय आप लोगों का है, ये विषय मेरा नहीं है, लेकिन 2-3 बातें कह के मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। पहली बात तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि अगले 3 सालों में, जैसे 3000 सालों में जितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ, उतना डेवलपमेंट अगले 300 सालों में हो गया, और जितना 300 सालों में पीछे डेवलपमेंट हुआ उतना 30 सालों में हो गया। और अब जो डेवलपमेंट होने जा रहा है एआई के आने के बाद, उसमें मुझे लगता है कि भारत सबसे पीछे है। क्यों पीछे है? अभी कहते ही आप लोगों के दिमाग में नाम आया कि भाई हमारे यहाँ के ही तो सत्या नडेला है, सुंदर पिचाई है, ये हुआ, वो सब हैं, लेकिन जब अमेरिका ने टैरिफ लगाया तो किसी एक आदमी की हैसियत नहीं हुई खड़ा होकर बोलने की, सबको नौकरी जाने का डर सताने लगा। तो वो इंडियन शरीर है लेकिन वो अमेरिकन हो चुके हैं। इंडियन रहने का जो भ्रम है हमारा इंडियन डायस्पोरा का, वो अपने को बचा के इंडियन डायस्पोरा मानता है, अपने को दांव पे लगा के इंडियन डायस्पोरा नहीं मानता। मैं आप लोगों को आज लिख के दे रहा हूं कि 3 साल में पूरी दुनिया हमारे खड़े खड़े बदल जाएगी और एआई के इस तरह के रोबोटिक्स के मॉडल आएंगे। और आज मैं आप लोगों को बता रहा हूं कि सेमीकंडक्टर में चाइना अगर आगे होता तो आज चाइना अमेरिका से बहुत आगे निकल चुका होता, और आज की डेट में या तो चाइना लीड लेगा या अमेरिका लीड लेगा। मुझे लगता है कि इतना बड़ा देश होते हुए हम बहुत पीछे छूट जाएंगे, और हम पीछे क्यों छूट गए उसके 2-3 बहुत बारीक एग्जाम्पल देता हूं आप लोगों को। जैसे मैं छोटा था, जब मैं गांव में रहता था, तो सबसे तेज गति से बारात में गया हूं एम्बेसडर गाड़ी में बैठ के, और सबसे धीमी गति से बारात में बैलगाड़ी में भी बैठ के गया हूं दूसरे गांव, ट्रैक्टर टाली में भी बैठ के गया हूं। तो मेरा एक्सपोजर वहां से है, अभी भी कनेक्शन है। पिताजी गांव में हैं, 90 साल के हैं, तो मैं जाता हूं उनसे मिलने के लिए। और हमारे ही जीवन में, मेरे ही जीवन में 95 में मोबाइल आया। तो जब मैं 99 में चीफ ऑफ ब्यूरो बन के गया सहारा का, तो वहां चीफ ऑफ ब्यूरो को एक डेजिग्नेटेड मोबाइल था। पहली बार मुझे मोबाइल मिला यूज करने के लिए, लेकिन 95 में इंडिया में आ चुका था। यानी कि हम इसी जीवन में एयर टाइम का पैसा देने लगे पर सेकंड का। यानी हम जाने अनजाने में समय की सूक्ष्मता ने हमारे जीवन में किस तरह से जगह बना ली, और हम किस तरह से कन्विंस हो गए, और किस तरह से पर 10 सेकंड पर सेकंड का पैसा देने लगे, ये हमें बोध बहुत बाद में आया। लेकिन हम राजी थे, देने लगे थे, हमें मजा आने लगा था। अब उसी बात को मैं दोबारा से कहना चाहता हूं कि आज मेरे ऑफिस में एक महिला है, उनको बहुत सारे लोगों से शिकायत रहती है। मैं देखा अचानक 10-10 पेज के मेल, 5-5 पेज के मेल। हमने कहा यार, इस ट्रिगर से लेकर सीईओ तक तो मैं बन गया, इतना लंबा मेल तो मैं कभी जीवन में नहीं लिख पाया। तो मैंने पूछा, मैं कब इसको टाइम मिलता है इतना लिखने का? बोला सर वो चैट जीपीटी से लिख देती है, वो अपने से नहीं लिखती है। मैंने कहा हमने चैट जीपीटी या तो यूज ही नहीं किया यार। मैं अभी लंदन गया था, मुझे लगता है कि 7 जून को। मेरे एक मित्र हैं, उन्होंने अपने घर पे मुझे बुलाया और उन्होंने मुझे चैट जीपीटी समेत 2-3 और जो है परप्लेक्सिटी और 2-4 और एआई के मॉड्यूल का डेमो दिया। जब डेमो दिया तो मैं बहुत चौंका, मैं बहुत हैरान हुआ। मुझे लगा कि मैं तो बहुत पीछे छूट गया हूं। तो मैंने कहा चलो, कल तक तो पीछे छूट गया था, आज से यूज करना चालू करता हूं। और मैं आप लोगों को ये बात बहुत भरोसे से कह रहा हूं कि भारत बहुत पीछे छूट गया है इस दौड़ में। आप ये सोच के मत गुमान करिएगा कि हमारे यहाँ के आईआईटीएन, ठीक है हमारे यहाँ के आईआईटीएन है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ टिकते कितने हैं, हमारे यहाँ रुकते कितने हैं। अभी अमेरिका ने H1B वीजा को लेकर के जो सारी चीजें की, तो जर्मनी ने जबरदस्त ब्रांडिंग कर ली। जर्मन एम्बेसडर ने अपना वीडियो बना के डाल दिया कि भाई जी आओ हमारे यहाँ। तो अगर हमारे यहाँ मौके होते तो हमारे लोगों को किसी को बुलाने की जरूरत क्यों होती? हमारे यहाँ मौके ही नहीं है। तो दूसरे देश ने कह दिया भाई जर्मन भी टेक्नोलॉजी के देश में, ऑटोमोबाइल के क्षेत्र में, हर क्षेत्र में बहुत आगे है। तो उसने एम्बेसडर ने वीडियो बना के डाल दिया जी कि भाई आइए हमारे यहाँ दरवाजे खुले हैं, जिसको जो चाहिए, हमें बहुत सारे लोगों की जरूरत है। आने वाले समय के लिए हमें जितने लोग आप यहां से आना चाहते हैं आइए, हम उनको सबका वेलकम करेंगे। तो अब जो दुनिया बदलने जा रही है वो दुनिया आप ये समझ लीजिए कि जिस मेल को टाइप करने में हमें मिनट, 10 मिनट, 20 मिनट, जिसकी टाइपिंग स्पीड ज्यादा थी, वो आधे घंटे में बढ़िया सा मेल ड्राफ्ट कर लेता था, बना लेता था। वो मेल अब कुछ सेकंड में चैट जीपीटी दे देता है, कुछ सेकंड में। किसी के बारे में कोई जानकारी आपको चाहिए, उसकी कंट्रोवर्सी, उसकी खूबी, उसकी जेल, उसकी बेल, उसकी अचीवमेंट, सब कुछ चैट जीपीटी आपको बता देता है। तो ये तो एक बहुत छोटा सा उसका प्रयोग हुआ। हम लोगों ने एक मूवी देखी थी रोबोट, रजनीकांत वाली। जो मूवी में दिखाया था वो किसी की कल्पना थी, वो कल्पना से अब वो चीजें आगे निकल गई हैं। चिट्टी सही में मच्छर पकड़ के ले आएगा, और जो प्रोटोटाइप बच्चे पैदा होंगे उनको छू के आप नहीं बता सकते कि ये बच्चे रोबोटिक्स या एआई से संचालित हैं या सही में बच्चे हैं। उस तरह के मॉडल जो है तैयार हो गए हैं। और मैं एक बात के लिए मैं इलान मस्क की तारीफ करूंगा, हालांकि मैं उनके फादर से मिला था, उनकी बहन से भी मिला था। मेरी उनसे कोई मुलाकात नहीं है, लेकिन मैं उस आदमी की तारीफ करना चाहूंगा कि उसने कोई गीता का ज्ञान नहीं पढ़ा है कि आत्मा अजर है, अमर है, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के जीवन से परिभाषाएं बनती हैं। वो पहला आदमी है जिसने सिटिंग अमेरिकी प्रेसिडेंट से झगड़ा किया, रिजाइन किया, चैलेंज किया, पार्टी बनाई। अमेरिकी प्रेसिडेंट ने ये लिखा कि तुम्हारा सैटेलाइट प्लेट सब समेट के सब भेज दूंगा साउथ अफ्रीका, लेकिन फिर भी वो लड़ रहा है। और जो आदमी अपनी दुनिया बनाता है वही ब्रांड भी होता है, वही ब्रांड बनाता भी है। उसी के अंदर वो निर्भीक लड़ने का भाव होता है, उसी के अंदर अननोन में छलांग लगाने की क्षमता होती है। हमारे यहाँ लोगों का चित्त इतना डरा हुआ है कि एक छोटे से नाले को पार करने के लिए कह दिया जाए तो आदमी लगता है इतिहास भूगोल पूछने के, कहीं इसमें मगरमच्छ तो नहीं है, कहीं कोई डूब के मरा तो नहीं है, कितना गहरा होगा। हमारे यहाँ लोगों की चेतना ही नहीं है कि बिना पूछे छलांग लगा दे और चला जाए। एक छोटी सी कहानी से अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं, थोड़ा आप लोगों को हंसा भी दूं। ब्रांडिंग मार्केटिंग के नाम पे जो मैंने पहला वर्ड यूज किया था कि बहुत लोग फुगाजी भी करते हैं, एक कहानी सुना के अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। एक नवाब साहब ने अपने मंत्री को कहा, यार मंत्री जी मेरे पास बहुत कीमती कपड़े हैं और उनसे कपड़ों से प्यार हो गया, मैं किसी को देना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन उसमें थोड़े थोड़े खराब हो गए, होल हो गए, तो कोई रफू वाला ढूंढो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि लेकिन ये बात पता नहीं चलनी चाहिए किसी को, नहीं तो लोग कहेंगे कि नवाब होके राजा होके साला रफू किया हुआ कपड़ा पहनता है ये। तो मंत्री ने कहा कि एक आदमी ढूंढा हूं, कई लोगों से मैंने मुलाकात की, एक आदमी मिला है, बड़ा काम का लग रहा है, आप भी देख लीजिए। बोले ठीक है बुलाइए। मंत्री उनको ले गया मिलवाने। तो उन्होंने कहा कि मंत्री जी मेरे सारे कपड़े इनको दे दीजिए। उसने कहा कि महाराज ये लगता है मंत्री जी को कुछ कंफ्यूजन हुआ है, मैं कपड़ों का रफू नहीं करता। तो बोला तो फिर क्या करते हो? बोले मैं बातों को रफू करता हूं। बोले बातों को रफू करते हो, ये कैसे करते हो भाई? बोला कि वो आप राजा हैं, आपकी बुद्धि बड़ी है, आप सोचिए कि कैसे रफू करता हूं। तो बोला कि फिर तो कल तुम्हारी परीक्षा लेनी पड़ेगी। बोले बिल्कुल लीजिए। राजा का दरबार लगा। राजा ने कहा कि भाई मैं गया शिकार पर, मैंने मारी बाज को गोली, हाथ में आया भुना हुआ चिकन। तो दरबारी ने कहा महाराज आपने तो हद ही कर दी, ये कैसे हो सकता है, बाज को गोली मारी और हाथ में भुना हुआ चिकन गिरा। तो राजा ने देखा उसकी तरफ, बोला ये बताएंगे, ये नए आए हैं मेरे मित्र, ये बताएंगे। उसने कहा यार इसमें हैरानी क्या बात है, बाज कहीं से भुना हुआ चिकन लेके जा रहा था, राजा साहब ने गोली मार दी, चिकन राजा साहब के हाथ में गिर गया भुना हुआ, इसमें कौन सी ताजुब की बात है। तो राजा ने कहा कि हाँ बहुत अच्छा, बात को बहुत तगड़े से रफू किया तुमने। फिर राजा को संतोष नहीं हुआ, बोला कि अभी तो ये इसकी बुद्धि लगता है मेरे से भी ज्यादा है। तो अगले दिन दरबार लगा तो उसने राजा ने कहा कि भाई, बोला कि आज ऐसी बात फेंकता हूं, देखता हूं इसकी बुद्धि सही में मेरे से ज्यादा है क्या। उसने कहा कि मैं गया शिकार पे, शेर के पंजे में मारी गोली सिर चीरते हुए निकली। तो दरबारी ने कहा कि महाराज गोली तो एक डायरेक्शन में जाती है, पंजे में मारने पे सिर चीर के कैसे जाएगी। तो राजा ने उसकी तरफ देखा, बोला भाई रफूगर बताओ कैसे निकली। बोला आप लोग इतना परेशान क्यों हो रहे हैं, शेर पंजा खुजा रहा था, राजा साहब ने गोली निकल गई सिर चीरते हुए, उसमें ऐसे हैरान होने की क्या बात है। राजा को लगा कि यार ये तो सही में बहुत तगड़ा आदमी है, लगता है कहीं मुझे ही मैं कुर्सी से हटा दे। अगले दिन फिर दरबार लगा तो राजा ने जो है बोला कि मैं शिकार पे गया, मैंने शेर का शिकार करने की कोशिश की, शेर भागा झाड़ियों में इधर उधर, मैंने गोली चलाई, गोली भी भागी इधर उधर। तो दरबारी ने कहा कि नहीं राजा साहब ये बात तो गलत हो जाएगी और आज ये रफू भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो राजा ने उसकी तरफ देखा, वो खड़े ही ना हो। तो उसने कहा, आदेश दिया कि खड़ा हो बताओ कैसे गई गोली। उसने बोला महाराज मुझे क्षमा करें, होल का रफू होता, आपने पूरा कपड़ा ही फाड़ दिया। मैं भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा इसको, मुझे अब क्षमा करिए। मैं कहना ये चाहता हूं कि हजार आइडिया होती हैं, हजार चीजें हमारे दिमाग में होती हैं, लेकिन बुद्ध की एक कहावत है कि चलते 10 हैं पहुंचता 1 है। हालांकि उन्होंने क्यों बात बोली थी वो बात कहने का वक्त नहीं है, सबका समय कीमती है, लेकिन ये बात जरूर कहूंगा कि चलते 10 हैं पहुंचता 1 है। उसको एक लाइन में बोल देता हूं कि सरिपुत्र बुद्ध के बड़े करीबी शिष्य थे, तो बुद्ध ने कहा उनसे कि मुझे अपने जैसा एक दो जो मेरे साथ रहे। तो सरिपुत्र ने 10 बौद्ध भिक्षुओं को भेजा जो आजमाए हुए थे, लेकिन 10 भेजे और अंत में बुद्ध के पास एक पहुंचा। वो 10 की कहानी है कि 10 कहां कहां अटक गए, उस पर नहीं जाऊंगा, अपनी बात को समाप्त करूंगा। तो बुद्ध ने सरिपुत्र से कहा कि सरिपुत्र, चलते 10 हैं, पहुंचता सिर्फ एक है। तो जीवन भी वैसा ही है, वो कंपनी हो, वो ब्रांड हो, वो मार्केटिंग हो, हम 10 तरह से काम करते हैं, 10 तरह से किसी चीज को सफल करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन कहानी हमारे भी जीवन की एक ही बनती है, सफलता एक ही होती है। न रोज हम ब्रिलियंटली सोच सकते हैं, रोज न हम ब्रिलियंटली लिख सकते हैं, रोज हम कोई नया ब्रिलियंट प्रोडक्ट न बना सकते हैं, न बेच सकते हैं, न दे सकते हैं। होता एक दो ही है, और वही एक दो आपके पूरे जीवन को पार लगा देता है। तो रोज रोज न कहानी बनती है, न बननी चाहिए। जो रोज रोज कहानी बनाने की का दावा करता है, रोज रोज ब्रांड और मार्केटिंग के जरिए चीजों को हिट करने का दावा करता है, वो फुगाजी करता है, वो बकवास करता है। यानी कि तो इसलिए मेरा ये बड़ा सिंपल सा सीधा सा मानना है कि जीवन जैसे हमारा चलता है, एक रास्ता होता है, वही मंजिल में तब्दील हो जाता है। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, Upendra ji. And now to begin with the award ceremony, to show gratitude to all of you and also to facilitate each one of you along with Upendra ji. I'll first invite Dr. Batra, Chairman of BW and founder of the Exchange for Media Group.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. Thank you, Noor, for putting this evening together. Thank you, Mr. Rai, for those words of wisdom and those anecdotes. It takes a lot to be an entrepreneur, I know that. Mr. Sandeep Mahajan, I don't know where you are. You made a speech, so Mr. Mahajan, good to see you. Thank you. Mr. Mahajan was the chairman of Goodyear, and now he's an independent director and chairman of multiple companies. Mr. Varun Kohli, CEO of Bharat Express. Noor, Ms. Noor Fatima Barsia, she's a group editorial director. I worked with Noor for a very, very long time. Mr. Hoshi Gaswala, who's the CEO of our BW Engage business. Mr. Chetan Mehra, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Ms. Tanvi Ahuja, who's our head of marketing, my colleagues at BW Business World and Exchange for Media. I don't want to stay between you and the awards. Some of you have flights. We're already running late. I just want to say that when I entered the business, I met this person when I started Exchange for Media. His name is Shripat Kulkarni, and 4 weeks back he came to me and did a podcast with me. And I want to show you a slide from that podcast. I don't want to talk too much to you. All of you are genuinely people who are very intellectual, and if I may say in Hindi, आप दोनों करमचंद भी और ज्ञानचंद भी हैं, right? You're people who can do things and are also able to think through them. So I want to show that slide, Prashant. Can you? And you know, this is my favorite theme. It's from the promo that he's done. That the CMO must be a CEO in waiting, and it's my favorite theme whenever I go to CMO forums that Exchange for Media does, or this is the marketing of festival of marketing that we are doing at BW Marketing World. In India, more than 21% CFOs have gone on to become CEOs, more than 21%. There is no number for CMOs, but it is less than 4.5%, right? So if, I'm sure some of you will go on to become CEOs, you started in marketing. So this is the only thing I want to say. The CMO tenure has come down in the last 10 years from 60 months to less than 32 months. Some say it's 30 months, but let's say it's 32 months. And the last thing I want to say is that with AI coming in, Mr. Rai talked about what will happen, and I think ideas and original ideas and empathy and the fact that people like human touch, and one of the big investors in the US who's seen many seasons says the more AI grows, the value of human touch is logical, is commonsensical. We are seeing that post-COVID, how the travel industries come back, how the experiential industries come back, how the office industry, we said, we all wrote obituaries. So clearly AI will help us do better. I will always believe that human beings have so much genuinity and so much wisdom that they'll use the tools for their betterment. I have that hope with this. Noor's already talked to you about the list. It's a list which is curated by Noor. Noor does know a little bit about marketing and CMOs and this domain, and she does take the inputs of some of her colleagues who are in the room and some external advisors. So it's a list that has come through many layers, and every year we try to refresh the list. So congratulations to the winners that are in the list this year for the first time. Some of you are here for all the years the list has existed. Thank you to my friend Mr. Kakkar, who has come all the way from Bombay, and he has an early morning flight to take and join his family in UK. Thanks to all of you. Some of you I met outside. You come from Bombay. I saw Tushar from Bisleri, Sachin, I saw Arvind from NEC, and many of my friends who come here all the way. So thank you, congratulations to you, and I hope we are able to invite you to our CEO forums in 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years. Luckily, this list has enough women, and I was very happy last week at a E4M forum. The 30 under 30 person was a jury chair. There were more women in the list than men. It was for the second year, so I'm sure in the CMO list also that is possible. So all the best. Do cheer for your friends who come on stage and keep doing well, and look forward to see you doing great work which you have been doing. Thank you. God bless you.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. Dr. Batra is here. May I please request Upendra sir to join us on the stage and help us begin with the award ceremony. Any picture that you share online, just a reminder, please use the hashtag BWTop.
Yeah, I forgot to thank Mr. Mohit Joshi. I don't know if he's here or not. I was told he has to go, and the Havas team. Where is he? Mr. Joshi?
He's a hand.
Yeah, this blind means I can't see you. So thank you for partnering with us on this.
The hashtag is BWTop 100 marketer. 100 is numeric. With that, the first person to join this powerful list of top 100 marketer for this year, on the screen please. Shivam Ranjan, Motorola. Congratulations. Congratulations, Shivam. A reminder to all the winners, once you receive your award, please step down and move towards stage left. Shivam, I forgot to mention, stage left for an individual picture and stay back till the end for a group picture. We'll try and do this as quick as possible. The next marketer to join the powerful list for this year, on the screen please. Anil Gurnani, TTK Prestige. Everybody thank you, congratulations. With that, our next is this world's top 100 marketer for this year, on the screen please. our Samsung MX division. Congratulations, sir. Without the next marketer to join the powerful list for Business World's top 100 marketer. Prashant Verma Coin DCX. While we'll have Prashant join us in a while, till then let's go to the next one. And once he's here, we will run with that again. HDFC Securities. Everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next marketer to join the powerful list of PW Top 100 Marketer for this year. Anuradha Sehgal, Coforge. Congratulations, ma'am. And इसी के साथ the next marketer to join the powerful list for BW Top 100 Marketers this year. Abhinav Iyer, Muthoot Finance. अभिनव के लिए जोरदार तालियां। Congratulations, Abhinav. Thank you so much, Upendra sir. Thank you for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Zordar talia for sir. And please request Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, Horse Media Network India, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to the next set of winners. There he is. और इसी के साथ the next marketer to join the powerful list for this year. Abhishek Kumar Shrivastava, Purabal Consumer healthcare. Applause for him, please. Congratulations, Abhishek. Chaliye, the next one. The next marketer. Akashdeep Batra, HP. Congratulations, Akash. With that, the next marketer to join the powerful list for this year. Anirudh Haldar, TVS Motor Company. Oh, where did the applause celebrations go? Congratulations, winners. Reminder, individual picture, group picture in the end. With that, our next marketer to make it to this powerful list. Arjun Bhatia, matrimony.com. Congratulations, Arjun. With that, the next marketer to make it to this powerful list. Aruna Goryanani, Amazon MX player. Everybody. Congratulations, ma'am. With that, the next marketer to make it to this year's marketer list. Avi Kumar, F&P, Ferns and Petals.
I keep saying there's no GST on clapping, and it's very good for heart muscles, for your heart muscles. That's what they do in yoga. That's how Mr. Kakkar at this young age looks even more younger, right? So please give your friends a bigger round of applause. I know you're all very senior people, and mostly people are applauding for you, but today you can pay the karmic balance, right? You could bridge it, so to say.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you so much, Mohit-ji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants to sir, please. You also started the day with this keynote. Thank you. May I request Janardhan Pandey, founder, director, Net Value Media, to please join us on the stage and help us present our next set of awards. Yes, sir. इसी के साथ let's move ahead with our next marketer who's made it to this year's BW Top 100 Marketers list. Chandan Mukherjee, Nestle, India. Applause, you forgot that. Thank you. Chaliye, the next marketer to join this year's powerful list on the screen, please. Gunjit Jain, Colgate, Palmolive, India. Congratulations, Gunjit. इसी के साथ our next marketer joining this year's powerful list on the screen, please. Evshita Chaudhary, Valvoline, Cummins. If there would be an applause award, it would go to that table right there. Provided you continue also. Sir, aap nahi wo wale. I love how you just patient for them also. Chaliye, the next one. The next marketer to join this year's powerful list on the screen now. Shaswinder Sodi, HSBC, India. Congratulations. With that, our next marketer making it to this year's list. K. Ganpati Subramaniam, LT Foods. Congratulations. Thank you, Janardhan sir. Thank you so much. But please request Siddharth Dabare, Chief Business Officer, Lemma Technologies to please join us on the stage, sir, and help us present awards to our next set of marketeers. The next marketeer making it to this year's powerful list on the screen, please. Mayuri Saikia, Dell Technologies, India. Everybody. Congratulations, ma'am. Winners, don't forget individual picture, then a group picture in the end. With that, our next marketer making it to this year's powerful list. Nivesh Agarwal, Niva Bhupa Health Insurance. Congratulations! With that, the next marketeer making it to this year's powerful marketeer list. Prasoon Kumar, Magic Bricks. For Prasoon, everybody. The next marketeer making it to the list and also to the stage next, please. Priyanka Puri, Hygienic Research Institute. For Priyanka, everybody. The gold is now being competed between both the tables there. Chaliye, with that, the next marketeer making it to this year's powerful list on the screen. Next. Rahul Singh, SAP Indian Subcontinent. Congratulations, and with that, the next marketeer joining us on the stage and also made it to the list, please. Ravansh Matra, Lava International. Congratulations. Thank you, Siddharth, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. May I please request Sandeep Mahajan, Executive Chairman, Assurance International and former CMD of Goodyear to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to our next set of marketers. इसी के साथ our next marketer joining the powerful list for this year on the screen. Rahul Talwar, Axis Max Life Insurance. For Rahul, everybody. Congratulations, Rahul. With that, the next marketer joining us on the stage now. Raja Ravi Schneider Electric, India. Farajat, everybody. Congratulations. The next marketer making it to the list this year. Rajiv Jain, DS Group. You know, we've crossed the halfway mark, and for the winners coming now, it will not be right कि आपने पहले को प्यार और सम्मान दिया और आखिरी को हम ना दें, just because we are almost ending. I would request you to also give them the same because आपका नंबर भी आने वाला है. With that, the next marketer who is made it to the list and will be now joining us on the stage, please. Dubey, Dabo, India. Rajiv, everybody. Congratulations. इसी के साथ our next marketer joining us on the stage, please. Rohit Talwar, JSW Queens. रोहित के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Congratulations. The next marketer making it to the powerful list this year. And I believe he's not here. He's not, but congratulations to him. With that, the next marketer making it to the list this year, please. Next. Shweta Dalal, Nivea, India. Shweta, everybody. Out of the 60, only I think 15 consistent with us. Now 22. Congratulations. We're down to our last 10. And the next one joining us on the stage and who's made it to this year's Powerful Marketers list. Air India Express. You know, Siddharth has been consistent in clapping for everybody, just letting you know. Congratulations. The next marketer who's made it to this year's top 100 marketer powerful list. JSW Steel. For Tarun, everybody, he is a member of the consistent clapper table. He deserves also the same. Congratulations. With that, the next marketer making it to the powerful list for this year and also the stage next. Tushar Malhotra, Distillery International. Tushar, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you, Sandeep, sir. Dr. Batra Kapulama. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Please. And I request Ram Sai, Panchab Pakistan President, Investments and Partnerships across Media India to please join us on the stage, sir, and help us present awards to our next set of winners. The next marketer making it to this year's top 100 marketers list. Utsav Malhotra, noise. Everybody, let's make some noise. Hello, man from noise. Congratulations, and with that, the next marketer making it to this year's top 100 marketers powerful list. Virat Kullar, Hyundai Motor India. Virat, everybody. Congratulations, and with that, the next marketer is joining the powerful list for this year. Ajay Kakkar, Adani Group. Congratulations, sir. With that, the next marketer joining the powerful list for this year. Himanshu Khanna, Raymond. Congratulations, sir. इसी के साथ the next marketer joining the powerful list for this year. Puneet Gulati, Sheila Foam. Congratulations, sir. इसी के साथ our next marketer to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Zohair Kabuswala, Furero, India, subcontinent. Congratulations. इसी के साथ our next guys, हमको भी तो बोलना है. Our next marketer making it to this year's top 100 marketer list. Dubey Tech Mahindra, we have with us Abhilasha Gupta coming to receive the award on behalf of Piyush. Congratulations. इसी के साथ our next marketer who's made it to this year's top 100 marketers influential list. Sandeep Ganwani, Pidilite Industries, we have with us Diptanshu to receive the award on behalf of Sandeep. Congratulations, and with that, our next marketer to join the powerful list for this year. Siddhant Vora Greaves Electric Mobility. We have with us Vicky Sharma to receive the award on behalf of Siddhant. Congratulations, and our next one. The next marketer who's made it to this year's powerful list of top 100 marketers on the screen, please. Siddharth Gupta, Britannia, we have with us Shri Das to receive the award on behalf of Siddharth. For Siddharth everybody, and also for Shri who's come to receive the award. Now we have one final award. So these were the marketeers. We also have a Grand Master Award.
I'd like to call Noor on stage. I'd like to call Ruhail on stage. I don't know where is Mr. Ruhail. I mean, Noor. Sometimes your influence is about the business and the brand you represent. What you do with your marketing dollars, with your ad investment. This winner, I first met him last year in the same room at the Pitch CEO Summit. It was his birthday that day. I won't give you the birthday, but it's one day after my mother's birthday. And so this year me and Noor decided that Noor was sitting with me and he said we must have one person who's like, the award within the, the Hall of Fame, so to say, or first among equals, whatever. So this person is the Grandmaster in the top 100 marketers. Get Aditya to say his name. Ruhail is outside. The bar is not yet open. No? There is no bar. Why, Navratri? Oh,
Some people don't follow Navratri.
Yeah, that's dinner that we have. But yes, the Grandmaster Award for this year's Marketing Summit Marketing Conference / award, this one goes to a man from Maruti Suzuki India, Partho Banerjee. और जो ग्रैंड मास्टर वो थोड़ा ग्रैंड वाला फीलिंग तो करो. Everybody, the Grandmaster Partho Banerjee.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for me to be given this Grandmaster Award. Thank you, Anurag-ji. Thank you, lady. And I feel very humble to accept it on behalf of my team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now we also have a group picture with all the winners. Can you please bring your trophy? And for all the winners, we also have celebratory snacks, is what I've been told. In the room which is right behind this wall, you walk out, take a right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Master, sir, please also present the awards. Thank you. You walk out, take a right. There's a hall called Cedar. Group photo announce किया है, but चिंता मत करो. Yeah, group photo किया. Winners, please come with the trophies. For everybody else, you have dinner served outside and no alcohol because of the Navratri festival. Any winners that are outside, the business world team, can you please make sure that they come? We don't want anybody missing this. Anybody from the hotel who's here? The celebratory winner networking dinner will be in this cute hall called Cedar. Yeah, you walk out, take a right. It's there. Okay, first you can all look at the individual mobile phones. You've got 10 seconds for that. Yeah, individual mobile. Done? Mobiles. Now the center camera, please. We'll do one more. Done? Noor, whom are you calling? Mohit, you come. Mohit sir. चलिए स्माइल. One more. Done. Congratulations. Happy weekend. Enjoy yourself. Thank you. It's the Sadar room for all the winners.